PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie. And this is the show
where we
tote
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We are live here at paceradio.net, as well as other locations as well. Good evening, Tamara. How you doing?
I'm all right. Tired, as usual, because it's Wednesday, and I'm always a bit tired.
Right. Doing shift work like that and changing mid-stride and everything like you do every week. That can really mess your internal clock up, doesn't it?
Well, I worked nights for years, really.
I know the feeling.
And I worked as a taxi cab dispatcher for years too, and I worked the night shift there.
Mm-hmm.
And the McCain's thing, I worked 2 days and 2 nights, and those were 12s. So you'd work 2 days, have 24 hours off, and then go back and do two more 12s at night. So I'm kind of used to working like nights. This is kind of midday to 10 o'clock at night, and then I got to be back at the store for 8 o'clock in the morning. So it's like you don't even get like a full. There's like barely time to sleep. You know, you get home, you have to eat, sleep, and then get back there, right?
Right.
So,
yeah.
It's a bit, but again, I'm not the only one that does it. The other, the owners of the store do it too. So that's just because there's only us. So it's okay. I'm probably never going to get used to it. I'm just always going to be. I catch up Thursday, like Friday, I feel better. And then Saturday, I'm exhausted and I lay around all day. And then I got to go back to work on Sunday.
Work.
Yeah, that's pretty much
it. Well, I see you posting pictures and stuff and about some of the products like Double and things like that. I don't know what that was. That shaving? Was it? No, it was whipped cream and coffee stuff.
Like cold foam cream.
Oh.
Yeah, you just like it is. It's like whipped cream, and you put it on top of your coffee, and then it just kind of like melts into your coffee. So then your cream's like, but you get a little bit of whipped cream on you. Yeah, it's good. It's good.
I think I've seen that stuff on commercials.
Yeah. But of course, it came into the store. It's new. I gotta try it. So.
Oh, okay, yeah. I guess you can buy coffees there. You got a coffee counter?
No, we actually just have a Keurig, like a one serve, which we do. Like it's a coffee counter, and then we do have the machine that's got the.
Right.
Three
should have a can there. It's a sample can. And say, hey, try this. If you like it, buy a can.
Yeah. We don't get enough people coming in for coffee, though. That's the thing. We really don't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, you never know. Maybe this stuff will.
You never know. We got. I have a great idea. I haven't told them yet, but I got a few ideas. But it's their store, right? So I just kind of have to keep my ideas.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. How was your week? I heard you were at an event.
Yes. Before I get to that, though, I want to bring up the passing of Neil. Before that, as we saw, and we all read on Facebook, that Neil Magson passed away, and a lot of people will miss Neil. He was there for a lot of people, and he helped a lot of people, especially when it came to his the cannabis substitution program, helping people that really needed it every day. And he was there.
How it even started, because like he was pretty much homeless, living in his van on the streets of downtown Vancouver, and he saw the need, right? And because he was smoking in his van, people would smell it and they'd ask, like, hey, where can I get some of that? Right. So it kind of like, that's how the birth of that kind of became, because Neil's had some pretty down on his luck times himself.
Mhm.
He really had. Like, I mean, I knew him pretty well because we had done the first Freedom Tours with him.
That's when I met him, was during the first Freedom Tour. I gave him a ride to a friend's place and pick up some meds while we were in Toronto.
Yeah.
During that, yeah.
Yep. Yeah. And we picked him up in Medicine Hat and he stayed with us in Tabor. And then he was doing another Freedom Tour and he came up to Coronation and stayed with us at the farm. And then he stopped in here a couple times. He was going back and forth to, like, you know, somewhere to do something with Jerry Martin at one point in Saskatchewan. And then there was another time that he was also in Saskatoon at the Medicinal Harvest Cup of Jeff's. And we weren't able to go to that cup that year. So he stopped in here on his way and then him and Roxanne stopped on their way back. So, you know, like, it's always, anytime he was in the area and he knew he was always welcome to come, he always stopped. So, like I said, it's pretty devastating, honestly. Like, it's been pretty, Try not to, you know what I mean? But yeah, this one, like I said, we've lost quite a few people, but I don't think I've known as well as I knew me, right? So
yeah, you know, I don't know. Is it all because we've known of each other for so long that, you know, that we just got to that age?
Yeah, that's true. Like, none of us
right?
are that,
You know?
right? Like,
yeah, like if we don't meet each other until we're 40 or 45 years old, you know, within 20 years time, we're
because I was 37 when I started this whole role. I was 2007. I was 37.
Yeah. I was 41 when I got diagnosed. So yeah, since I'm gonna say like 40, basically 41, 42 when I got started in this. And
well, I was flipping through pictures of Ottawa, like the last time, because we had Allison on our show,
right,
last week, right? So I was flipping through some stuff. Yeah, sorry.
That's fine.
Together.
I know,
right? Our time out there, and because we were at Parliament Hill, and there was pictures of Sam Malachi, right? And Sam's gone now too, right? And then I was looking at a picture of Caleb and Haley together. And Haley was 15. Now she's 31, right?
Yeah.
So, like, it's just like time just kind of keeps marching on.
Yes. Oh, well, I got
so many people along the way, and it's just
Gail.
Gail,
yeah. I've got pictures of her with Ted up there on the MMPR protest rally that went on in Ottawa.
When I first met Gail and Ted, it was in Toronto, and Gail was dressed up as Wonder Woman. They had their own booth, and Ted had just written, I believe it was Hempology 101, and I believe that they're talking, and promoting the book and everything else. Gail's Tea was just something that knew that they were starting, right? So, and that's the thing, like, you can go back over time of how many people, like Alan Robin Baressa, right? We met them first in Ottawa. Right? Like,
I know. There is a lot of people who have passed, and it's sad.
Saying their names and keep saying their names and keep their memories alive. Exactly.
So here with Michelle,
Exactly, right? Exactly. As long as we keep doing that, they're always with us, and that's the only way I can kind of handle it anymore, is because there's so much. Because I lost my best friend to cancer not that long ago either. Derek Candle. My dog not that long ago. So there's been so much lately. It's just been like, and now Neil's gone. But to be fair, I'm gonna burst everybody's bubble. I've known that Neil's been sick for a really long time. This is not something, and I was told a long time ago, and I was told not to say anything. So I didn't. That was what I was told to do, right?
Well, that's what he asked for.
Right?
And
that's exactly it. So this is something that as I look at it too, he did this on his own terms, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. And and he knew, and he gave a lot of messages.
And he
From
worked and worked and worked until he couldn't. Like he was
yeah.
doing that substitution program every day until he
Mhm.
couldn't,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. It's up to the person whether they want to let anybody know. Some people only want to let certain people know. They don't go completely public with it. I had Sandra Petit. A lot of people,
Yeah.
including myself, didn't know she was sick, and then next thing you know, she was gone. Right?
Yeah, and I knew she was sick too.
Yeah.
I had known about that one too. Like I said, sometimes, and it's really hard sometimes for me to be, holding these secrets from other people that I know would want
Mhm.
to know, but when people say it in confidence, you just don't, right? And it's unfortunate, and I feel terrible after. But again, like it's just like even with Marie Tripp, like that
Yeah.
was really fucking hard, too,
Yeah, exactly. Like, and that was totally, completely unexpected, and
right? Like she
it-
was in the hospital and she was gone. I was just like, what the fuck, what? Like,
yeah, and it wasn't the reason why she went into the hospital.
I know, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
So
and,
so things can happen.
infection got her, and
Yeah.
happened there, right?
And it happens that quick sometimes too, unfortunately, right?
Yeah.
Especially when you already got if you already got pre-work conditions too. Like let's face it, we're all
Mhm.
medical patients. We all have something
Well, yeah,
going on. And that's how we all know each other because we all use cannabis as a medicine, right?
especially yeah, and especially if you've got an immune issue, somebody with, it can just, if they've got cancer or any other immune, like you've got your rheumatoid arthritis,
Yeah.
right? And as well as other issues when it comes to the autoimmune. But
Right.
yeah,
And you too,
we
like even Crohn's is an autoimmune too, right?
yeah.
So, and in hindsight, with the medications that we take out, a common cold could kill us if we don't take care of ourselves.
Well, I got sprung with some news today. Yeah, and once I started thinking about it and started looking and studying it, I was like researching, I should say. I was really a bit surprised, and basically, the test isn't conclusive, and it's not cancer, okay? But I may have a cholesterol problem, so that would be like a artery heart condition, right?
Yeah.
So that has to deal with cholesterol. Okay, so as you know, Crohn's disease, right? I have a very limited diet, so I did some research on what foods are high in cholesterol, what foods actually can help reduce cholesterol, and as well as beverages and stuff, and some of the things that they recommend doing. Such things as exercise.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can start walking, but you're pretty active now. Like that's the thing.
Correct. I walk the dog twice a day, plus my own regular walking. And as you know, I'm situated on 44 acres of land over here, so there's room to walk around, and I do it to be able to go to different spots within the property that I need to go to.
Right.
Yeah, and then so then when it comes to diet, right? Okay, fatty foods. You always, as some people have said to me, well, you might think that I was obese. Well, like I hit 137 pounds, like, and so I'm not in anything to do with that. And then so we looked at my food, and I actually went to the products themselves. Okay. But I eat a pretty steady diet, almost the same thing for breakfast, same thing for lunch, and You know, we've learned a zillion different ways to cook chicken for supper.
Right? It's something that you can digest and not give you grief, right?
Right.
You have
Yeah.
to be creative. I understand.
You know, and so like everything was listed had 0 milligrams of cholesterol other than frozen yogurt ice cream. It's not even ice cream, it's frozen yogurt. That had some in it. Wasn't a
Is
lot.
this a thing? Like, is it genetic? Do you have anybody in your family that had high cholesterol?
No. No.
So
Now,
there's
it's
nothing
just
out of your diet.
like the test that they did, okay, it was a cat that they did a CAT scan, and the nurse and the specialist who I talked to today, you know, they told me that, you know, this test is nowhere near conclusive. We have to do further tests. This is just that something shows up. So there's something there. They don't know severity or whatever.
Isn't that usually a blood test too? Cholesterol and is it like a hard?
Well, yeah, they did. They did a blood test. Yeah, did a blood test, did a heart test, all that stuff. Yeah.
And it's showing up on the MRI.
My number, yeah. According to the nurse today, my numbers are good. So it's more like they're baffled because my numbers are so good. That they're baffled by the results of the CAT scan.
Yeah.
So
maybe
this
the
is
CAT scan's wrong.
Correct.
Because that's a possibility. The CAT scan's wrong.
Correct.
Yeah.
And that's what they said to me. They made sure that I was well aware of that.
Usual. Like Al, like I said, the lab told us that Taven, was going to have spina bifida, and they sent us on a wild goose chase to Calgary for a 3D ultrasound to find out there was nothing wrong with him. And then the lab had the wrong week of the blood test. So it was, the blood test was at 15 weeks, and they had tested at a certain different week in the pregnancy, and it came out too high on something in the weeks, and that's what the lab had screwed up the blood test.
Oh, okay. Well, mine was only done like 8 days before I went in today. So, and they wanted it done 2 weeks before, but due to scheduling situations, that became hard. But it was, so my results are new, and so you know what, even though it's not conclusive, I'm looking at it as something, maybe it's a first sign, it's a warning shot, something for me to look into, because I've never really looked into that, right?
Really odd, like it just seems odd because
That's what I was just saying to me, like
Crohn's disease, you don't need anything that you shouldn't, and especially if your blood's good, nothing's got any cholesterol in it, so where would you even be consuming the cholesterol to build up?
That's why we went around and read all the labels.
Cholesterol in, right? Plus cannabis also got cholesterol from consuming cannabis.
Yeah. They say for red meat, I don't eat any beef, and I stopped eating beef because of the Crohn's, not because of any other reason. And then pork, I've just sort of, occasionally I'll have some pork ribs or something, like once every few months or month or something like that. But no red meat other than that, really.
Do you eat lots of eggs?
See, that's the thing. I do. Now, they talked about 1 to 2 eggs a day is fine. So I took that as an average. Okay.
Yeah, it should be fine.
I have like 2 eggs a week.
Then that's not it. Like, that's not even a lot. Like 2 eggs a week is nothing. Like, that's on average. Like I said, most people eat an egg a day. Like, I'm finding that out more and more that people are using eggs as protein because meat is
they said very nutritious, very nutritious.
People are eating eggs
250 milligrams
because 120 grams of salami or lunch meat is $7 or $8, right? Or you can have egg salad for and you can buy a can of tuna for $5, which is fucking ridiculous too. But again, like, that's like, people are looking at standards of like what they can afford and what's people are eating a lot of eggs these days. I see people on a daily buying a dozen eggs a day and eating them.
Oh, really?
Sandwiches for lunches for their kids. You know what I mean? Because like I said,
be a bit of a concern.
A tub of bologna is $12 out. We used to be like 99 cents. Nobody ate bologna.
Yeah, and or may contain. That's baloney, isn't it?
Hot dogs. Hot dogs are lips and asshole, right? Like we all know
Yeah,
these lips and assholes are like, $11 for not even for 5 of them.
yeah. Well, that's processed, ultra processed. Yeah, no sausages for me or hot dogs.
You know what? Unfortunately, I have to push, off on the kid every once in a while because I'm at
Yeah.
work, and it's easy
Yeah.
for him to come home and boil a hot dog.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I enjoyed them too. Like, hey, I love the hot dog that was cooked so much that it split down the middle and you could cover it in onions. Oh yeah.
I don't like mine boiled, right? I'm not a boiled girl. Like mine are gonna be fried in a frying pan, right?
I like mine barbecued.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, that's what I mean. A bit of char. But this is in the wintertime when you don't have the barbecue. Well, that's a lie because we have the barbecue in the wintertime too.
Yeah. Just a lot of people don't use them in the winter. That's all.
We do.
Yeah. But I enjoyed those things. They were good.
Yeah. You know, it's funny because I can eat red meat. I don't have a problem with red meat at all. For me, it's the pasta and the rice and all the filler stuff.
Mhm.
That is what kills me. I can't do pasta. Rice just shoots right through me.
Well,
But I think I can do the beef because everything does shoot right through me.
right.
And beef's harder to digest. It seems to
There
absorb,
was we do eat pasta. And there was something to do with pasta in one of the articles I read. And I'm just trying to think of, I don't know whether it was, no, this is the stress test article. Yeah, I don't have it. I've reused that tab. But yeah, there was a spot there.
stress.
What's that?
Speaking of stress, my boss brought me a whole bucket of squishy mates today because
Oh, that's those balls. I seen some people.
they're little animals. And they're
Oh.
squishy. And you squish them in your hand and they're soft and just they're supposed to relax you. And
Would that be like a fidget spinner? It's just something else. It just keeps.
you just keep squishing it in your hand.
Yeah.
Like a stress ball. The stress balls that you know what I mean? So it's like a stress ball, right? You can sit there, but it's and they're all little animals. So my Harris comes in today with this bucket. He goes, me and Heather figured you were pretty stressed out, so we bought you this bucket of squishy animals. It's like packed full. It was brand new, never been opened, right?
Yeah. Oh. What am I looking at?
So apparently I'm stressed. That's how you know how many of these I need. I work in customer service with a bunch of jerks every day. So yeah, he bought a bucket for himself and a bucket for me. Where we sitting at work going like this, we're not killing customers.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I hear you're not getting tipped for doling out money. No one shares their winnings.
You get zip at the counter, but the girls at the casino make good tips of hair. But yeah, no, especially when you I opened the door at 8:00 this morning, and seriously, at 20 after 8, this guy come rolling in with his Keno tickets.
Yeah.
And it's okay, sure, whatever, right? He goes, yeah, this kind of cash this early in the morning, blah blah. And I'm like, I can arrange that. Yeah, not a problem. Well, the other, I don't want to hear anyway the story about how the other place didn't have it. And and yeah, I gave him his money, and he grumpily walked out the door. And I'm thinking, you just want a pile of cash? Do you think you would be happy? I don't know. Anyway.
So on the cholesterol thing, we haven't got a clue. We're all sort of
that's
going I mentioned, maybe I'd have to remove some things from my diet that I thought that would be a bit of a concern that I've been able to get to eat when I couldn't eat in the past. But when I checked the nutrition label, it said 0 grams on basically everything I ate. So what about sugars though? Would sugars deal with cholesterol? I don't add sugar to anything. Like I don't drink coffee, so I don't add sugar to that. I don't add sugar to.
Candy has got nutritional facts on it. I don't know what's nutritional about a bottle cap, but apparently they got nutritional facts on them.
None.
2% iron, 10 milligrams of calcium, 0 fat, 4 grams of carbohydrates, 13 grams of sugar. No shit. No protein, 15 or 60 calories per how many pieces.
Yeah.
But it doesn't say anything about cholesterol.
It must
It's
not be.
cholesterol
What did you say they were? Bottle caps? Isn't that a candy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, one of the things was to avoid sweets.
Well, I'm supposed to avoid sweets too, but I'm not
Yeah.
really right now. I need to add the sweet to me, or I'm just a kind thing. It's something to do with my attention deficit lately. I'm craving sweets like terribly. So
Oh yeah.
I was just thinking though, isn't cholesterol something your body makes because of the way it's processed in your body? Like, how does that work? How do you get cholesterol?
Cholesterol is from foods you eat, such as eggs and let's see, fried foods, coconut oil.
But your body has to manifest that, right?
Now our body, we need cholesterol. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
Yeah, we need cholesterol. That is needed.
Well, you don't smoke. You're not enough.
Well, see, that's what I said. That's what I said to them today, and
see, that's what I thought.
and because they asked me if I smoked, and I said no, and then I said, but I said I am a licensed medical patient, and I've been smoking cannabis for medicine since like 2003. So
do you think that would be a contributing factor?
Well,
there's no study or research to even say anything else. That's the thing. Like, how can you even go back to reference if that would be a possibility? Like, not trying to get I'm not saying it is, but there's no research done on any of this stuff to say, hey, this guy's got high cholesterol, doesn't smoke tobacco, but he's been smoking cannabis. Now we got high cholesterol.
Well, I agree. There could be no research whatsoever on that end of things because there are obviously differences between the products. Now, as far as they say here, worst foods for high cholesterol. It says red meat like beef, pork, and lamb, as well as processed foods like sausage.
Oh yeah,
sure. Full fat dairy like cream, whole milk, and butter. Now, the odd time we might throw a little bit of butter in our beans or something like that, or
you need I know you eat because you have to.
Yeah.
I mean, like because of your colitis or your Crohn's disease.
Yeah, baked goods and sweets.
I just Googled this.
Yeah, did you?
And cannabis use will lead to high cholesterol. The study suggests there's a study. Cannabis use could compromise RCT, leading to high cholesterol levels. A 2013 study looked at 30 cannabis smokers and 30 non-cannabis smokers. Researchers found that the cannabis smoker had a lower plasma good cholesterol, but similar bad cholesterol than the control group.
Yeah, because there is good and bad cholesterol.
Right. So, the
nicotine. Similar? You said similar results as the control group? So that means it didn't affect it in.
No, it did. They're saying that the 30 out of 30 cannabis ones that did and one that didn't, one that were non-users, right, and ones that were, right?
Yeah.
So that 2013 study looked at 30 cannabis smokers and 30 non-cannabis users.
Right.
Researchers found that the cannabis smokers had lower good cholesterol, lower plasma HDL good cholesterol, but similar bad LDL cholesterol. So lower levels of good and about the same of bad.
Yeah, I read that there are those different cholesterols, the good and the bad ones. And
well, that's exactly it. Like you need to have some cholesterol in your diet, which is what the good cholesterols are, right?
Right.
And then we've got the CBD has been shown to improve cholesterol through its ability to regulate lipid uptake and blood pressure. But then again, where's that? That's coming from a Riverdale Village clinic. Because I mean, it's in the States. Let's face it, we might not have any studies in Canada, right? But cannabis medical has been legal in some states for quite a long time, and I'm believing that there's got to be some studies done somewhere, even if we're not doing it in Canada, to find out about things.
We got a question. We got a question from Mr. Frost.
Hi, Mr. Frost.
He wonders, was their diets the same?
Well, that's a very interesting question, right? Because again, like I said, this is just a Google search, so we could actually go, and this is on Healthline, so I'll click the link.
All right.
Cannabis affects the endocannabinoid system, visible network that regulates blah blah. CB1 receptor is part of the endocannabinoid system. Among other functions, the CB1 receptor regulates and reverse cholesterol transport, RCT. RCT is a process when your body regulates your cholesterol levels, removing excess cholesterol and transporting it to the liver. A 2020 study examined RCT in 19 chronic cannabis users and 20 non-users. The study suggested that chronic cannabis users could compromise RCT, leading to high cholesterol levels. A 2013 study looked at 30 cannabis smokers and 30 non-cannabis smokers. Researchers found that the cannabis smoker had lower plasma HDL good cholesterol, that's where I was quoting from before, than the control group HDL, LDL cholesterol in association with negative health outcomes. This research has limitations. Both studies were small, and there aren't enough studies there's not enough studies to have a conclusion. In other words, there's too little research to verify whether cannabis is good cholesterol or not.
Yeah. I think without mentioning that the food was controlled.
Right?
Yeah.
I agree with that. And they did a 2019. What about CBD and cholesterol? Similarly, there isn't a lot of research on CBD and cholesterol.
Yeah.
A 2019 study looked at the effects of CBD on mice. So again, the mice in the study had liver inflammation induced by a high-fat, high-cholesterol diet. The study showed that CBD alleviated the liver inflammation caused by the high-fat cholesterol diet in mice. However, this doesn't mean that
there's always a but.
Right? Reducing mice overall cholesterol. Also, experts need to replicate the study with human participants. So they're not discrediting the benefits that it showed in the mice.
No.
But they're also saying that they need to do more research on humans. So but this is like Healthline. It's like it's a Google.
Yeah, Healthline. It's a recognizable name. Yeah.
Can we cannabis raise your cholesterol levels? So again, like it's Healthline on. You can Google it, I'm sure. So again, that's a good question about the food, because we all know that food and our diet has everything to do with our cholesterol.
Were they active people?
Well, that's the thing. Were they peers on all levels, right? Were they the same age group? Were they the same logistically, like lifestyle? Were they active? Were they not active? That all will be contributing factors to any study that they do, right? So if you got some guy that's 300 pounds, and you got me it's 80 pounds, and you're going to do the same study, you're not going to get the same results.
Yep. Well, it's good. Never. This is never anything that I'd ever thought of because of my diet and all that. And even if they find, I'm going to do a stress test just to wrap this up, so I can go to a commercial. I'm going to do a stress test. So I'm going to go on the treadmill, and they're going to speed that treadmill up and down and everything. Put me through a battery of tests while I'm on it. And that's, I guess, is a big determining factor. So
looks like you're going to be getting some squishy though.
All right, off the break we go. When we get back, we're going to discuss what I did yesterday. Other than that, you're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit.
Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, we're back. Oh, there you are. I thought,
No,
I couldn't see you in the little picture down there.
My phone. I'm just looking to lean over reading my phone, but yeah.
Just one thing I want to comment on the cholesterol thing. It says here, the body uses cholesterol to form cell membranes, aid in digestion, convert vitamin D in the skin, and make hormones. So just in case anybody was wondering, because we said that cholesterol, we needed it, right? So that's what I caught over the break. So, all right. And now yesterday, what I did yesterday, I went and sat in traffic for 3 hours.
Right.
Twice.
Finally, right?
on the way to the Grow Up Conference and Expo that was held at the Delta Marriott Conference Center in Toronto, right near the airport. I was. I don't know if you've ever seen the post on Facebook that says the widest highway in North America is Toronto, 22 lanes wide. I believe I was in that location, and it was a sea of cars. It was huge. I just thought, holy fuck, there's so many of them. But besides the traffic, the location-wise, getting there was great. I didn't have to go down any other arteries or highways. It was basically right. Yeah, it was the quarter mile, 2 lights from the 401.
Great. Oh, that's great. So easy access.
Yeah.
So that was like as stress less as possible. Oh, that's great. Because there's nothing worse than being caught in traffic because I have to go and set up for a show and do some live stuff and be all professional, right? Because that's what you're coming. You're coming in as media, right?
Right. Yeah. And wanting to gotta get there early before the show starts, so you can get everything all set up and get things tested and review things. And yeah, we got started right on time at the expo, and got to go around, walk around, and at first we did 3 segments. We went 90 minutes live, and then took a break, and then went live again for 90 minutes, and then took another break, and then went live again. And throughout the day, at the first segment, we walked around and showed different things inside there. Just sort of talked briefly to people, but wanted to be able to make sure that we were able to cover everything. When I say we, I should refer to that's Al Rapp. He was running the board way up north, being it's a 13-hour trip to Toronto. That's not something you're going to drive to for the weekend or for a day anyways. And now it's Tuesday. And then MJ and Timmy from Newbie and the Doobie, they were there as well, helping us, working together to cover everything. And during the first segment of the videos, Mary Jane, people may not realize that Tommy Chong was at this expo, and in the past, Mary Jane got to meet him in 2018 at another event, and she presented him with a Shadowrizer while they were there. So this time, she presented them presented him and gave to him as well to Paris, his son, a Shadowrizer bubbler.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
that's great.
we passed that on to them, so now they got the new the version, a good version with the bubbler on it.
Nice. That's awesome.
Yeah, and she talked to him about it, her visit with him back in 2018, and she reminded there was something to do with, he asked her a question, and it had something to do with sucking and blowing. I don't know. You gotta, as far as inhaling smoke, right? You have to watch the video to see.
I first met Tommy Chong back in Calgary, and what year is it? It was 2008, 2009. It was my first trip, my second trip to Calgary he had a tour up going on up there. And there was none of that going on. In fact, I was helping a little guy in a wheelchair try and get to the table because the place was packed. But again, it was a little meet and greet. It wasn't like I got to hang out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But that's awesome. Anytime you get a chance to interview Tommy Chong or be around people like him, and who was the other celebrities there? Can I say it out loud, or you want to?
Oh, go right ahead. I got some names here on the list. Go through them.
That would be one of my dreams, but Jose and Ed Rosenthal. If I could meet Ed Rosenthal in person, I would be in heaven.
Okay.
Because he used to have a page before we were legal, and he wanted people to send their pictures to him growing their weed. And I didn't know. You can see my eyes coming through the leaves. Oh,
I wish I had known that. Because if I had known that, I would have told him when I interviewed him. I got to interview him on Tuesday. Awesome. Yeah,
that would be so awesome. But yeah, like I said, he had that website. So I was going, and yeah.
I didn't interview this guy, but I did get to sit beside him for a while, and that's Jorge. Yeah. I got to sit behind his side, and I got some pictures of them up on the stage. It was called the Legacy. It wasn't all Legacy, so there's a name behind it. Oh, it's probably on my photos.
That's a pretty high-end event, because those speakers would have cost the organizer a fair penny to bring them into Canada.
There was.
That would have not been a cheap couple days for the organizers. That's for sure.
All right. Let me see. Here we go. Yeah, Ed Rosenthal. It's called the Super Panel. There we go. Okay. So it was Mila Jansen, Jorge Severi, I can't pronounce his name, Ed Rosenthal, Chris Crombie, Alexander Garthay, and Dr. Singh was the moderator. And it was called Super Panel, Then, Now, and Beyond. So obviously there's a mix of people at different things. Right. And yeah, there was some good things said. And there was a lot of applause when Ed had his but they were up there for a while. So I know during one of his times with the microphone that he got a loud round of applause. You know, not only was there seating there, but across the back, because the stage was sponsored by High Tide, which was a laboratory company. But I think Green Planet must have had something to do with it, because there was Green Planet product bags. Okay, now think of their products. They were labeled on a big bean bag, is what these things were like. Oh, cool. And they had like, I don't know, like 7 of them across the sort of in behind the chairs, and then some off to the side, and people could sit on them. And yeah. So there was, so they were all Green Planet things. But yeah, so Ed Rosenthal was there. I've actually talked to Ed in the past on one when I was with Time for Hemp, and talked to him back then. But this is the first time I had met him and actually in person. And we talked about his books when we were there. His newest book that he's just got out as well.
He's a publisher. Like he's got his own publication company. That's his books for her too, right? It's a Kirk.
Mm-hmm. And then who else? Oh, I talked to Robert Laurier. He was just on the floor, because there was there's a award banquet with this that was going on, and there was a lawyers section for lawyers and cannabis advocacy. And so yeah, he was there. So I grabbed him on the floor as he was walking by, and what I found was there was sovereign cannabis there. There was a presentation on the stage on indigenous sovereign cannabis, as well as there were some indigenous companies that were there. So I stopped and talked to him and about that. Basically, and because he's involved in the court cases out in British Columbia and the raids that were going on out there. So I had a big conversation with him.
Because it's kind of disgusting because it's on unceded territory. Like,
what's that?
It's on unceded territory, right? The BC government should have no reign on anything having to do with that. But again, because it's written into the legislation as all of British Columbia.
That's because there was some act, some treaty act or something they signed on this different one.
Well, Wet'suwet'en and Osoyoos have treaties. They have their own reservations. Anywhere that there's a reservation, there's a treaty, there's an agreement, right? Unceded territory is when there's no agreement at all. It's considered, actually, they call it crown land, but in reality, Wet'suwet'en is unceded territory. They call Wet'suwet'en crown land, but Wet'suwet'en is First Nations land first and foremost. That's the difference between unceded territory and ceded territory. So we have the Ktunaxa and the Akim. There's the Tobacco Plains out here too, and they're all reservations, right? So they are now encompassed in that whole cannabis legislation through British because they do have agreements with the province.
It's nowhere the same as what's going on here in Ontario.
No, it's totally different. It's going on in Nova Scotia right now too. Hey,
He
was saying they're just popping up like candy shops all over the valley, and it's really kind of starting to upset some people out that way.
Now, I also got the interview on the floor.
Right on.
Nikki Lowen. Got to speak with her out in the consumption lounge. Yeah. I ran into her on the floor. Tell you, like, it was a smaller venue than some of the places I've been to in the past. So maybe some of the aisles were a little bit tighter. And there was no any open space. But it felt crowded in not every spot of the place, but especially when you're walking down the aisles, or sometimes I had to back up and go up the next aisle.
That means there's a lot of excitement. A lot of people want to be there, I guess.
Well, and the thing was, it's a friggin' Tuesday at 2:00 in the afternoon.
Well, you gotta remember though, this is industry, right? This is right. This is legal people in the legal market, and they're corporate, so they work Monday to Friday, right? Weekends are for fun. I don't want to shit on them for the weekend. This is all fun for them, right? They're probably all getting paid to be there.
I'm sure that, I'm sure that there was, because of the booth, people working, like the booths themselves are part of the work.
Now, marketing and whatever departments,
there was
all getting that's work.
Not, like, there's people there that support, just cannabis legalization in general, and there's people there that support the businesses, and and there was people there who I've seen outside as well as seeing inside that I know that didn't support them, and that was because they were wearing T-shirts. So it wasn't hard to miss, right? And I like I said, I saw them inside, so obviously nobody stopped them from going in, and I didn't see any. They weren't doing anything disruptive. They just had the shirts on, right? So let's see what else. Oh, while I was in the consumption space, which was too small because there was people outside of it. We were there in the general area.
Were you able to smoke joints or just vaporize? Like
joints? Oh yeah, joints.
Indoor or outdoor?
Oh no, outdoor. The tent under the circus tent, style tent. Yeah. A Boveda.
Boveda. Boveda.
Well, see, I said Boveda and they said Boveda. Yeah. They said we recognize both. So they had a booth inside the lounge, inside the consumption area, underneath the tent. I got 3 or 4 bags.
Nice.
He said take a bunch of them. So I grabbed some, and they came in all different sizes, and I got to see some tin cans, some big cans that they sell that for concentrates. And then what else? Oh, there was another.
This is their stuff too.
Is it?
They
the
Kootenai Cannabis Cup one year, and this is one of their tins, right? And
yeah. There was a tins. This is what I was just started talking about, the concentrates. Yeah.
Right? And then you put the little thing in, like their little pad goes in this top piece. But yeah, they sponsored the Kootenai Cannabis Cup too, as well.
Did they?
Yeah, you bet.
Yeah.
I have all kinds of stuff sent to me. But yeah, so these are boosts. These are different pads that come in some of the legal market stuff too. But I use this all the time.
Yeah. They had I get the hiccups. They had tables set up out there when it for people to sit at, and pre-rolled joints sitting on the table.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and they were labeled as far as the strain.
Nice.
Like, I seen a post, something to do about how many joints that they had pre-rolled. So I didn't know what it was for, and then I'm sitting there at the table, we took an hour and a half break in between each hour and a half segment. So in between segment 1 and 2, I spent probably an hour.
Legislations have really loosened up a lot.
What's
like
that?
I said, I'm starting to wonder if some of the legislations in the provinces are starting to loosen up.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know.
So just at the
Or
windows,
maybe there's that little nudge, push to test the legislation and see what they can get away with.
Well, like I said, like it's because even I won that pack at 420, right? That beautiful bunch of cannabis from the legal store, which from the legal store, right? They're not supposed to be able to do any promotional stuff, right? Is what we were told.
Right.
Any advertising, any promotional. And like I said, today when I pulled in front of my store, all the blacked out windows are all open and you can see right into the stores now.
Yeah.
Like which
exactly.
Because I come rolling in, like, I go to the same store all the time. I come rolling up, and it's like I'm looking out the window and I park like. So I walk in the store and I say to the girl, I said, "Sorry, I'm parked like an asshole." I said, "It kind of threw me off with all your windows. Like, what the fuck happened?" Like when did this change? Because before
That's the way it should be.
In there, don't go looking in that cannabis shop. There might be something. Some seedy, like some like adult shop or something. Like somebody's gonna be doing something in a back corner or something. Like it just, you know what I mean? Like
what other flower or plant do they prevent people from seeing? Kids from seeing? I guess the children from seeing.
Oh, you don't want to get me to.
I don't know of any other plant that they prevent children from seeing.
Here's my rant about the lottery. You know how cannabis advertising, none, right? Ad packaging, not appealing to children, right? You go into any convenience store, and there's all these flashy lottery scratch and win tickets all laid out in front of the counter for you, where you come for your candy and all your stuff. And then you got little mommy bringing little Sally in at 5, saying, "What ticket should mommy pick?" And then damn well she's letting Sally scratch that thing at home, right? Meanwhile, would you take your kid into the liquor store and ask him what bottle of vodka you should drink? And would you take little Sally home and say, "Here, what do you give us a little snip and at 5? Like, give me a break." But it's to children, right? We're supposed to be protecting the children. Addiction's addiction. Gambling is right in the same control board, right? The same control board. Why are they allowed to have those scratchy wins with all the purple colors and shiny shit on them?
Yeah, well, that's like high caffeinated drinks, such like Red Bull, that gives you wings. The description tells you you can get your buzz.
They actually took those off. It's
Did they?
Yep, and actually all their packaging for Red Bull is straight. The color is yellow. They have Red Bull and the flavor, and that's it. They have nothing. They got the bowl on the side. There's no fancy packaging for any of that stuff. Even Monster and even Rockstar. Rockstar is just a star. They're not allowed to do any. But there's also no age limit on those. I got 6 and 7 and 8-year-old and 10-year-olds.
Well, that's what I was gonna get to as well, is the fact that it is available to anybody to buy. I don't know if there's no age restriction like you said on them.
But I will tell them no to a whipping cream can. Like, the whipping cream cans. I will not sell those to anybody without a parent known under the age of 19. And that's my personal choice because I know what other kids use it for. We had an alert from the school so that they found a whole bunch of them in the schoolyards because they use them for whippets because that's what they can do. They can get high off the first of a whipping cream can. So these kids are buying multiple whipping cream cans and they go and they're getting like a crack high out of this fucking nitro or whatever it is, the gas in the whipping cream cans. So I will not sell a can of whipping cream to any child without a fucking note from their parents. And I don't care. You can come.
Wow, I haven't. This is new to me. So, like, is it only like the first time that you use it that you get that, or is that until all the you have to spray it, and then pour it back?
Like it's not a lot. Like you have that's why they're finding several cans all lined up with because the kids aren't eating the whipping cream. They're just it's
just sucking the gas out of it.
Yeah. And then the multiple, and these are elementary school yards and elementary school kids' closets. Like I said, we had a 13-year-old die of a drug overdose last week in this town. Fentanyl fucking overdose, 13 fucking years old.
How old? So what was the overdose?
Fentanyl.
Oh.
And they're saying it was in a lace joint at the skate park.
Oh, that's interesting. The lace joint. Let's hope it's not. Yeah.
Right. The 13-year-old. So
Like, yeah.
yeah, it's heartbreaking. This shit that's going on, and they want to put restrictions on kids being able to get access to cannabis. They're getting access, and then they're fucking. If that's the case,
Well, you know,
they get access on the illegal black side of things, and they're getting it, and
they always have. We've always had high numbers of kids accessing cannabis,
right,
and they'll continue to do so.
yeah,
So,
right, yeah.
yeah.
It's
Yeah.
just it's heartbreaking, but yeah.
So, all right. I see it's that time again. Time for us to take another break. And where am I? And we will be back in, I don't know, 3 minutes. 3 minutes and 17 seconds. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. Live here on paceradio.net.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adopts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
Pace Radio is the people advocating cannabis education radio network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyendinaga.
We have two lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're watching the Pace Radio Show, and we're live here at paceradio.net. And right now, we're in the process of continuing our talk about the grow up. I kept calling it grow up. I always thought it was grow up, but
I think it was supposed to be grow up, but they probably can't use that because, so grow up was probably what they had to use instead of grow up.
Yeah, because like if you cut the top off of an O, it looks like a U, right?
Yeah,
so
grow up.
Yeah, grow up and grow up can almost sound the same. Depending on
cannabis venue that you might not be able to use because it's cannabis. If using grow up might not have been an option, so grow up might have been their way to get in there. So like corporate,
Yeah.
what the fuck was actually going on, because the guy that, you know, runs the hotel was probably cool with it, but corporate might not be. And there's still stigma around that. And that's the unfortunate thing. Like again, because of the non-advertising, that might not be so much, you know, the government saying me. The government's tiptoeing around the fact that there's still lots of people that aren't happy about legalization.
Yeah.
There are still lots of people with lots of money that, you know, that don't like legalization.
yeah.
Growers that don't like legalization. There are lots of people that don't like legalization.
Sure
right?
are. Yeah,
So
that's right.
you have. That's where I'm at. I just think that they kind of have to still pussyfoot around.
Well, I look at it as, you know, it's all cannabis law reform before cannabis was legalized and afterwards.
Right.
There's still lots of things that need to be fixed. Talking about things to be fixed, a person who I ran into, but I didn't interview on the show, but I did get to talk to, and that was Genoa Cavan. She looks after Normal Canada.
Oh, Genoa.
Genoa, and she was past guest on our show, so we had a talk, got an update on the Normal petition that was going to the government. They were required 500 signatures in order to be able to submit it.
Yeah.
And they submitted it with somewhere around about 3,500 signatures when it went in. So it was 7 times larger than what was required.
I know that's still really shitty numbers, 3,500.
Well, I know that she was hoping. I know they after they reached the 500, she thought it'd be nice to be submitted with 5,000. But they were getting names added to it right up until, you know, not to the very end. But she said that the last few days it went pretty quiet. But
No, it's super unfortunate because they said statistically said that there was 45,000 licensed cannabis patients in Canada.
Yeah, but
So
those numbers have gone down.
And we had to do that, you know, 5.1, 5.2 question. And when they come back and said that only 600 people responded to that survey,
Oh, yeah.
45,000 patients, that's like a slap in the fucking face to every one of us that has fought so hard to get you that cocksucking license that you got.
I know, I couldn't believe how low those numbers were.
Like, seriously, like, what is it? 600 people that you and I talk to on a regular basis that are in our community are the only people who can be bothered to help everybody else? Like, where are the people when we need them? That's my question. Like, where is everybody?
And there's so many more people that are involved in the cannabis end of things now because of legalization. But I you know, they probably don't come at it as a patient point of view as we do, because that's what we've been fighting for. And
there are some licensed producers that will not touch medical at all. They're strictly
yeah. Oh yeah.
Right? Yeah. There are some licensed producers that, you know, are with medical. I'm not even sure which ones. I think Broken Coast still, Tilray, Tweed, but they're also in the recreational market.
Oh yeah. There are some that are just strictly medical, but yeah, there are few and far between.
I just had to go to the store today and buy some more, and I bought this is the Loud Plug.
Oh yeah. I've had a joint of that. Friend of mine.
This one is Venom OG, and it is 33.2% THC.
Interesting.
I'm
I got one for you too. It's coming up. It's coming. I'm almost there. Okay. Now, as I mentioned, there was a lot of people there, and there was people who I see here and there at different events, and you know, talk to them and have a few words and make my way along. And then there was some people that in the vendors that I saw, and people who I had actually done business with, who I hadn't seen or talked to in quite a while, a couple of years. I use Alias LED lights. Yeah. For the 3rd year in a row, top lighting award for
And
this.
have their prices come down, and they're
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I haven't got a clue. I haven't been to the website, but I did get to talk to them about obviously their products. I talked to them about my experience with their lighting and why I bought them.
Are they selling to the big producers? Like, are they?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They are. They're selling to the big producers, and they're selling to you and me.
So they're selling to everybody.
Selling to
But
everybody.
it's
Correct.
interesting that the big producers are using LEDs as well, which would save on electricity costs. Let's be fair.
Yeah. And it does reduce heat. I'm not saying they're heat free, but there is a reduction in heat for sure.
Huge. Well, I feel like I said, even with those stupid little LED boxes that I use, there's zero heat coming out of them things.
Yeah.
Out of those ones, anyway.
Like you touch the ballast. It's not stone cold, but it's not. It's not something where you have to worry about getting burned either.
No, like it's like
Yeah.
you just put your hand and leave it on. It's not even like touching a burner.
Yeah.
Like it's warm, like like any other electronic. You're like, that's
Right.
why.
Yeah. So I got to talk to Ryan and Landon, the owners of Alias. They are located right here in Ontario.
Right.
The products are all assembled in Sudbury, and which was so it was good. I was glad to be able to see them and see some of the new products. Like like I'm so big lights. There's like 4 or 5 different rails on them. Whereas this new one was more, they were a grow light, and it was like a fluorescent light, but it was LED. It was enclosed, so it was protected from any humid conditions, and it was an LED light. So a very, very productive light, he said. And then who else did I get to talk to while I was doing that? This company right here. This is somebody I'd never dealt with before. And
Odorless cannabis. Wow. Interesting. So that means there's no terpenes in it at all, or what?
well, you know what? I thought to myself, did I ask him that question? Because I know that I asked it before. Like when I saw it, like when the first segment, what we did is we walked around, like I said, and looked at things, and I saw the booth and the big sign, Odorless Cannabis, and that was what I questioned when I was talking to Al as we did the walk around. Like, is this thing terpene free? What's going on? And
no smell, no flavor. Like odorless means no taste, no smell.
well, that's what I'm thinking too. And what I did get, like 8 years of research that they've been researching this, and it is a pharmaceutical corporation, and they're in Brampton. I've just got their notification that went out in the business type thing. Now they say here on the package that, because this is a sample package, they say that pre-rolls are available in 5 or half grams, right? 5 to 10 packs, 30% plus THC levels. So on their notification that they sent out, their press release is the word I'm looking for. They say it's testing one of the industry's most potent cannabis strains at 41%. Lab tested cannabinoid count of 40.59%. Okay. Oh, cannabinoid count at 41. For that THC rating is 35. So it's, yeah.
But what's the terpene?
That's what I'm looking for. They use something called Pure Can technology. It's created with the Pure Can Camco's priority odorless cannabis technology. There is a picture of the certificate of analysis, just anybody's wondering.
They're using ionizers. They're taking ionizers, using it in a room, making it so that it's smellless fucking weed. We did that a long time ago, suckers. It's called ionizers.
Okay. I'm just trying to skip through here, and I'm not seeing I'm looking for the word terpenes. Okay, and I'm not seeing. I didn't see anything in this release about terpenes, and
smokeless.
I'm looking into another web page, but there is advantages to this, and I did talk to him about this, and there is still smoke.
Okay,
it's not smokeless; it's just odorless, and the suggestion is that it would help, for example, in places like condominiums and apartments.
Yeah, driving your car.
Yeah, driving your car. I never thought about that one. Yeah, they have some technology. I'm trying to see if they can find anything. Okay. So the smell.
That's the way to fuck up a dog, drug sniffing dog.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I would think that would be a problem.
Like I said, like, where are you gonna smoke this shit? Oh, in a condo that you can't smoke weed. How about in your car? So was everybody drive around?
So there's no telltale cannabis odor when it's smoked. It doesn't stick to your clothes and doesn't disturb your neighbors. So you got your car calm. They don't mention anything with the car. They say there's a reduced harshness and your favorite strains. Retains its properties as full spectrum flower. No chemicals or additives. It's exclusive technology to this company. I'm just still reading this, still glancing through this, looking for. Oh, okay, here you go. Pure Scent. This is the technology that they're using. Read that. The process. No, it's natural process. No chemicals are used. It's non-GMO. It's earth-friendly, GMP compliant. Yeah, they're not getting into explaining what it is. What the actual technology is. That's why I'm not seeing it yet. Maybe it's somewhere in here.
I'm not gonna tell you.
I'm just not.
I'm not gonna tell you what to do.
No, okay. It's their technology, but there are advantages to it. But is it GMO?
I'm not understanding. Like, if it's all natural process, which is fine, I'm saying it's probably an air tiger, like the ionizers that we used to get the smell out of everywhere, right? You ever use one of them?
No, but I know of them.
Okay, well, you've heard about the ionizers, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
so,
I have in the past.
Right. So again, that'll take the smell out of your whole house. You run a few of them. If you lay your cannabis out while you're drying and curing it, that will also take the smell right out of the cannabis. I can't remember what it smelled like.
Would it not smell hay?
I can't remember. To be fair, we're talking like in the 90s. I can't remember, Al, to be honest. I can't remember. That's what I'm trying to remember. I can't remember if the pot stunk when we smoked it. I think it still did. It still had a smell when we smoked it. So probably wouldn't be that. So are they offering different strains? Is it something that you stuff it?
Yeah, from what I'm seeing there, they offer different strains. So I don't know. I did a search on something called Pure Scent, and I'm getting scented candles and things like that in my search. But yeah, I'll let you know how it is. I don't know how many are in here, but I'll find out and I can report back on that. I'll let you know how.
If it doesn't smell.
Yeah, let you know how it smelled, how it was. What's
It
that?
doesn't smell when you smoke it in your house. There's the smoke that you don't want in the house.
You still smoke, correct? So I'm not going to be smoking it in the house.
Right. That's what you know what I mean? Like, just because it doesn't smell, it still smokes. You still wouldn't want to be smoking it in a place that's non.
Well, yeah, would you? Okay, I can see you get rid of your cannabis smell, but would you get rid of the smell of the smoke?
Well, vape doesn't
So
smell.
would there still be smell of like a smoky smell?
That's what I'm wondering about.
Yeah.
Because with a vape, it doesn't.
Could you consume it in a room and then leave and come back in 15 minutes and you wouldn't be able to smell it according to the name of it?
Right? It doesn't stick to your clothes or.
Yeah.
So that means you could just put it out, walk away from wherever, and the stuff's not going to cling to you because usually it's a smoke
Right.
to you, right?
They told me, and they say there in their promo that it doesn't stick to your clothes. There's no smell to stick to your clothes. Which was an issue when you didn't want anybody when you don't want anybody to know you're smoking. That's always an issue,
right? But it usually stinks your fingers up and everything. Like, so I can tell who's been smoking. When they come into the store, as soon as they hit the door, it's like, oh, you got some good weed. I never say anything, but it's like, because I don't like. I mean, I used to take my vape pen with me, but right now I'm in the position where we can't afford free lunch, so I can't afford anything. I'm thankful that I got the cannabis that you gifted me, or I'd be like, that's like I can't afford a tip right now. I got one shot at that for this week, and that's it. I got an ounce, and that's gonna last me till who knows when. But yeah.
Okay. Let's see. I've got two things, two quick things to bring up. Got a message is number one, and this one comes from Herman. Herman says, "Love you guys."
Aw, thanks.
Thank you, Herman. Thank you for the kind words.
Yeah.
And thanks for tuning in and watching the broadcast. We've always appreciate people watching the broadcast. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, and getting a little bit of chuckle, everyone's
as well as a shout out to a fellow by the name of, I hope I get this right, Mike McNeely, I believe was his last name, McNeely. He came, I met him at the Can Expo. He stopped quickly by the booth where I was at. And then on Tuesday, I had an opportunity to spend some time with him.
Nice.
Yeah, I probably talked to him for like 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Yeah, it was during the Tommy Tong interview. We were sitting right beside the stage. Yeah. And he thanked me for everything that we do here on the network. He loves our programming, everything that the shows that we do throughout the week, and he tunes in all the time. So I thought I'd make sure that I brought his name up, and
if you're watching, or if you're going to watch this in the future, we appreciate you.
Yeah. And it was good. It was good talking to him, and I recognized him. But I said to him, I know I've talked to you before. I'm trying to think where. And then I had another fella. I was standing in line to get into Grow Up, and Matt Jerome. He says, yeah, he's a past guest here on the show.
I was gonna say this sounds familiar.
Yeah, and he's doing some writing for Fat Nugs magazine out of the US, as well. He's got his own consulting business. So he said, "Hi, Al," and I looked at him. He says, "I'm a past guest on your show," and he had his hat on, business hat on. So I looked at his hat, right? And he says, "I'm Matt." And I said, "Oh, okay. Yeah, I know who you are." And so yeah, we had a great big talk, and at the same time, a fellow from the U.S. who was there, he got involved in the conversation, and he showed us his this case that he had that had all different hardware and stuff that you needed for your dabs, like your rigs and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Okay. And two others that I wanted to mention in this. I'm just looking for the other person's card, which I'm not.
Actually, that's so funny because when we went to, I can't remember if it was. I think it was not Harvest Fest, medicinal, Prairie Medicinal Cup, and all the guys had their suitcases with all their dabs and their rigs and all the different kinds of stuff in their little thing. And they ripped them open, and it's like.
This is like it was like a little briefcase.
Yep.
Had everything in it.
Everything. Yeah.
Okay. Also,
wireless, like no batteries required, kind of stuff.
I did an interview with a company called MJ Supply Company Limited,
interesting.
and that is because of their new. They had a sign, like anybody who won an award had a sign.
Oh, nice.
And these guys had the sign for the best new product, and it was called the Dab X. And it was something that there was no waste in your dab. No waste. If some people, like, there's a collection area and stuff like that. There was also a spot that you collected all your stuff, and then you could turn around, and use it in your edibles. There was some recycling thing to deal with it. Unfortunately, I talked to so many people, I can't remember every single thing that I
had time to even defrag and sit down. And
what I'm going to have to do is take these interviews that I did and cut them down into smaller segments. And then I'll release them that way. And last company I want to shout out to, and that is, I'm gonna mess this up. Okay, Echidna. What it is it's anteater. It means it's an anteater, and I don't know. Can you see this little guy right here?
Little anteater, yeah.
Little anteater in my hand. I got him by the nose. Okay.
What is it? What is it used for?
Well, that's their symbol, and that's their name, and what they are is a THC testing product that you get. So they had a table set up outside in the lounge, and you could take your product over. And they would show you how it's all done. Put your stuff in a solution, shake it up. It goes on to some other thing, spinning thing, and then it gets put into on a small little machine with some pickup put into it, and it analyzes your product. And so I had a strain tested because it was free demo, and I just gave him a joint because I pre-roll everything. So I gave him a joint. He just tore the joint apart and had enough and did the test. And it came out to, they did total THC, and then they did a estimated THC delta 9, what it would be. So the THCA came out at almost 24%. And then the other figure, the estimated figure, I'm just looking for the picture. I took a picture of it. There it is. Okay. Total THCA was 23.12%, and the THC converted to THC calculated results was 20.28%.
Nice. That's awesome.
Yeah. So that was a strain I never had tested before, so I couldn't compare it to anything.
Right.
And I told them I would come back and I would get another strain tested because I was carrying 2 strains of cannabis with me. And I have past test results of that done in the lab done at Legacy 420 twice, and it's been done. It was done through Steep Hill Labs back in 2011, and then I've had Legacy do it since then. So I wanted these guys to do it, and I said I'd be back, and I went back, and I couldn't get in.
What?
And because they had the lounge closed for a VIP, I don't know, maybe I don't know how long for, but it was a VIP session for VIP only because Tommy Chong was in the lounge.
Oh shit.
So that was part of the VIP ticket. You know, that's part of your bonuses, right?
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
You're frozen again.
Oh, so are you. Your finger's in your eye.
I know. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell happens here. I know it's my computer. It is.
Yeah, yeah. Now I got a comment from Alexis Fox on LinkedIn. It's not showing up here on my screen to the right. And it says, "Hi guys, I made it." She says, "These are great numbers." Yeah. I don't know. I'll have to read into it further. So what else offhand on that? So yeah, they tested my stuff right there, and you know, like I mentioned, I couldn't get in on the second one. So yeah, that's thing. So I'll just take some down to Legacy 420 and have them test.
For sure.
Yeah, because they do testing down there, and it's a lab. So
well, it's funny because the girl that I had on, and remember we were talking on my last show.
Yeah.
Apparently, the person, this Dr. Bill, has been speaking to Legacy 420 about them doing some testing for him too. So.
Oh well, they have a lab. Yeah, they have a full lab, like this is the same equipment type thing that Health Canada has.
Well, I told her that they couldn't be getting into a collaboration with anybody better, honestly.
Yeah. And you know, all the the terpenes, all that stuff. I took some product down for a friend of mine, and they tested the terpenes and THC and CBD and all that as well. And talking about said friend, we neither one of us knew we were going to the Grow Up conference, so we were quite surprised when we ran into each other.
Oh wow, that's funny.
Yeah, he's the fellow who does the voice tracks here on the network for you're listening to you're listening to Pace Radio Show, but he does Pace Radio is people advocating cannabis education and so forth. He does all that, so it was funny. He was there, and so I spent some time with him during the second segment, and then I spent time with him on his Instagram account, Mr. Squishy 705.
Right.
And we spent some time with him, talking to him there, and his viewers as well.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, that's a nice thing about, a lot of times when you go to these events, whether you're planning on seeing people, whether, they're just there, right?
Yeah. Some people are just there. They just go there, good time, hanging around with people and seeing others. And this is the first time that the Grow Up was in Toronto. They've never been in Toronto before.
See, I think this is it's kind of good, because before we'd be lucky if we got one cannabis event a year, maybe two, a couple cups maybe on the way, the Great Glass Gathering or 420, but nothing but these big events are happening more and more, and it does help with the stigma. No matter much as we don't like legalization in some aspects, there are some really good aspects to it. And, us in British Columbia now that are taking the brunt of this decriminalization being pulled back from the government, if it would have been done in the same manner, my question is, where would they have gotten the safe supply? But they could have started manufacturing or doing something to get it so that there was safe supply when they actually decriminalized or legalized hard drugs. So there wasn't the ability for people to still be being poisoned.
It wasn't running. It wasn't up and running off the ground properly when it got started.
They put the horse before the car, or the cart before the horse.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? There are things that should have been done prior to just taking the law off and saying, here, full reign, go ahead, Buck. Because we've got people doing it in public. It's pretty bad. Cranbrook's like a small community. But you know,
Yeah.
when you go to taco time and you got somebody, you know, peeing out in front of our store, which has happened, peeing out in front of the, you know, cannabis store, smoking crack was at the taco time, like, you know what I mean? That's bad.
Yeah, you know, some people could, you know, maybe what you're saying is, and others would be saying is, you know, we're fully supportive of the program, but we want the government looks at it as, or the provincial government looks at it as, we don't want them
We don't want them doing
it in public.
But they should then have safe consumption sites, right?
Correct.
So in hindsight, if they would have decriminalized, legalized market where they could have access to safe drugs, no matter what it is, their drug of choice, they had to go into a store like, you know, a mushroom store, a cannabis store, a crack store, whatever store it is, right? Behind whatever glass, whatever you need to do, whether it's through a prescription, through a pharmacy, whatever, right? And had that lined up, and then had safe consumption sites and housing for these people to be using at, or group home, whatever the case scenario, with some, you know, I don't even know the whole.
Yeah, well,
There are hotels like Cecil Hotel downtown Vancouver where they're allowed to use. There are actually nursing staff and everything on site, right? So if anybody overdoses, they can get to them and try and reduce that, right?
Now,
So,
two examples in my area that I think would reflect good on that is what Belleville is trying to do, setting up a facility there to deal with their opioid situation. And then in Peterborough, they've set up a community to help with the housing. And it's, you know, basically people are living in units maybe a little bit bigger than a sea can, or about approximately that size.
Yep.
And they were in a safe community. Like they're, you know, they are enclosed, and there is paramedics or whatever, you know, accessible, and each person has their own living quarters. It does cost money.
There's that fellow in Ontario that did that little tiny housing, 92 housing, small homes, or whatever. Right? Amazing, right? And I've often thought, I think you and I've discussed this, where you take like, you know, like old oil can or oil field camps, right, where they have bathrooms inside the, you know, the rooms and stuff, and they were like because let's face it, not to be disrespectful, but addicts have a tendency to be very unclean, unhygienic, and irresponsible and dangerous. So you don't want to put them somewhere they can burn the place down, burn themselves, harm themselves. Somewhere safe, right? So you'd have to have a place where there was a bathroom, so much, and maybe a communal kitchen, so that everybody was able to be supervised while they're cooking. Like, you know what I mean? Like, not just like them, let alone an apartment with a stove and, you know, a bunch of things. Depending on the level of addiction they're into, though, right? Like there's people that are quite functional. You can take care of a place. They, you know, they're you can't cookie cut the situation for anybody.
Yeah, and you know, getting access to healthcare.
And healthcare, healthcare, right?
And the thing is you can't. We tried. The government's tried for years to arrest their way out of this, and it didn't work.
Well, you know that Stephen Harper did the mandatory minimums, right? And now we're looking at private jails, because in Alberta, Danielle Smith wants to put addicts in jail, right? So they're going to start doing this mandatory minimum, whatever. Yeah, and they'll private prisons is our fear. Why we have to get rid of these people as quickly as we possibly can and vote them out, and never allow conservatives to be voted in again. We are so close to fascism in this country. It's unfortunate. Anyway.
All righty. That's it. We've got our hour and a half plus in. We always seem to come up with some stuff to talk about. We'll have a guest. Guests are coming. They're not. We haven't cut out guests by any means.
I got a guest for Monday. I'm actually interviewing a legal bud tender, Sammy Montrez.
Oh yeah, I saw your post. Saw your post. Correct.
And then, like I said, I had Carmela on last week, so I've had, you know, and she was local, lives here in Cranbrook. And then Sammy lives out in Ontario. She's a friend of mine's daughter, and she works in a legal cannabis store. So she's going to come on and give us a little information about what goes on in there.
Good. All right. Other than that, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Thanks to our sponsors, Legacy420.com, Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, as well as Limestone City Hydroponics.ca. And big shout out to them before we go. They sent me a gift package.
Nice.
Yes, and it comes with some matting material, some hemp matting material for me to put the seeds on for microgreens, because I'm, cholesterol now. Microgreens are good. Greens are good. To
Yeah.
help with. So,
Greens on your Crohn's though.
pardon me, the microgreens so far, I haven't had any problems with them.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
Yeah.
'Cause I can't do a lot of green vegetables. Like it just kind of runs right through me.
Yeah. Okay. And then they sent me a bunch of different seeds, assorted seeds, for me to grow, things that I haven't tried yet, as well as a book, a microgreen book on how to grow microgreens.
And how many different types of microgreens are there?
Oh, I haven't got a clue. Lots. I want to find some leeks. I gotta get some leeks. And get those microgrowns. I grow them outside in the garden. We planted our garden last weekend.
Right.
And got some leeks in there. So I like to find some microgrown leeks. I understand that they are available. So,
nice.
yeah. So yeah, big shout out to Limestone City Hydroponics. Thanks again for the fantastic gift, and we look forward to many, many green harvests, I guess is what you could call them. And other than that, thanks to everybody for tuning into the program, and we will see you all next week. And good night. Bye-bye.
Good night.
Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education. You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie,
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where weed,
we
tote cannabis
talk.
from both sides.
Is that even possible?
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name's Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane also goes by the name the doobie.
You've been consuming already?
I have. I might have doubled up before I came in.
Well, it's a big show. Coming up on today's show is another high five list.
Followed by our word of the week.
And our special guest, Val from Shatterizer.
Which I'm super excited about.
As you should. You're sporting the hat and everything.
I am. I had to rock the gear.
My one goal on this episode is to somehow convince Val to get me a hat. Because you've got like 8 of them, and you won't give any of them up.
Well, you see, I have one of every color. Except for one very special hat, the gray and the red, which was like limited edition. And I did give that one to producer Eric.
Oh, but I
you don't have one.
But I don't get one.
No.
I'm gonna have to actually ask Val when she comes on about maybe a special edition hat for the newbie. I would like to have orange and teal.
Okay.
I would like a teal hat with an orange brim. I've always loved that color. Or a black and pink. Do they have a pink and black? The pink and black attack? That was my beach volleyball.
That's funny. No, They don't. They do have a teal and white, which is really beautiful.
Yeah, it might be beautiful. Not what I'm looking for. So when
you can put in that.
Yeah, I'm going to put in those 2 orders. But
black and pink would be really hot.
Like just one made. Oh yeah, you should have seen me during my beach volleyball days. Not only on an awesome body, but I had a pink net, pink and black ball. I even wore pink underneath the eyes for the sunblock.
Well, you know, it's still kind of warm. We could go to the beach.
All right.
Okay, I'm excited.
All right, show is over. Beach time
not
it
right
is.
now.
Not right now. You know where we were going to go, but there's so much stuff going on right now, and with travel restrictions and just certain things coming up.
With things being up in the air.
Which is things
we didn't want to be up in the air.
Up in the air. Hempfest, Calgary.
Yes.
Is coming up this upcoming weekend.
Yes.
You were super pumped. I didn't know much about it, but
so I was excited because I had heard. I'm not sure. I probably should have done a little bit more research, but I heard they were going to have on-site consumption, which I mean makes sense because what is it? 70% outdoors.
Yeah, they said they've got it's 70% outdoors, 30% indoors. So obviously that consumption rule is good. I've always thought you've often talked though about how many cannabis events you can't consume at the event per se, and that's always been very confusing to me. That would be like, going to a bar and they're saying, but you can't drink inside, but you can go outside and have a drink.
Well, no, it would be like going to a cigar show, but there would be no cigars on site.
Yeah.
But there have been...
Or going to a nudist conference and not being able, but having to wear clothes.
Having to wear clothes.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Well, there have been some events where I think 7 Acres used to put say for example, like Karma Cup.
Right.
7 Acres would come and put a booth, and you would be able to consume there.
Mm-hmm.
However, Karma Cup was not a legally run event. However, 7 Acres is an LP. They're a legal company. So, the lines and, everybody's trying to work with each other, and we're all trying to create a space where we can coexist. Okay. And with the legal legislation, the rules, the regulations, it kind of makes certain things difficult to do.
Right.
So kudos to them if they're actually able to have an event where you can consume, because I've told you too many times, you go there and you see jars, but there's no cannabis. It's like moss.
Yeah.
I think that was Lyft, and I was like, why would you come on.
Well, HempFest Calgary is coming up this weekend, September 10th and 11th, at Canada Olympic Park, Winsport, both on the Friday and the Saturday. It's 12 to 8 p.m.
Yeah.
They do say, though, that there's still refund policies, but the tickets are limited and they're scheduling because there's obviously still a lot of restriction problems going on. So go on to the website, hempfestcanada.com, and see if your tickets are still available. But it should be an amazing event. We kind of wish we were going.
Yes,
maybe next
if
year.
you're in the area, get down there. Like, no excuse.
Absolutely.
They're following, it says right there, they're following all COVID protocols, which is why it's limited tickets. So get yours today.
All right, HempFest Calgary. Today is Grateful Patient Day, which also connects to our guest that will be coming in shortly, Val from Shatterizer. You, as a medical consumer, are a grateful patient.
I am a patient.
Yeah, to not just the
that kind of sounds
doctors.
bad.
I'm a patient.
I'm a patient.
Sounds like you're
Like
saying you're impatient.
I'll never admit that.
All right.
I have patience for everything except waiting.
Deep stoner thought for the day.
Yeah.
Think about that one, folks. Hey, but here, okay, if you were to say, I don't like doctors. I can't remember the last time I was at a doctor. Some people may be like, Timmy, go to the doctor.
Yeah.
I don't think I've been to the doctor in, I know I don't have a house doctor anymore, like my own doctor.
Yep.
I think my doctor retired a while ago.
You mean like a family doctor?
I've been to a walk-in clinic.
Yep.
But to actually go to a doctor for like to
get a physical.
To get a physical or something like that, it's been, I don't know, 10. I'm basically like a machine though. Like
you're fairly healthy. Like you don't really need to go to a doctor.
Killing it here, rocking it.
You eat well, you sleep well, you exercise.
Yeah, I'm one of those people that some people think it's the maintenance route, go in, just kind of maintain, and I think I do well maintaining. I might be wrong. This might be my last podcast. I might be, everything might collapse in a day or two. But as of right now, I don't pursue it. But however, that being said, what would you say, though, if you were to sum up being a grateful patient, as in terms of your medicinal cannabis use? How would you sum up your gratefulness? What are you grateful for? How would you kind of describe Mary Jane Baker as a grateful patient?
Okay, so I'm grateful that I get relief from cannabis for a multitude of things, whether it's anxiety, my IBS, which is triggered by anxiety,
right,
or stress, or sometimes food, depending on how poorly I eat, which, I'm like... The question is, why do people eat things they know are going to upset their stomach if they know it's going to upset their stomach? But, I'm sorry.
We are gluttons for punishment, pun intended. But ching, thank you.
It's all dairy. Most of my problem is dairy. But what tastes good? Chocolate, cheese, yogurt, ice cream.
Right.
And 9 times out of 10, if you go to a restaurant and order anything...
So all of this leads into causing these other problems,
yes,
which cannabis helps you with.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm just grateful that I have something that's available to me that I can consume, whether it be through edibles or tincture or flower.
Yep.
So that way I can... Sorry, I was waiting for you to stop me and go,
I know the list.
5 forms.
Concentrates and extracts, and as well as topicals. Thank you very much.
Exactly.
Timmy is learning.
And this is why I am extremely grateful for the product that was created by this product here, Shatterizer.
Yep.
I'm so grateful for this because there have been times that... Because I mainly consume flower in a joint.
Mm-hmm.
I roll a joint. I find it's the quickest. I think it's a little bit social because I enjoy the act of smoking as well. And, most of the time I'll grab my phone and I'll chat with the girls.
Yep.
So it's a social thing. However...
Yeah, no, usually when you're smoking, it's almost always attached to as soon as you do that. But it's not just it's not just social with that. It's like, that's when we'll sit down to even watch a show. But it's like stuff that you're doing with someone else, or you're talking to someone else. So I can see that.
There is a social aspect as much as there is a medicinal aspect. But there have been times that I feel extremely ill, where the point, like, the only way I can get myself to stop feeling ill is to lay in bed and breathe very, very shallowly. And I go into this like hypnotic state, and my body shuts down and I sleep. I just sleep. But if I can't get myself to relax without the cannabis, I can't even roll a joint sometimes, and I cannot smoke a bong because it makes me hack way too much.
Right.
And that's why I'm extremely grateful for the Shatterizer. I leave it preloaded, charged, handy, so that way I know that I can push that button for 3 to 5 seconds, because I got baby lungs. I hack a lot, and like I couldn't even use a dab rig. That would be too intense.
I feel like right now we should be like Shatterizer, brought to you by
by the Newbie and the Doobie.
No, it's not brought to
the
us
Newbie
by
and the
us.
Doobie brought
the
to you by
Newbie and
Shatterizer.
Doobie brought to you by Shatterizer.
Yes.
All right, so I think we just officially asked Shatterizer to please sponsor this program.
I thought you said to please us. They've already pleased me.
Well, Val would please me with a
hat.
Teal and orange Shatterizer
a black
hat,
and pink,
or a black and pink one.
Okay.
You're leaning black pink.
I don't know, because red. They're red.
We'll get her opinion on that one. All right, so let's get into our high five list and our word of the week quickly. Bring in Val from Shatterizer. Connecting this whole grateful patient thing, I was thinking, I'm like, you know what, Timmy, you hate the doctor, you don't like going, you're not very grateful for doctors in general. But then I thought about it. What I was going to do today was I was going to, on today's high five list, Timmy's top 5 medical moments. So times where I did need a doctor. Okay. So this doesn't include things. I've never been in there for anything really like I have never had surgery.
No stitches.
I've never had stitches.
No broken limbs.
No, nothing broken. And I'm a diver and a slider in baseball. I always told people one day, because it was a very real possibility, if I was going to die, which I probably won't, I feel immortal. If I was going to die, it would be running for a ball in center field, diving for that ball, crushing my head against the fence, catching the ball, lying there unmoving, people coming out going, he got the ball, it's a winner, but I'm dead. And it'd be like, that's how I wanted to go. Anyways, the point is that I played hard and often got damaged, but nothing to that extreme.
Nothing serious. I feel like I need to like, because I also, as many times as I might have been in the hospital, the only, like, I've never, no cast. The only stitches I ever had was through self-induced surgery. And not like I did it myself, but like I insisted the doctor do that surgery.
Oh, okay, because one day I amputated my leg and put it back on just for fun on a Saturday.
Was that while you were human or afterwards?
I don't think we can talk about that.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. So my high five, so it doesn't include the time where I was training for a marathon and I almost blew my knee out.
Okay.
It doesn't include the time where I was rounding second going in for a triple, which should have only been a single, and my quad ripped. It has nothing to, because neither of those times did I go to the doctor.
Okay.
So this is Timmy's high five top medical experiences where a doctor was included. Okay. All right. Number 5 was the mole on my neck got removed. It was a mole. Could have been, might have had the possibility to be cancerous. And this was the very first time I had ever gotten a local anesthetic. And I could feel, like, not a spoiler alert, disclaimer, if you get squeamish about doctor stuff, this might be a time to maybe fast forward a little bit, because I get squeamish, which is actually going to come up in one of these things.
Where's my fast forward button?
You can't. You got to sit here and listen. No. Okay. So they were scraping at it, right? And I could hear the scraping. Can you hear that?
No, stop.
But I couldn't feel it. It was the most weird thing in the world. I was just like, and I'm just like, man, like this is like high tech stuff. Like maybe we did go to the moon. I'm not saying we did. I'm just saying with that sort of technology.
So did anybody ever like point at you and go, moly, moly, moly? No.
No. I don't know why they would. Please don't tell me it's a movie reference that I missed. So actually, there's a little scar Maybe it was over here. Anyways, so that was it. So that was number 5, is I got a mole removed and I didn't feel it. It was like an out-of-body experience. The second thing was my wrist. I slid into second base one time and I jammed my wrist. It went really bad. Nothing broken. And I was like, I don't want to go to the doctor though. It was all swelling up, because I knew that if it was broken, it was that bad. I'd felt sprains and bruises but it was that bad that I thought maybe it was broken. But at that time I had collected, and I have a picture, maybe I'll post this online. I had collected about 8 Great Wolf Lodge bracelets, all different colors, and I just kept leaving them on. So every time I went to Great Wolf Lodge, people would see how many times we had been. We've been to Great Wolf Lodge like 22 times over like a 4-week period. We were like, we were VIPs, anyways.
They were like the ones
like
you're
the
supposed
water park
to tear off.
Yeah, the water park ones. Yeah. So
how long was the first one on there for?
Okay, don't worry about that. That's not part of the story. The point is, it was like
this whole list is gross.
This was iconic, and I was like, I'd much rather keep these on than fix my broken wrist. But it was so bad. I went in, they X-rayed it, or they said we can't X-ray it to find out unless we cut the bracelets off. And I'm like, but wait a minute. So
they can go through your skin.
Yeah, they can apparently they could see us now through the studio from space, but apparently they can't. So I'm like, well,
some magic bracelets.
I actually debated not getting the X-ray because I wanted these bracelets that I'd been building for who knows how long. And eventually I was like, you know what, Timmy, cut the bracelets. So I kept the bracelets. Turned out it was just a sprain. I was so mad. Anyways, number 3 on my list of my top 5 medical experiences. One day I did go in for a medical thing years ago, and they took my blood. Oh my goodness. Look, I can't even sit with my wrists up on the table because if I see the veins, or if I feel like a pulse, like in school when they would say, take your pulse, I would always put my hand here, and then they'd go down the line and say, what was your pulse number? And I would just give because I was quick at math, I would give the average number based on the 3 people that said numbers before me. That could have meant I was very unhealthy. I don't know. It wasn't wise, but I didn't even touch my so I don't like that. So they take the blood out of me. And I'm like, okay, that wasn't so bad. And then the doctor was like, so do you want to lie down? And I'm like, no, I'm okay. And he said, I think you should lie down. And I was
funny because you can't see yourself.
And I went down, and he literally had to grab me by my belt and lie me down. And I felt so sick. But I remember that because I was just like, and now I know I don't want to ever get a blood test again. Like they stuck it. Anyway, so I fainted. I literally fainted. Number 2 on my list of top medical moments was when I had weed. I had weed. ED.
Okay, I was going to say because I don't remember us ever going to the doctors.
Now, we had a conversation. For those of you who don't know, ED. Erectile dysfunction. Now, we had this conversation. So I say, do you want to talk about that on the air? And say, yeah, I do want to talk about it on the air because this was about 3 years ago. I had never experienced anything like this before. And the reality is that most men, like really high percentage of men, have experienced or will experience due to age, health issues, stress.
When you say age, but it happens to young. It happens to young
well, no, that's what I'm
men,
saying. It could be stress, any of these things. It could be age. It could be stress. It could be consumption of chemicals, drugs, but some drugs and alcohol can cause it. But
caffeine, your diet, all of it.
All these different reasons. And when you go through it, it is something nobody likes to talk about.
Yeah.
It is scary. I was scared to death. I mean, I feel like I'm in the prime of my life, and I was like, this is not something that's enjoyable. So
some people don't even go to the doctor.
No, and I didn't want to go to the doctor, but it freaked me out. And so I was going.
It's funny. I didn't want you to go to the doctor either because I was worried they were going to prescribe something.
Life was in upheaval, and I went into a walk-in clinic. And I sat down, and this, I can't remember her name, this beautiful lady, she's like, look, I'm actually semi-retired. I can't take on any more clients. I don't want to prescribe you anything. And she pulled a piece of paper out, and she scribbled on this piece of paper, just like a doctor would. To this day, I kept the paper. I can't tell what she really wrote on it. She just started scribbling away and talking to me. And basically what she said to me was, listen, in all these diagrams, you spend way too much time and energy focusing on the needs of other people, and that eventually there's nothing left to give, and you're not spending any time on yourself. And that conversation led me, well, it wasn't it, but it was one of many things that came together that brought me to a place where I had to make a lot of really difficult decisions, life-changing decisions, hard decisions. But I realized that I was becoming unhealthy. I was falling apart.
Yeah.
And that was one of the symptoms. Is that what it's called?
Well, it's funny because you can be tired, you can take naps, you can do whatever, but as soon as you're dealing with something that's like, oh, that's important, then it pushes you into
I didn't
the
want
doctor.
to fix my broken wrist, but I wanted to figure out how to do
You're
that.
like, well, something's not right.
And it was so true. I mean, telling you. So if you're going through with it, let me just say, I hear you. It is scary. It scared me to death. But I didn't end up taking anything. No medications, no nothing.
Tell them what you did. What'd you do? Sorry, this happens a lot. He was about to say what I ended up doing.
Well, what I ended up doing was focusing on myself. I started to make some decisions in life that removed some stress, removed some. I started to re-energize myself. It was, anyways. What was broken was my soul. Let me just put it that way. And every once in a while, you need to do that. So
that was really deep. I thought you were just going to be like, I slept better, I ate better, I exercised.
I did do all those. Yeah, I changed my life. I changed my life.
But you really narrowed it down. You worked on your soul.
Yeah, I broke my soul, and I made some hard decisions that helped fix my soul. So, anyways, a little bit of personal story, but I just thought it was so cool that she wrote that down. And
I was really happy when you brought that home, and I was like, what did she prescribe? And you're like,
She drew some circles.
Yeah, she says, I need to work on me.
And finally, number one on my Timmy's top 5 medical experiences was a long time ago. I wanted to be in the circus, and so I was juggling coat hangers with my friend in my backyard.
Oh.
And one of the coat hangers, the curvy part of the coat hanger, clipped me right here. Anyways, needless to say, my time at the pursuing the circus ended, but I actually had to go to the doctor. And the reality is, true story, the doctor said that if it had been just slightly over, I could have lost my eye. So remember, folks, I am a professional, so do not try juggling coat hangers at home.
I never realized how much more we have in common.
Why, you almost lost your eye in a coat hanger
I also
accident?
wanted to run away with the circus, and I know how to juggle.
Right.
And I was shot when I was younger with a BB gun, and it went right here, and I had to get it removed. And the doctor told me 1 millimeter, one way or the other, I could have died.
And we are both here today. Cheers.
Right?
Timmy's high 5 list, my top 5 medical experiences.
That's awesome.
Let's go to Word of the Week. I know Val from Shatterizer is waiting patiently in the wings of the virtual world, and we are going to bring her in here in a minute. But let's hear your Word of the Week and continue this long line that you have been building, all these words. My mind is still spinning from some of the words you've taught me so far.
All right. Well, we're still in extracts, concentrates. So I'm sure Val will love that too, right? Being Shatterizer, yeah. So our Word of the Week is butter or batter. Or batter.
Batter.
But it's not butter.
Right. Butter.
Don't confuse it with butter. It's
butter.
2 different things. And I'll explain how they're different.
Okay.
So just like most other concentrates, it is extremely high in THC because it's a concentrated form of the flower, right?
Right.
A lot of flour, a little concentrate. So a little bit of butter. Butter. Got to make sure I do that. It's created by extracting the cannabinoids from the flower. The texture is very similar to butter, which is why they call it butter.
Okay. Yeah, I hear it.
Yeah, okay. The consistency is somewhere between wax and crumble.
Okay.
Just like wax in the production of it, it's through agitation. It's like a whipping process that's done. Once again, I just want to reiterate, do not confuse butter with butter. Do not try and bake with it in the same way you would bake with butter. It's disgusting.
Somebody didn't do their job while naming it, if you have to explain this over and over again.
And just like all extracts, you do need a solvent, and that could potentially be dangerous. Mm-hmm. So I just like to add my little leave it to the professionals.
All right. Butter. Everything's butter with butter.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that word of the week. Shall we bring in Val from Shatterizer?
Yeah, let's do it.
That. I want my hat.
Hello, Val.
And there she is, the legendary Val from Shatterizer.
Good morning.
Cheers.
And happy Saturday.
Happy Saturday to you, too. And happy Saturday to you.
Yes, and also happy Tuesday.
Wait, what am I missing?
Well, today is Saturday, but everybody else is going to be watching this.
Oh, that's right.
On release. Well, hopefully they watch it on release day, and that means Tuesday.
Oh, this is so confusing.
Well, technically, it's September 7th?
September 7th.
Yeah.
And yet it's not. Val, thank you so much for joining us today. I was talking to MJ during the first part of the show. I don't know what you heard or what you didn't, but I need a Shatterizer hat. A limited edition, teal and orange, or pink and black, whatever one you want to do.
Listen, I was taking notes at the beginning. I've written it down. I know you're looking for something lifestyle-ish. Mm-hmm. Heard you were into baseball. Just wanted to say, hit hard, run fast, turn left. And this hat right here that I'm wearing today, haha, you like that, eh?
I do.
This hat that I'm wearing today is actually Blue Jays inspired. So, I mean, we grab all of our fashion and everything that we do from real life. And happy Grateful Patient Day. I am absolutely a very, very grateful patient. And I'm grateful for all the other patients that I've had the opportunity to learn from, like Mary Jane, the doobie for your newbie. I absolutely, I was so excited to be on the show today. I wrote down kind of some of the favorite things that I've learned from you, Mary Jane, seriously. And one of the number one things that I learned from you was what Oil Day is and 7/10. Do you remember that?
I do.
So, Timmy, have faith, because I was once a newbie. Seriously. And I started my medical journey in cannabis. And I gravitated over to extracts. I met an incredible man named Matt Zeisman, who had invented this device called the Shatterizer, which was invented
Gotta show off mine.
Which was invented, to be discreet, to be able to consume, to be able to enjoy extracts on the go for whenever you may need to enjoy extracts on the go. And to this day, I would say that perhaps 60% of our Shatterizer hardware clientele is medicinal. And I am a grateful patient, and I am just so grateful that now in Canada, we also have legal access to butter. Ding, 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 ding. Batter. Ding, 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 ding.
Word of the day.
Shatter, wax, rosin, resin, crystal, all of these things can go into your Shatterizer, and you can enjoy them. Nice, smooth, flavorful, impactful hits. And you can do little hits, you can do big hits. And it's funny because Mary Jane also taught me how to do little hits. She's like, Val, all you got to do is push the button, take a little inhale. Because for the whole time, I'm saying it's just, people were looking for big hits from such a little pen, and I was always proving it. And, watch this, I can do 15 steamboats, as I'm working out at the gym, making sure, huge hits all the time. And then I'm like, oh, you can take a little hit, and it's beautiful. It's also a perfect cloud.
Yep.
So, perfect clouds are always in the forecast, and they're always defined by you. So black and pink for the next Shatterizer hat. Couldn't agree with you more. The teal, I love. Teal aqua is actually a very healing color and happens to be part of our new bubbler line.
Sweet.
Yeah. Yes. And then when you speak to that lovely orange, were you thinking more fluorescent or were you thinking more like a shatter colored?
I'm thinking
like
I'm thinking Miami Dolphins. Do you know the Miami Dolphins uniform? That's what I'm.
Laces out? Isn't that it from?
That's the look I'm looking for. So look up the Miami Dolphins uniform. That's the color pattern I'm looking for.
Great. And just so that you know, I mean, as far as fashion and next editions, because we are very lifestyleish. I've been wearing the same shirt since we launched at Karma Cup in 2017. It is good luck. And now I have these beautiful cupcake earrings that Mary Jane made me for my birthday. And my birthday is actually 4/19.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I know I came, my first day on this earth was 4/20. And awesome. When I said to my parents, I'm becoming a medical patient and everything else, they said, that is just fantastic. Good for you. My family was so on board with that. And then when I said, hey, look, I met this fantastic guy who's created this incredible device, and it's for extracts and concentrates and shatter and things like that. My parents said, well, you're very good at that. Like, I'm very good at cannabis consumption, like very, very, very good at it. So I have to say, we are so thankful for our Shatterizer family that's grown over the past 3 years to 40,000 worldwide, Chile, Brazil, the UK.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. And we couldn't do it with our family like Mary Jane here, who was the sunshine girl in a Shatterizer hat. How's that for perfect clouds and sunshine? All I see is Mary Jane chatting with Cheech and Chong, being like, here's your Shatterizers. Enjoy. We're at MUM, Maritimers Unite for Medical Marijuana in Nova Scotia. And there's Mary Jane rolling up with the trailer, perfect clouds. Want to do a shout out for sure to the medical community out east,
Yeah, we love MUM, and excited and can't wait till we can actually go and do stuff like that again, because that, Timmy, you would love that. It's amazing. But we will get a hotel.
Right.
Yes, because they do have camping and you can stay there, but it's a little rustic.
I don't do rustic.
Yeah.
Well, it is so beautiful and so wonderful, and it was like such a highlight. For High Canada, I was so honored. I was nominated as a woman of weed, and it was probably one of the most nerve-wracking. Like, I'm a pretty shy girl. Like, this is lovely to sit down with you guys as friends. I mean, we've done karaoke together. I've seen you do share, Timmy, so I have nothing but respect for you.
And you have nothing left to see now. That's pretty much wraps it up.
I think you're more than a one-show pony, my dear. I can hardly wait till your next karaoke. But I mean, there have been all of these just incredible, incredible moments that we've had together that have been a lot of fun. And we've had the opportunity to connect with so many medical patients and people who didn't even know they were medicinal. They're thinking they're recreational, and then they're medicinal. And
was that true for you? Were you recreational before you knew you were medicinal?
You know what? That's a really hard question to answer, because what I knew was, when I was enjoying cannabis, I managed to lose 100 pounds and start working out. When I was enjoying cannabis, my GPA while I was doing my master's was through the hook. I think that cannabis just allowed me to focus on what I really wanted to. I'm also a migraine sufferer. And Mary Jane, I can completely understand, you know, when you are in chronic pain, when you are unwell, trying to roll a joint, trying to get it into you, something like taking a hit of shatter, batter, butter, ding, 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 wax, you'll feel it right away. Yep. And it's changed so many people's lives, just being able to access it. And before all these great extracts were legal, you could press your own rosin to put it into the Shatterizer. And over the past 3 years, not only has our Shatterizer family grown, but me and Matt have also learned and grown. And now we have our own extracts, Shatterizer extracts. So when I was asking about the oranges, if you check out shatterizerextracts.ca, Matt actually created a Shattermation, which is what I call it, which kind of explains how lucky and how grateful we are that our brand has transitioned from hardware to the software, and what's so delicious to put inside your Shatterizer and enjoy, that comes at a very high THC level and is very impactful and right away.
And see, the thing I love about where the market is right now is that we have some really good legacy people in the legal industry that are helping to create these products, these, you know, extracts, and make them available for everybody. So it's not like when legalization first hit and there was a lot of unknowledged people just trying to, or knowledge people, but just trying to figure out how they were going to get it from here to here. It's just a lot smoother of a process. And now we have this beautiful product that's coming, like the Shatterizer extracts, to the legal market, to the people, rather than having to go to the gray market to get these things, because you used to have to.
And we are so grateful for this wonderful opportunity. And we just released our newsletter last night. We're going to be available soon in Saskatchewan. What a dream come true. That's We're going to be available in British Columbia. Hello, West Coast. Love you. We can hardly wait to see you. And over the past, I guess it's been over 4 years now, we have had the opportunity to meet so many great extractors, growers. We've had the opportunity to try so many lovely, lovely, lovely products that it is just a dream come true to be sitting on the shelf with our friends, next to our friends, and having our friends in store saying, well, I've been using my Shatterizer for the past 2 years, and their 8-Ball Kush is off the hook. Yep. And it's a dream come true. Now, it's also been kind of an emotional journey. As we were talking about earlier, my birthday's 4/19, 4/20 comes up, and I'll be darned if our 8-Ball Kush had sold out, our Gorilla Blueberry OG Live Wax had sold out, and I couldn't find my Shatterizer extracts for my birthday. Like, I literally smoked. I know, Timmy, you're laughing, but it's just like, we're so grateful, patient, what a perfectly timed opportunity for me to be here, because me and the Matterizer are just so grateful for all of the opportunities that we've had to be concentrated on extracts.
I like how you said concentrated.
I like how she said Matterizer.
Well, that's what he goes by. He's the Matterizer.
It's a great name.
We're partners in business, and then we evolved to become partners in life. And I mean, the Matterizer invented the Shatterizer. And all of the aspects to the design and creating it. I mean, we're a family business. He's a family man. He created it because, on one side there were neighbors. On the other side, of course, there are neighbors all with kids. Think 5 years ago, you couldn't exactly roll out your back door with a cannon. Right? And now in the backyard, we have medicinal plants that are growing that are flowers that don't actually ever flower. And these are the flowers, and these are the cucumbers, and these are the tomatoes, and this is the roses. So, I mean, it's been a really interesting transition, as we've grown, as the patient community has grown, as we've developed, as the rec side becomes medicinal, as the medicinal is like, hey, listen, this is medicinal and fun.
Yeah. See, I would just like to say, like, I know I've talked up the Shatterizer before and how great I love it, but it's more than just a device. Like, I don't know if anybody's ever said this to you. I'm sure they have, Val, because you and Matt are this force. And from the very first time that I met both of you, I think I met you through 420 Radio first. And it was just through a podcast. I didn't see you. I didn't see Matt. And you guys drove out and stopped out and seen me at my work. And we went to have like a little time where we chatted and got to know each other. And, Canadian company, not just Canadian, Toronto based, family, like you're saying, family run business that actually cares about family. You say Shatterizer family, not Team Shatterizer. I know in the beginning I was trying to push Team Shatterizer. It's not a team. It is a family.
What is lovely is, I've had the opportunity to meet so many patients across the board. And, we take this all very seriously. Like, we're super fun people, but we have a less than 2% defective rate. You can catch us at customer service at any point in time. We want to take care of you. Like, welcome to the side of extracts. We've been so many people's first time for extracts. First time. We take the fear out. We can listen from our family to yours. We're grateful to be able to share this kind of knowledge, to be able to bring great extracts to market. Oh my goodness. Everything is evolving and changing. And then, taking little things, that we love that are in the traditional market, like how we wrap our extracts in a glassine envelope, which is also used, Timmy, get this. So glassine is used for precious paintings, fireworks, and your Shatterizer shatter, because it's oil resistant, water resistant, and it keeps your shatter just lovely in this little pouch here.
Well, I can tell you, Val, that not even knowing exactly what it does, like I've seen it and stuff, but what I do appreciate as I guess maybe as an artist, is the high quality that you guys have. Like I even have your website open here. I opened up as soon as you asked me about the orange color of the concentrate. And I was flipping through here, and it looks amazing. The product looks super cool. You've got the word lifestyle on there a few times. You've mentioned it, but it's just everything just looks so crisp, and it's. I can honestly say, as a newbie, the perception of almost anything, and wrongfully so, but even the people in the community, was always seen as a very, very low level thing. Everything seemed dirty, and like this is from a newbie growing up in the church where it wasn't just about misinformation, it was about disinformation. But it was perceived as this very low brow community. And what I love about what you guys are doing, and you're not alone, there are certainly others who are raising the bar, but your product, it looks so good. It's done so well. You obviously take a lot of time and effort to make sure the packaging is there, the presentation is there, and I've never used it. I can only say that you're not the one-trick pony either. A lot of people can market and create beautiful things, but then it doesn't work. But from what I've heard, it works. And so I'm amazed at what you guys do, especially knowing how small really you are as a family business. The product you put out
look at this.
Is top notch in all areas, and so I applaud you for that.
I feel like, which camera is it? Is it this one?
Listen.
Look at how beautiful this is. Comes in its own little case, and I just want to. I know I'm pointing out like the minuscule thing, the most smallest thing in the entire package, but
that's the Matterizer right there. Every detail.
The dab tool.
Yeah.
Like
it's double-sided and engraved with a scoop and a pick. There's also a concept called diamonds, Timmy. Oh yeah, diamonds. So I would say that's the diamonds pick right there. But go to shatterizerextracts.ca.
Did you check out their extracts page?
I didn't. Can I just need to take one moment to ask, am I the only one that's hearing
an echo?
Like Val is choppy. Is everyone else okay? You're okay? It must be just my headphones.
I believe it's the headphones because you sound
I just wanted
choppy.
to make sure that that everyone else is still hearing what's going on. What was the website that you wanted me to check out?
It's shatterizerextracts.ca. Right? Okay. So I'm going to pull this out.
Yes, and we have so for the newbie, we have terps and terms. So a glossary, a comprehensive glossary, how to enjoy extracts. We have close-ups, 360 spinning shatter showing, what is shatter? Take a close-up here. How do we enjoy it? We have an FAQ. It's about 5,000 or 6,000 words. The picture of the shatter heart, everything was filmed at our extraction facility with our partners at Mara, all under, completely, like we were all covered with all the protective and scrub in, scrub out. The heart took about 3 or 4 hours to shape, to shoot. And, just these out.
Is that awesome?
Okay, so do 5 quick clicks.
What's that, the clip?
5 quick clicks on the button there, Mary Jane.
Oh, it's on. Look at that.
Oh, see?
That's super cool.
Uplighting for the new water feature, a more powerful battery. Matterizer.
That's so cool.
Every single element has been, so if you look at that base there, Mary Jane, pull off the base. Here, I'll do it too. This base right here, inspiration comes from life, eh? So this was actually part of a toy game that was for marbles that you could build.
Okay.
So this is actually a part of a marble game. And Matt was just playing around with it, put his Shatterizer in, and this is what makes our new bubbler desktop. So this is for the base, the stand, for when you're using the bubbler at your desk, for when you're at home. Yep. And then we have our travel globe here for when you're away. And thank you for all your compliments about the design. Our travel case, check out that zipper. We went through 7 iterations on just the zipper.
It's beautiful.
Matt has put his whole heart and soul into this.
Yep. Well, and I love the case. I love that it's magnetic on both sides. I just love that because you can stick it to hopefully your desk is magnetic, but it's super sturdy. You're not going to knock that over.
And you know what? Another favorite aspect of the device is because the bubbler is based upon convenience and bubbles. Okay, a home and away. But check this out. And it's always exciting when I open a storage container because I'm always like, oh, I hope there's something delicious in there. Perhaps I haven't filled it yet. So is it kind of like this orange to me?
You know what, Val? That's so crazy. I didn't even know. Babe, can you open that, please? I got these nails done and I can't do anything with them. I can't even But yeah, so I didn't know that the storage container had a dual compartment because I never use mine. I generally just carry my I have an awesome Batman case that I carry all my concentrates in, but I have
record, I opened this with my yoga strength.
Your yoga strength. So I carry my stuff in this little case here, but it's difficult when you have a bunch of little, like, I got to carry this and then I got to carry that. So this is great. Now that I know it's got a dual, now I can keep 2 different types of concentrates in there. That was my problem, is I want to switch it up all the time.
Right. And you want to be able to take it to go too. And that's why the Bubbler by Shatterizer comes with absolutely everything you need, from the dab tool that's engraved double-sided to the double storage container. We have 2 coils. We just released our triple quartz coil as well, which is 3 quartz coils as opposed to the dual quartz coil. And the feedback has been incredible. People absolutely love the Bubbler, and it's so easy to fill, use, clean. I mean, it takes like 3 milliliters of water. That's it. You just fill it to the R right there between the I and the R. I mean, it lights up. How fun is that? And it really, and one more quickie thing here is it comes with an extra long charging cord as well.
I did notice the cord is upgraded, and I think the battery's bigger too.
Yes, the battery is much bigger. It is still comes in classic Shatterizer black, but to power the Bubbler, this attachment, you need a little more power, right? And for the uplighting feature, you need a little more power. So
that's awesome.
So we're so excited, and we launched this on 7/10.
I love it. I love it.
Well, Val, I can tell you, I've been trying to fight through your words. My earphones haven't been working, but you're an absolute joy to chat with. You just have this vibrant spirit, and it really shows that not only are you involved in producing this high quality product, but you believe in it and you love in it, and it's so evident. And we really can't wait to see you guys again in person. I've been hypnotized by the extract, this orange yellowish extract,
shatter,
just spinning on the screen in that smoke, though. I kind of phased in and out. It's almost like I've actually been consuming during this time. My mind has kind of gone in and out throughout this process.
Well, that's how beautiful it is. It's almost like you could sit and stare at a lava lamp because it's very hypnotic and it's so beautiful.
Yeah. So as a non-consumer, Val, I'm going to say that rather than consuming and using your product, every once in a while where I need to just kind of chill out, I'm just going to open up your website at shatterizerextracts.ca and just watch the concentrate.
We can put that on the TV.
And enjoy
it's going to be my screensaver now, if you don't mind.
We'll be sleeping to it.
Oh,
that's so awesome. Well, we are going to get ready to wrap this thing up.
Yeah,
and
I could talk to Val all day. I'll call you later.
We absolutely could. Val, thank you so much for spending time with us today, and it really is an amazing product. And what I also love, and I don't know, forgive me if I repeat something here as we end off that maybe you did touch on, but as a newbie too, I could say I was so in other relationships where there's a consumer and a non-consumer, and maybe the non-consumer is acceptant, but maybe say if people come into the house, maybe they're a little this is something you could put on your shelf and your counter. Nobody would even know that.
It's beautiful.
It's very, very
it's discreet.
It's discreet, and that's another thing that I love about it. It's a fantastic product from a newbie standpoint as well as a doobie standpoint. And so again,
I just want to say from a doobie standpoint, I always did enjoy the glass dome for when I would go out somewhere special, because so funny. My kids, they seen me using a Shatterizer, and my son, the first time he seen it, he said, why would anybody ever use the metal bowl? It looks so cool. And I said to him, okay, so it's for like durability, right? But as a consumer, as a doobie, my God, the bubbler, we love the sound of the bubble. That's why, a lot of bong smokers, we all know that sound that's made, right? Like, and the bubbles. Oh, I love bubbles.
And the bubbles.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
So good all around.
All around.
Oh,
Fantastic.
And,
Val,
and say hi to Matterizer for us.
Yeah, say hi to Matterizer for us. And look forward to the sketch designs and the color patterns that you're going to send my way so I can approve the final special edition newbie hat. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for having me. And from one grateful patient to another, thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Aw, thanks, Val.
Thanks, Val. We'll talk to you soon. Shatterizer.ca.
Thank you.
Well, that was Val from Shatterizer. Val of Shatterizer? Val from Shatterizer? Val and Shatterizer?
We just say Matt and Val. Sometimes I say Vat and Mal by accident.
It should be the Valorizer. I'd like to call her the Valorizer, the Matterizer and the Valorizer.
Right.
Can we do that? Can we call her the Valorizer?
You can call her whatever you want.
I'm going to call her the Valorizer. She's just so vibrant, but they put together such an amazing product, and it was so good that she was able to join us today.
Well, it's so funny. One thing I didn't get to say while she was here, and I know I've told her this story before, but I gave my son to wear to school a hat. And it was a Shatterizer hat. Mm-hmm. And it was one of the newer ones that they had come out with. The first ones they came out with was this style, as well as a black beak with a black and a red. Okay. And then they had come out with a white with red and a red, like, crocodile or alligator or whatever, some like fake. It's fake. It's fake. Just saying it's fake. It's not real. But it was like a design. And my son wore it to school. And he came home and he said, Mom, the strangest thing happened. And I said, what happened? He said, this person came up to me and was like, oh my God, where did you get that? And he was like kind of like weirded out because he was in grade 8. He's like, what are you talking about? And they were like all excited about his hat and da-da-da. And he was like, look. And the guy was pointing. He's like, I got the same hat. And where'd you get it? And my son was like, oh, my mom is like friends with Shatterizer or whatever. And he's like, oh, that's so cool. And then my son was like, it's like, you guys are like, are you, like, he was so friendly. And I'm like, yeah, because it's a family. When you know, you know. Mm-hmm. And when you see the S, you know. You know. And it's funny because I'd drive around and I'd see somebody and I'd be like, and then they'd pull theirs up and you do like a little head nod.
Symbol. You see the S?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Nice. Yeah. Well, Shatterizer.ca as well as ShatterizerExtracts.ca.
Yes.
I will start to consume their opening webpage thing. That's how I will consume it.
Yeah. The extracts are available in Ontario on the OCS website.
Cool.
If they're not sold out. Yeah. However, you can find them at your local store sometimes. I found one at my local cannabis location. So.
Well,
good luck.
Good to have her on the show. Let's also remind people, HempFest Canada might be too late to get tickets now, but it is this weekend. If you are going...
We should have said, don't listen to the podcast. Quick, get your tickets now.
If you are going and you're there, tell people the newbie and the doobie said hi. That would be great. Yeah. And hopefully we'll get to one in the future. That is September 10th and 11th, so this weekend, 12 to 8. HempFestCanada.com. See if there's any tickets available. Hope it's a great event. And hopefully we will be there one day in the nearer future.
We could drive.
We could. We have to leave now.
How many days is that?
I think we got to go now. We pretty much have to, like, let's hang up our stuff here, close off the lights in the studio, get in the car.
Okay, let's go.
See if we can do it. Another great show.
I agree.
I'm Timmy. Wait, is that how we do it? When by the time we figure out the way we end this show, like the show will be retired.
We had a really good one, like bang on.
I'm Timmy.
I'm Timmy Boyle.
No, I'm Timmy Boyle.
Mary Jane Baker, stay lifted.
And keep on laughing. Happy Saturday.
And Tuesday.
And Tuesday.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Morning, it's May the 30th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News, found here at paceradio.net. Good morning, Rev Cindy.
Good morning, Al. How are you?
Not too bad. Just for everybody's wondering where Glenn is. Glenn's got no power. New house, no electricity. So Glenn is waiting for some power to come on, and hopefully that happens to him sometime today. In the meantime, Rev Cindy is here, and she's going to fill in for him, and we've got all the stories that he'd like us to cover, as well as ones that we like to cover as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, and, we've got some interesting stuff today, and I think people will find it very educational and informative, and, share it with their friends.
That's right.
Yep. That's all right. So anything before we get right into the news?
No, I'm really, really anxious to do this first news story. It's you saw how the headline got me, so I'm kind of.
I know. Exactly. All right, here it comes. Talk about headline.
Coming to us from the National Post, Calgary man could get assisted death but can't get access to medical magic mushrooms.
WTF with big explanation marks beside that one. That's for sure. As the story says, it's easier to get access to an assisted death in Canada than to a treatment that could make life bearable, according to the lawyer for a Calgary man fighting for legal access to a psychedelic drug to treat excruciating cluster headaches. Joe's request for emergency psilocybin, a compound found in magic mushrooms, was denied by Health Canada last year after the regulatory claim there was insufficient evidence psilocybin is safe and effective for cluster headaches, and that other alternative and lawful therapies hadn't been ruled out.
Yeah, Lance and his legal team took the matter to the Federal Court of Canada, which last week overturned Health Canada's decision, ruling the refusal to grant Lance access to psilocybin was unreasonable and lacked the requisite degree of justification, intelligibility, and transparency. Yes. Among other transgressions, the judge said Health Canada wholly disregarded legal arguments that Lance has a charter right to access the psychedelic. Okay, thank you, Judge.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Judge. Cluster headaches are capable of inflicting some of the most severe pain known to medical science. Justice Simon Fothergill wrote in his decision, "There is no cure. Lance has tried numerous treatments, except for small, non-hallucinogenic doses of magic mushrooms. None have provided any lasting relief."
Wow. Lance is in his early 50s and has been suffering from cluster headaches for 7 years. A former land surveyor, he's unable to work and is on long-term disability. He's lost his house. He has been unable to socialize outside his home. Fothergill, wrote and says he has contemplated suicide and medical assistance in dying, or the MAID program, for which he is potentially eligible, which is just disgusting, right?
It is disgusting.
It is. You can't have this mushroom that grows from the ground, but hey, you can have this chemical that's going to kill you.
Yeah. Like I said, capital WTF.
Yeah, and I've seen this in other instances as well. Like it's absolutely, I can't believe Health Canada is doing this. He doesn't want to die, says his lawyer, Nicholas Pope. He's found a treatment that works for him and makes life bearable, but it's absurd. If he couldn't get access to this treatment, then MAID really would be a legitimate possibility. I say just do it. Who cares what the government says? If it's helping you and it's natural, do it.
Just do it. Cluster headaches are sometimes referred to as suicide headaches because of the unbearable pain they can cause. Pope said the federal government is intervening in requests under Health Canada's Special Access Program, or SAP, in ways it doesn't intervene in MAID cases. That's right. Big time.
Yeah. MAID patients with grievous and irremediable conditions aren't required to undergo all available treatment options. He said, a healthcare provider must only certify that the person has seriously considered all other options. Lance's neurologist testified that alternative treatments were inappropriate and that Lance had already considered and declined them for valid reasons.
Yet, Health Canada pushed back and is second-guessing a doctor's diagnosis and recommended treatment option, Pope said. And they do that with the cannabis end, too.
Yeah.
He goes on to say, the government is making it a whole lot easier to access medical assistance in dying than psilocybin, which is non-addictive and impossible to overdose on.
Yeah. According to Health Canada, requests through SAP must provide sufficient evidence to support the use of the medicine. There's no guarantee that the request for psilocybin or any other unauthorized medicine will be granted. According to the agency's website, all requests are considered on a case-by-case basis. Lance is currently using psilocybin illegally. Good for you, Lance. Risking impurities because he has no other option, Pope said. He doesn't have access to a purified product that's standardized and provides a consistent, reliable dosage. I mean, come on, you'd rather grow your own anyway and do with that. Good on Lance for still doing it. Good on Lance's lawyer for fighting for him. Good on the judge for wagging at Health Canada. And when SAP first came out, they said, it's going to be a 30-day turnaround. And
no,
it's not.
That's why some of them are in the over 500 days.
Yeah.
Cluster headaches, they say, are rare. They attack suddenly, like a clap of thunder, causing sharp stabbing pain on one side of the head. They can last anywhere from 15 minutes to 3 hours, recurring multiple times a day and come on in clusters lasting weeks or months. Symptoms include droopy eyelids, facial swelling, fever, nausea, and vomiting. It's not clear what causes the attacks, but psychedelics have been gaining traction as a potential therapy. Over the years, Lance has tried tons of different treatments prescribed by multiple specialists, but was basically told there's nothing we can do. We can't figure this out, Pope said.
Lance eventually found his way to Calgary neurologist William Davenport, who, after numerous unsuccessful attempts to treat his cluster headaches with conventional therapies, suggested Lance try hallucinogenic mushrooms. Another patient of Davenport found they helped. Lance experimented with different dosages, eventually setting on a regime that works. He doesn't get high or experience hallucinations. Magic mushrooms haven't cured his headaches, but they make them bearable and help abort some attacks.
There you go. Exactly. I've said that about cannabis. It doesn't always cure everything, but it can help, improve your quality of life. And that's what they're saying here with the mushrooms with Lance. Yep. Health Canada has authorized 153 requests for psilocybin under the SAP since 2022, though none for cluster headaches. In addition to Davenport, Lance's request was supported by a specialist in pain medicine and a clinical pharmacist.
In 22 pages of charter arguments, Pope, an Ottawa-based human rights lawyer and legal advisor for TheraPsil, a BC-based nonprofit that helps people secure legal access to psilocybin for medical needs, argued that his client had a right to access the medicine under Section 7, which guarantees the right to life, liberty, and security of the person. Pope argued Lance's liberty was engaged based upon, his right to make reasonable medical choices. His security of person was threatened by any delay in gaining access to an effective treatment, and his life was at risk due to his suicidal ideation and potential eligibility for MAID, Father Gill wrote. In a similar argument in the landmark case that led to Canada's first medical similar argument in the landmark case that led to Canada's first medical cannabis laws.
Exactly. Father Gill found Health Canada failed entirely to consider the charter arguments. Health Canada's assessors also argued that other modalities hadn't been ruled out, specifically a monoclonal antibody that is administered via injection that Pope said is ridiculously expensive and ineffective. In one study, 70% of the people saw no benefit.
That's a large percent.
Sure is.
Yeah, Davenport testified that he couldn't ethically require Lance to impoverish himself by trying a treatment that isn't likely to work and that carries a considerable risk of side effects when he has already found a treatment that is affordable, effective, so it works and has no side effects. A Health Canada senior manager commented that the special access program doesn't factor in cost when ruling out marketed alternatives.
Oh, obviously. Yeah. At one point, government lawyers argued that psilocybin safety remains an open question, citing a case involving a man high on magic mushrooms who stabbed his father to death with a knife, charged with manslaughter. He argued his actions were involuntary because of his state of intoxication. But Father said that the uncontested evidence in Lance's case is that the dose of psilocybin he's seeking wouldn't cause him to experience hallucinations of any kind, let alone render him intoxicated to the point where his actions would no longer be voluntary. I'm sure you want to speak about that.
I want to speak about this whole article. But we only have an hour. So I've held a lot back because this is something that has been, another co-host of mine on Mushy Moment and we've chatted about this a lot. We know people that because the government doesn't promote, say, cannabis oil to fight cancer, we know people that we adore and have a lot of respect for that have chosen MAIDs because the government isn't helping with the cannabis oil. And it's just, I personally know somebody who has gone through this, like almost identical. And it's heartbreaking. It's infuriating. And I'm so glad that Lance has decided that he is going to illegally heal himself and do what he needs to do to be better. Like, I'm very happy for that. I'm very thankful. And I'm very thankful to Lance and his lawyer for fighting and doing what they're doing. In addition to ignoring the charter arguments, the judge said Health Canada's senior assessor didn't meaningfully grapple with other key issues raised by Lance and his neurologist, calling into question whether he was fully alert and sensitive to the matter before him. The court ordered a redetermination by a different decision maker, and Health Canada only has 14 days to render its decision. So they're 30.
Exactly. So when this article came out, which was this one is May the 29th, so that's yesterday.
Yeah.
So the clock is running.
Yeah, they're down to 13 days now or less.
Yeah. So
yeah, because it was reported yesterday, so it could have been, I mean, like
the day before could have been a decision, right? And then by the time it gets printed and put out, so yeah, we'll be following the story and look forward to what's going to happen in the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I can't wait to see the end result, and maybe this will help push the legalization of psilocybin and other helpful hallucinogenics and psychedelics medicine forward, because we need it.
Yeah, and they make a lot of good points in that article that they use for quotes from everybody that's involved, and the the ones from the government were just you haven't tried something that had a huge failure rate.
Yeah.
But yet,
it has bad side effects.
I found something that's helping.
Yeah, it has no bad side effects.
Right.
But they approved him for MAID.
Yeah, which is ridiculous. It's easier to get made. I don't. All right, let's just move on to the next story, and we'll keep an eye on that one for sure.
We will.
All right, next story's up.
Coming to us from the International Cannabis Business Conference, osteoarthritis patients report sustained benefits from cannabis in a UK study.
Good. Osteoarthritis is the most common form of arthritis found in adults around the world. Osteoarthritis is a degenerative joint disease in which the joint tissues degenerate as the patient ages. The health condition is characterized by chronic pain and loss of mobility. Global researchers estimate that 595 million people worldwide suffered from osteoarthritis in 2020, which is roughly 7.6% of the world's population. The 2020 rate is an increase of 132% in total cases compared to 1990.
Wow. Investigators recently conducted a study in the United Kingdom in which they examined the cannabis plant's ability to treat osteoarthritis. Below is more information about the study and its results via a news release from Normal. Patients diagnosed with osteoarthritis report pain-specific improvements following their use of medical cannabis preparations, according to observed data published in the Journal of Pain and Palliative Care
Pharmacotherapy?
Yeah.
All right. British researchers assessed the use of cannabis-based medical products consisting of either flower or oil extracts in a cohort of osteoarthritis patients enrolled in the UK Medical Cannabis Registry. Researchers assessed changes in patients' reported outcomes measures over a 1-year period.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Patients reported symptoms improvement at 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, and at 1 year. Commencement of the CBMP treatment was associated with reductions in pain-specific PROMs, patient-reported outcome measures, at all time points in patients with osteoarthritis. Researchers reported that. Patients also reported improved sleep. Contrary to the results of several other studies, patients prescribed opiates did not decrease their opiate intake following the initiation of medical cannabis. Really, that's interesting.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, because I've got osteoarthritis, so when I started on cannabis oil, that was the first thing I threw out was the opiates.
Yeah. That's what I just didn't get them when I started with my Crohn's. Investigators documented
Few serious side effects associated with cannabis. AEs, which are adverse effects, were mainly mild or moderate in severity. Fatigue was the most common AE in this study. The study's authors concluded these results suggested an improvement in pain-related outcomes for patients with osteoarthritis following the initiation of CBMP treatment. Furthermore, there was an improvement in general HRQOL, I'm not sure what that stands for, which is highly related quality of life. There we go. Metrics across the follow-up period. CBMPs also appeared to be well documented at 12 months follow-up. Hence, this study supports the development of randomized clinical trials for CBMP use in osteoarthritis.
Well, that's exciting. Other studies assessing the use of cannabis products in patients enrolled in the UK Cannabis Registry have reported them to be effective for those suffering from chronic pain, anxiety, post-traumatic stress, depression, migraine, inflammatory bowel disease, and other afflictions. And you can see the full text of the study there. Yeah. There are, things that you can click to go take a look.
Yeah, and these stories, like that one, if you go to our Facebook page, you'll find them there.
Yep.
That's the Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News Facebook page, and people can read more about it, or share it with other people.
Yep.
Right. That's how we all learn. Okay. Here we go. You ready? Next story is up.
Coming to us from Marijuana Moment, South African president signs marijuana legalization bill into law.
All right, get ready for this to be jumpy. South Africa's president has signed a bill to legalize marijuana possession and cultivation by adults. President Cyril Ramaphosa gave his approval to the Cannabis for Private Purposes Act on Tuesday, just one day ahead of the national elections. The National Assembly had passed the legislation last November, and the National Council of Provinces signed off in February.
So, yeah, politics are politics everywhere in the world.
Well,
right?
The thing is, how many people are going to know if you only do this 24 hours before? Like, wouldn't you want to do it like a week ahead so the news could get out?
You would hope, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the reform has been years in the making, with lawmakers well past a deadline following a constitutional court ruling in 2018 that deemed the prohibition on simple possession and cultivation of cannabis to be unlawful, mandating legislative change within 2 years. Okay. The bill to codify legislation was finally introduced in 2020, but action had been delayed, even as South Africa's government had included cannabis in a list of sectors to prioritize in the interest of economic expansion.
Oh, the president's office said in a press release on Tuesday, the consequent regulatory reform enabled by the CFPPA will, amongst others, entirely remove cannabis from the Drugs and Drug Trafficking Act. This will further enable amendments of the schedules to the Medicines and Related Substances Act and provide for targeted regulatory reform of the Plant Breeders' Rights Act and the Plant Improvement Act, as well as other pieces of legislation that require amendment to follow for industrialization of the cannabis sector.
Wow.
There you go.
The bill further guides the medically prescribed administration of cannabis to a child while also protecting children from undue exposure to cannabis, the president's office said. It provides for an alternative manner by which to address the issue of the prohibited use, possession of, or dealing in cannabis by children with due regard to the best interest of the child. It also prohibits the dealing in cannabis. Lawmakers have emphasized that the measure does not permit for the lawful sale of cannabis. Adults will need to grow their own plants, and they could only consume in their private residence.
Adults will need to grow their own plants. Imagine that, being forced to grow their own plants. Here in Canada, we had to jump through hoops. But what about those patients who can't grow their own plants? Will they be allowed a person to do that?
I hope so.
A support person, right? The legislation further provides for expungements of prior cannabis possession and cultivation convictions. Missed opportunity here in Canada. Parliament spokesperson Moloto Mathpo has said that it's the government's hope that the non-commercial legalization bill will serve as a jumping-off point for lawmakers to enact more robust regulations to support the establishment of a cannabis market in the country.
The president said in his State of the Nation address in 2022 that he wants the country and to wants the country to enter the global medical hemp and cannabis industry, arguing that it could generate more than 100,000 jobs. For now, however, the new law is focused on removing criminal penalties in accordance with the Constitutional Court unanimous 2018 ruling, which followed a lower court decision in the Western Cape province covering Cape Town to end prohibition.
Unanimous 2018 ruling. Unanimous.
Only took them 4 extra years, right?
6 years they've been doing this.
Yeah, they're only allowed 2, right?
Yeah. Similar to South Africa, Mexico Supreme Court ruled in 2018 that cannabis criminalization is unconstitutional, giving lawmakers a mandate to revise the laws. Reform has advanced in recent sessions, but is not yet to be enacted. I was going to say is the same thing that's happened down in Mexico, and there you go. They mentioned that right there in the article because that's what it was. It's ridiculous. It was ordered to be done that. If the court's ordered somebody to go to jail, they go to jail. They don't get 6 years to
and they probably didn't bring it out though. It's like in Canada, the court cases in Canada said, okay, the government must go do this. There must be this access for medical patients and blah, 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 blah. And the government came along and sort of did it, but did it, wrong,
Yeah.
Actually, more money.
They were a little bit late on changing the law that was required because there was a period there where cannabis was actually legal in Canada because there was no laws against it because the government didn't get the medical law in place in time. Yeah, some people, there was like 4,000 charges were thrown out because of that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that's always nice to hear too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know somebody who had that done. So, all righty. On to the next story.
Oh, coming to us from CBC News. Alberta government appoints expert panel to review effects of cannabis on young brains.
This could be scary. The Alberta government has appointed a panel of experts from several universities to review research on how cannabis affects the brains of people under 25. More than 5 years after the federal government legalized cannabis, the province says it's time to gather and assess more data on how it affects youth.
Alberta Minister of Mental Health and Addiction, Dan Williams, said the panel will assess the academic research and information available. I'm a policymaker. I need to understand the best evidence out there, he said. He told news media on Monday after announcing the review.
Now that we've had 5 years, we want to see the Alberta-specific context. How have we been affected? How our youth have been affected, positive and negative, when it comes to the effects of cannabis? The ministry has chosen 6 health experts to participate, and political advisor and policy consultant Blair Gibbs.
As cannabis products have become more widely available, we must continue to evaluate their health impacts, particularly on young people whose brains are still developing, he said in a news release. The Alberta NDP critic for mental health and addiction, Janet Ermenko, supports the move. I welcome it, she said in an interview this past Monday.
She says, science now tells us that the brain is developing until the age of 25, and drug use during that formative stage could have a really significant impact. The province will provide $280,000 a grant for cannabis review and anticipates the work will be completed this summer.
Panel member Dr. Sebastian Strobe, a professor and division director in preventative medicine at the University of Alberta, has studied the impact of cannabis on workplace safety and road traffic collisions. What I'd be interested in for this project would be to see whether there is evidence or policy on the effects of cannabis with regard to those safety outcomes in young people, he told CBC News this past Monday.
He said the panel will compile existing research on the topic and look at how cannabis is treated by other jurisdictions. The part that my team at the University of Alberta is overseeing primarily is a jurisdictional scan, which will look at how the problem of young people and cannabis use is handled in other jurisdictions.
Other parts of the overall project would involve a survey of Albertans, he noted. The decision to conduct a review is also getting support from industry consultants. Ivan Ross Verana, a managing partner with a government relations from Diplomat Consulting, said he thinks provincial and federal governments should invest in more research.
While we work in the cannabis space and we support the industry and are glad the product is legalized, we're always a fan of generating more research and understanding about the product because for so many years, none of that work was done. Brandon noted that while many people use cannabis for recreation, it's also a medical product. He says, I think with the legalized regime, it's a responsible path to take. We need to understand the risks along with the benefits.
Verana also worked on developing the cannabis policy with Health Canada before legalization in 2018. Other members on the panel are Dr. Philip Thibault. He's a professor of psychiatry at Dalhousie University here in Nova Scotia. Dr. Charles Els from the Department of Psychiatry and Medicine at the University of Alberta. Assistant Professor Emily Hennessy from Harvard Medical School. Associate Professor Victoria Burns, who is at the University of Calgary, recovery community and recovery on campus. Dr. Ed Day, who's a clinical reader in addiction psychiatry at the Institute for Mental Health at the University of Birmingham. And before changing any policies such as the legal age to purchase and consume cannabis, Ermenko said the government needs to consult organizations and the public about potential changes.
Oh, such as legal age to purchase. And if they're pushing the 25 end of things, could they look at jumping that up?
They could. It sounds to me like that's what they're looking to do in Alberta.
It could be. And then there's the we've been hearing this for quite a while about the youth and brain development and all that. I don't know if people are aware that alcohol also affects the developing brain.
Alcohol,
but I said so.
Even the developed brain.
Yeah, exactly. Even you got that one right. All right, Cindy. I see it's the bottom of the hour. We're actually on the way back up, so we better take a break. Okay. And we may not get all the stories covered today, but because we just got to cover. We got so much we have to say. But yes. Off we go to the commercial. It's time to hear from those who support us and help us inform our viewers. We're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News, found here at paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network, here at paceradio.net.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
In February of 2022, the Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club and Ted Smith were fined $6.5 million. This for helping 8,500 patients with access to medical cannabis. In our interview with Ted, he spoke to us about how people can donate to help in an upcoming court challenge. And here is part of that interview. From what I've seen lately, I believe that you've got something that you're trying to do as far as fundraising to deal with this next court challenge.
For now, people can write checks directly to Jack Lloyd Law Corporation or send e-transfers to save the VCBC at gmail.com. I guess those are the two easiest ways for people to help right now.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
We are People Advocating Cannabis Education here at paceradio.net.
And you're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. And hi, Kitty. How you doing there?
You got a new co-host?
Perfect. All right, we got an extra story to try to cover in this segment. If we can get to them all, that'd be great. But the first one is on the board.
Coming to us from the International Cannabis Business Conference, CBD effectively treats acute dental pain in randomized clinical trial.
Ooh, nice. The cannabis plant contains dozens of cannabinoids, each with its own characteristics and potential to provide wellness benefits. For many decades, THC was the focus of much of the cannabis research conducted by scientists. However, in recent years, other cannabinoids have risen in popularity, and that has been shifted some of the focus of cannabis researchers. CBD is a very popular cannabinoid these days among consumers, patients, product developers, and researchers.
According to a recent randomized clinical trial conducted in Scotland, CBD can effectively treat acute dental pain. Below is more information about how the study via news release from NORML. This is over in Scotland. The administration of a purified formula of plant-derived CBD provides significant short-term relief to patients suffering from acute toothaches, according to a placebo-controlled clinical trial data published by the journal Evidence-Based Dentistry.
A pair of Scottish scientists assessed the use of epitaloxy, I can't pronounce that word, versus placebo in 61 patients with moderate to severe dental pain. 40 patients received CBD in doses of either 10 or 20 milligrams. 21 subjects received a placebo. Patients' pain was monitored for 3 hours following dosing. Patients who consumed CBD and on average experienced a greater than 50% reduction in their pain, investigators reported. By contrast, those receiving placebo experienced a 37.5% decrease in pain.
That's an awfully specific number.
Mm-hmm.
Based on the randomized clinical trial, pure CBD, what they've created here, this Epidiolex,
yes,
demonstrates effective analgesia against acute toothache. the study authors concluded. And the US FDA approved the prescription use of Epidiolex as an anti-epileptic drug in 2018.
Yeah.
The DEA removed Epidiolex from the Controlled Substances Act in 2020.
Well, let's just hope maybe the DEA removes all cannabis from the Controlled Substances Act. But and so that's working on something that is basically off-label, because it was approved, to help with the epilepsy and the seizures, and they're finding that it's a benefit for dentists to do or people to deal with tooth pain. Just
imagine that, a cannabinoid doing more than one job and helping with all of those things. Doesn't that just blow your mind?
Oh, must be snake oil or something. All right, we'll get the next one lined up here, and I'll let you know when I've got it set. Okay. And here we go.
Okay, coming to us from Green Market Report. Federal health agencies acknowledges potential medical benefits of psilocybin in a new PSA web page.
PSAs are public service announcements. Although the new information page warns readers that psilocybin is still federally illegal, it notes that research in its applications is increasing. The new webpage, apparently posted within the past week by a federal U.S. health agency, acknowledges that psilocybin may have medical value, particularly for treating depression despite its current status as a federally banned Schedule I drug. Gee, it sounds a lot. That's like something we know, too.
The page, Psilocybin for Mental Health and Addiction, What You Need to Know, is hosted by the National Center for Complementary and Integrative Health, the NCCIH, which is a subdivision of the National Institute of Health, itself a wing of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. The existence of the new webpage was first reported by Marijuana Moment. Although the new informational page warns readers that psilocybin is still federally illegal, it notes that research interest in the potential of psychedelic drugs to treat mental health conditions, including depression, anxiety, existential distress, and serious medical illnesses, post-traumatic stress disorder, and addiction has been growing.
The U.S. Food and Drug Administration already bestowed breakthrough therapy status to psilocybin-assisted therapy in 2019 for major depressive disorder or for treatment-resistant depression a year before that. The NCCIH noted in its analysis, it also pointed that local decriminalization statutes approved by voters in Washington, D.C., Oregon, and Colorado.
Overall, however, the NCCIH hedged its recommendations and emphasized repeatedly that more study is necessary to properly harness the medical applications of psilocybin. It helps with a lot of stuff. Some people take psilocybin in microdoses or very small amounts. For an example, 1/10 or 1/20 of a typical non-clinical dose. The whole point of a microdose is that there's no hallucinogenic effects. And because they believe it will improve mental health symptoms such as depression and stress, increase productivity, or reduce pain. The NCCIH page notes. However, it's not clear if microdosing is safe or effective.
The page also summarizes 3 other specific areas of medical application for psilocybin that have attracted some scientific trials, including alcohol use disorder, anxiety, and depression. Regarding the alcohol use disorder, NCCIH pointed to a 32-week study in 2022, which concluded that psilocybin may be helpful for patients with the ailment. But the subdivision noted most people in the study correctly guessed which therapy they had received, however, and it is not known if the effect from psilocybin lasted longer than 32 weeks.
On anxiety, the NCCIH referenced a survey from 2020 of 117 patients, most of which had terminal cancer. They found psilocybin combined with psychotherapy may be safe and effective for improving anxiety, depression, and existential distress, as well as a quality of life. But NCCIH reported that study may have been biased. With depression, the NCCIH reported that a growing body of research supports the theory that psilocybin can be an effective treatment, and cited 3 studies, including one from just last year of 215 patients, which concluded that psilocybin treatment combined with psychological support reduced depression symptoms for up to 5 weeks.
The NCCIH summarized, it is possible that the benefits may last longer than 5 weeks, but there was not enough evidence to be certain. In the 2 other surveys of depression patients, one in 2021, found that psilocybin didn't perform as well as the antidepressant I can't pronounce that.
It doesn't matter. It's a pram. And
yeah. While another 2023 study found that single-dose psilocybin-assisted psychotherapy rapidly reduced symptoms of depression within 8 days, with benefits lasting for 6 weeks.
I'm sorry, I'm still stuck back on it didn't perform as well as a pram antidepressant. I have to call BS on that one. Just have to. I'm sorry. And for 6 weeks, I think we should change weeks to months, and we'd probably be closer. My personal opinion only. Here I am fixing this poor guy's thing for him. The NCCIH is supportive of further research into medical benefits of various psychedelics, the agency asserted, including psilocybin, and suggested towards the end of the page that it could be used to treat migraine headaches. We reported on that, and other neuropathic pain and chronic pain. And it does, psilocybin, especially combined with cannabinoids like THC and CBD and CBN and CBG, can greatly help pain. It's pretty amazing how well they can help, actually. But the agency also warned, don't use psilocybin to postpone seeing a healthcare provider about, medicinal or mental health problems. And, I agree. Talk therapy is still a wonderful thing to do. And, personally, I think that psilocybin helps us be able to open up more to our psychiatrist or therapist, and we can actually get better help that way.
Yeah, exactly. Now, the NCCIH stated, the effects of taking psilocybin are hard to predict and can vary widely from person to person. A certain doses, psychedelic drugs, including psilocybin, can change people's moods, thoughts, and perceptions. For example, people who use psilocybin may report feeling strong emotions, seeing vibrant images, reliving vivid memories, or experiencing perpetual changes such as sense of timelessness or a dissolving of the ego.
Dissolution and lose that ego and just be happy. It's beautiful. Okay, so side effects can be, well, those are good things.
Some of that I was thinking the same thing. Okay, Cindy, I'm not sure of what's going on in your province when it comes to cannabis resale stores, but I can tell you, we're somewhere close to 1,750, 1,800 stores in our province.
We have 49.
49.
But we're tiny.
Huh?
We're a very small province, so.
But you are a small province, okay. So our next report, it says.
Yeah, coming to us from StratCan, to one of the biggest areas of Canada, have opened their second cannabis store. And this is in Nunavut. It's really exciting for them.
Second store. Wow. It's, legalization 5 years, or in year 6. And they got the second store. A second cannabis store opened in, Nunavut in April to help serve the territory's population of just over 40,000 people. Wow. Geez, it had one store for 40,000 people for all that time. Wow.
Yeah.
The store, I hope it was a private-run store instead of a government-run store. We'll find out. The store Higher Experience is located about a 15-minute walk from the Nunavut's first cannabis store, Nuna Cannabis, which opened in 2021. The territory began accepting applications for private retailers in 2020. The population of, I don't look at that word. What is it?
Equality? I don't know.
It's their capital. It's about 7,000 people live there.
Yeah, so they have 40,000 people in the entire territory. In the territory's capital, they have 7,000, and they just opened up their second store. It's so exciting. Prior to this, the only way for somebody in Nunavut to buy cannabis was from two businesses under a license category the territory calls registered suppliers. Residents can still order online or by phone from Canopy or Tweed or Ag Medicina Vertical Cannabis. In the most recent annual report from the province for 2020-2021, revenues from the online cannabis sales through the NULC's partners accounted for less than 0.1% of the total revenues the commission earned in the year.
I just or phone the company and say, hey, Mr. Tweed, send me some weed. Like
that's their choice. Tweed.
Yeah. I mean, there's a thousand licenses out there, and you got a choice of two. In the most recent annual report from the province for 2021, revenues from online. Oh, you read that, yeah. Higher Experiences application has been in the works for several years. Kevin Iniko, one of the owners at the store, said it was a long process, but he's excited now to be open. I guess it's long. We're phenomenally excited to finally get a license, he tells StratCan. It has been a long time coming, but we're very happy to now open for business. The community has been fantastically welcoming. They've been very friendly.
Unlike most provinces, Nunavut has no central delivery, so the territory's two stores must arrange for orders from each of the approximately 40 registered wholesale suppliers for Nunavut. The territory allows two other license types in addition to its registered suppliers, physical cannabis stores and what it's calling remote sales. These two license categories can also be combined.
These are also two subclasses of physical stores: enclosed cannabis stores and integrated cannabis stores. Enclosed cannabis stores can either be standalone buildings or located within existing commercial space, such as a multi-unit building. It sounds like me, like a mall. Hey, we can put a cannabis store in a mall now.
I tell you, all of these rules and subdivisions of all of these stores for two stores got me kind of baffled.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. It's just...
You go Nunavut.
Yeah.
Congratulations on your second store, and I hope you have plenty more to come.
Exactly. Yeah, they should. And it's like they said two stores, but there was something to do with other licensing and other stuff. And I thought they might have done something like they did here in Ontario, like with it on the alcohol end, where they've allowed up until now, things are changing next year, but up until now, in places where there's low availability of stores, like the LCBO, they'll allow it to be sold in a convenience store that's gone through the proper process. But now they've announced that it's going to be available. Yeah, they're opening it wide up here now. So it's good. Yep. Yeah. All righty. On to the next story.
On to the next story. Oh, look, oops. I think I might have closed the wrong story. Which one are we on? Got it. Yep. Coming to us from CNN, move over alcohol. It's weed's turn. But is cannabis a healthier option? Yes.
Yes. It's a true blessing to have great friends who frequently get together. At times, however, those blessings may overflow, according to B, a 43-year-old Atlantean who CNN is not identifying for privacy reasons. I love champagne bubbles and having champagne on a patio on Sunday with friends. It's an idea, B said, but my friends hang out all the time, and even on a weeknight, it would end up being bottles of wine. I felt like I should have invested in boxed wine, especially during the pandemic.
Yeah. Today, B has given up alcohol, turning instead to cannabis gummies when she wants a buzz. The use of cannabis to replace alcohol is a growing trend in the United States. In fact, a recent study found for the first time ever, the daily use of cannabis of any kind among Americans surpassed the daily use of alcohol.
In sheer numbers, of course, many more people still drink alcohol on occasion than use cannabis, which is now legal for recreational use in 24 states and Washington, D.C., and for medical use in 38 states and D.C. Come on, federal government, get caught up there, will you? Still, nearly 18 million people aged 12 and older reported using cannabis daily or nearly daily in 2022, compared with about 15 million who said they used alcohol with the same frequency, according to the study's analysis of the most recent data from the National Survey of Drug Use and Health.
Yeah. For B, giving up alcohol was a necessity. Her periodic binge drinking with friends was taking a toll. Hangovers and an increasing sense of anxiety on the mornings after affected her work performance and her ability to exercise, an enjoyable part of her life. I'm really healthy. I eat clean and work out all the time, and I was just not feeling good anymore, B said. The alcohol will do that to you. Then one day, I was laying on my couch, and my heart was racing like it was coming out of my chest.
Both alcoholism and heart disease ran in B's family. I've had relatives that have dropped dead of a heart attack in their driveway. Simply drinking less wasn't an option for her. She says, I've tried to moderate in the past, but it's hard to do that when you're around people who are drinking, B said. So I decided to quit alcohol completely. My friends were really supportive, and it was easier than I thought it would be.
Good. After a few months of total sobriety, however, B began to experiment with cannabis gummies and found them easy to incorporate with a non-alcoholic drink or two. I don't like to get super high, B said. I'll just cut off a fourth of a gummy and take the edge off after a long day at work. If I'm with friends at a party where I know I'll be there a while, I might take a half or even a whole one. And that's awesome. Yeah. Is replacing alcohol with weed a healthier option? Experts say it depends. I say absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. Questioning one's relationship with alcohol is very healthy trend, according to Carol Boy, who's founding director of the Center of Study of Drugs and Alcohol. She was not involved in this analysis, by the way. She says that we know that moderate alcohol consumption has health risks, and risk increases as alcohol consumption decreases.
Mm-hmm. Just one drink a day can raise blood pressure, trigger a dangerous irregular heartbeat, or even shrink your brain, studies have found. Those are just a few of the many pitfalls of alcohol use, including the risk of cancer. Binge drinking, defined as consuming 4 or more drinks in 2 hours for women, 5 or more for men, was on the rise during the pandemic. Binging was higher in women, sending twice as many to the emergency room during the pandemic than before. In fact, the alcohol-induced death rate for both sexes jumped 26% between 2019 and 2020, the first year of the pandemic.
At first glance, the harms of cannabis appear equally worrisome. By using cannabis before the age of 25, young people can permanently damage their brains, wreaking havoc with their ability to learn. Solve problems and pay attention, according to the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. All level of cannabis use raises the risk of stroke by 42% and heart attack by 25%, even if there's no prior history of heart disease and the person has never smoked or vaped tobacco, according to a February report.
Isn't it illegal to report false stuff? That's terrible. I watched a documentary with my mom. This was years and years and years ago.
Yeah.
It was saying the same stuff. And she forced me to watch this documentary when she started it. And I was all I could do was sit there with my jaw on the floor or laugh hysterically because it's foolish. It's just foolish. It doesn't raise the risk of stroke. A February 2024 study, I'd be interested to read that. Cannabis has also been linked to cardiac arrhythmia, such as atrial fibrillation, myocarditis, which is an inflammation of the heart muscle, and spasms of the heart's arteries, and a higher risk of heart failure. I just don't believe that. However, many participants in those cardiovascular studies are smoking or vaping cannabis instead of ingesting it, said Dr. Peter Grinspoon, a primary care physician and cannabis specialist at Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston, who authored Seeing Through the Smoke, a cannabis specialist untangles the truth about cannabis.
No doctor recommends smoking cannabis unless someone is in acute pain or has cancer and is on chemotherapy that they might want the faster pain relief that comes from inhaling, Grimspoon says. Now, burning anything, whether it's tobacco or cannabis, creates toxic compounds that are harmful to health when inhaled, said marijuana researcher Beth Cohen, professor of medicine at the University of California in San Francisco.
Cannabis smoke contains toxins, carcinogens, and particulate matter that have been linked to cancer, lung damage, and cardiovascular disease, Cohen said in an email. With potential harms for any substance, we would expect to see a dose response. So I'm particularly concerned about the increase in daily and near daily use of cannabis. There have been studies, though, also in 2023 and early parts of 24, done by one of the big universities, and they were checking out people that have been smoking daily or close to daily for 20 to 25 years plus, and they don't have these issues.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I got a story to tell you, but I'm going to wait till the story is over.
Okay.
All right. In fact, they say cannabis smoke may even be more harmful than tobacco because users hold that smoke in their lungs longer to maximize their high. I don't know. I don't. I just smoke like I used to smoke cigarettes, and I haven't smoked cigarettes in 50 years. For March 21st study of Boyd found teens twice as likely to report wheezing or whistling in the chest after vaping cannabis than after smoking cigarettes or using e-cigarettes. New data is beginning to show that secondhand cannabis smoke may be just as dangerous as primary smoke. Robert Page II, a professor of clinical pharmacy and physician medicine at the University of Colorado Skaggs School of Pharmacy and Pharmaceutical Sciences.
Wow.
Yeah.
However, there are many other options than inhaling cannabis smoke, Grinspoon said, including using topicals like oils, lotions, or a skin patch, or suppositories, or a tincture put under the tongue, or in tea, or an edible. You don't have to smoke the cannabis. There is a problem, however. Research on edibles, such as baked goods, candies, and beverages, and other methods of using cannabis or in the infancy, whether there are longer-term impacts on human health than ingesting too much at one setting and getting an uncomfortable high are unknown. Yeah.
We do not yet know risk of daily use of edibles. Thus, I cannot say whether the trend will end up as a healthy one, Boyd says in an email. Regulation is uneven. Products vary, and use is still illegal under federal law. We need better data.
Yeah.
Okay, this story goes on for a bit more. We'll cover a bit more, and then we'll close things up. B lives in Georgia, a state where only medical cannabis is allowed. Therefore, B began using hemp-based gummies laced with Delta-9, the most abundant form of THC in the plant. Let's see. They talk about a synthetic form used in edibles. O-acetate. That doesn't sound like something that comes naturally out of a plant. Especially when they say synthetic form. They say with the passage of the 2018 Farm Bill, which removed the hemp plant from the DEA's schedule of controlled substances, B can buy numerous brands of hemp gummies nearly everywhere, including her local gas station. And there are states that are trying to eliminate those now.
Yeah. Crazy.
I'm just going down through there. Okay. There's a little bit more there to go.
Yeah, first I want to commend her for giving up alcohol, says Grinspoon, who was on the board of the advocacy group for doctors and drug policy, blah, blah, blah. But the hemp products she buys at the gas station or liquor store or the like are completely unregulated, sprayed with synthetic cannabinoids like Delta 8, Delta 9, or Delta 10. There's a Delta 10 that are pretty cheap to make.
Yeah, that's really dangerous for millions of reasons, he says. We don't know what's in these synthetic cannabinoids. We can get all kinds of industrial byproducts, a mixture of all kinds of synthetics, or an extremely high or low doses of the synthetic. It's like the Wild West out there. Potentially harmful chemicals are needed to convert cannabinoids in hemp into synthetic products like Delta 8, according to the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, while manufacturing may occur in uncontrolled or unsanitary settings.
Wow. Of the nearly 2,400 calls about Delta 8 to the National Poison Center in 1 year from 21 to 22, 70% required a doctor's care and 8% were admitted, the FDA said. One child died. I remember we reported on that. A June 2018 review of existing literature on synthetic versions of cannabis found that they may cause more severe adverse effects, which could include breathing problems, a spike in blood pressure, chest pain, and rapidly beating heart, cognitive impairment, anxiety, agitation, suicidal ideation, and even death. Yeah, and they're like the chemical stuff is grossly addictive, like everything else, right? When
If a person chooses to buy cannabis or hemp online at a smoke shop, be sure to choose a product with a label that shows they have paid an independent outside company to assure the purity of the products. And he finishes up with, my other advice for people who want to use cannabis is to get educated. Don't smoke it. Start a very low dose and go slow. Don't use it before driving, and get it from a medical cannabis dispensary or well-regulated legal shop, as that is much safer than a hemp-derived products that are unregulated. And that comes from Dr. Lester, not Lester, but his son, Peter Grinspoon. Yeah. Now, we're not going to get to the last story. I'm going to touch on what I mentioned I was going to touch on.
Okay.
And they talked there about the heart. I got a comment here. Ames High Cannabis.
Brain, yeah.
With that shrinking brain.
Shrinking brain.
Okay. Now, they talked about the heart in that story and arteries and stuff like that. Yesterday, I was at a heart specialist, and they have discovered that I have, according to the CAT scan, which is non-conclusive, okay, that it shows that there's something going on with buildup within my arteries around my heart, and they looked at that as cholesterol possibility, cholesterol buildup. Now, when I come home and we started looking at everything that I consume, because of my Crohn's disease, I have a specific diet that I eat. The stuff that I eat, a lot of stuff I eat, said 0 cholesterol.
Wow.
So what are they seeing inside on that CAT scan? They're not sure. So because of that, I'm going to be sent to a stress test. So I'm going to have to run on a treadmill, so on and so forth, so they can determine what's going on inside there. Because my diet doesn't reflect any of that. I don't eat fatty foods.
Yeah.
Right? And so we're all surprised that showed up on the CAT scan. So who knows? Maybe this test will show something, and who knows, maybe some of this information, which we find is really out of whack, my experience might actually lean towards that possibility.
Yeah.
Yeah, who knows?
I hope it goes well.
Yeah, same here, you're telling me. Because, I'm 135 pounds. Like, it's not as if I'm not overweight. My diet is so strict. I don't eat red meat, unless that piece of bacon that I had was over too much red meat. I don't know, but yeah, no beef, no steak, no nothing. So yeah.
You know, I would thought that, okay, maybe I get it from my snack, which is usually some chips or something, but I went and read the label on the chips. 0 cholesterol. Yeah. So who knows? Even peanut butter, 0 cholesterol.
Wow. Yeah.
So I don't know. We don't know where it's coming from. So it could be. Who knows? Maybe this report's got something there. And if they come back with a conclusion after my test, they don't know what's going on. And like they were talking about, you know, if it got bad enough, putting stents in there and the whole bit. So this is something that I may bring up if they can't find an answer to this.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. So, all right. Anything you want to say, Cindy?
No, I think I'm good.
All righty. Other than that, from the Legacy420.com news desk, that's the news for today. We hope you found it educational and informative. Thanks to our sponsors at Legacy420.com, the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, and Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, and to you, our viewers. And don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. See you next week. Bye-bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Double O today.
That's like believing that you understand Los Angeles if you have the telephone directory. You know? I mean, this is the level of genetics today. What they say they understand life, and they have the telephone directory, and they're talking about Los Angeles because they can look up, you know, where the genes are, the coding for the proteins. You know, does this tell us anything about a broken heart or a Messiah or a Hitler? I don't think so. So what we are trying to do is return the focus of attention to individual experience. We have been slave too long to ideology transmitted hierarchically and based on a tremendously alienating instrumentality. That's what science depends on now, a tremendously alienating instrumentality. What we need to do is empower experience. Well, this is where the psychedelics come in, because citizens don't take psychedelics because it's illegal. Neither do marionettes, neither do robots. None of these well-behaved and mechanistic reductionist images of humanity take psychedelics because it's misbehaving. Misbehaving is a great sin. In fact, it's enshrined as the first sin. You'll regard that the psychedelic issue was there in Eden. and somebody misbehaved, and then they got tossed out forever and their children's children into the chaos of history. It's interesting to read in Genesis why this was. It was because they will become as we are, says Yahweh. They will become as we are if they eat of the fruit of the tree of knowledge.
They say we're young and we don't know. We won't find out until we grow. I don't know if all that's true, 'cause you got me and baby, I got you. Babe,
And that spells it the best in fine stereo.
Alan,
Ladies and gentlemen,
you having a nightmare? What if it's true?
ladies and gentlemen,
Alan, it's a possibility, isn't it?
the very word secrecy is repugnant
Secrets.
in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers,
Constant, extreme danger.
which are cited to justify it. Even today, there is little value in opposing the threat of a closed society by imitating its arbitrary restrictions. Even today, there is little value in ensuring the survival of our nation if our traditions do not survive with it. And there is very grave danger,
Extreme danger.
that an announced need for increased security.
This is Conspiracy Queries with Alan Park.
Will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control.
You're crazy.
And no officious, high or low, civilian or military, should interpret my words here tonight as an excuse to censor the news, to stifle dissent, to cover up our mistakes.
Isn't the Pentagon suspicious that all of building would blow up?
Or to withhold from the press and the public
I think you're just looking at things for the first time.
the facts they deserve to know.
You've had your whole f***ing life to think things over. What good's a few minutes more gonna do you now?
The facts they deserve to know. They deserve to know. Deserve to know. Deserve to know.
Welcome to episode 119 and 47 of Green Crush Conspiracy Queries with Alan Park.
Facts they deserve to know.
Welcome to episode 119 and 47. It's an Eggplant Digital Media creation. It's Eggplant Digital Media, some of the most innovative and exciting digital media out there. And when I say out there, I mean out here, of course. In the comm space. Man, it's hot out and I'm loving it. There's people that get really upset about the heat. But I find that it comes so quickly on the heels of the freezing cold that it doesn't bother me at all. It's like I've been waiting for it. So here we are at Eggplant Digital Media again, 234 King Street East in Toronto at the Pacific Function Hotel. I'll get to that later. It's Eggplant Digital Media, some of the most innovative and exciting digital media out there. And did you know there's a full shooting schedule or recording schedule or both, like you're watching now? end to end. We got daytime programs all the way through. Every morning in the weekdays are kicked off by Mike Richards, raw Mike Richards. And I don't even know who else is on, but we have Your Hood's a Joke. That's a good show, and a lot of other shows, so we're going to have to get some of that information together so that I can talk about it on the show. This is not the only good show that comes out of this particular organization of information freaks. So check us out. This is where we are at 234 King Street East in the Pacific Junction Hotel, the hotel for your specific function. Is that too vague? Pacific Junction specific function? Is that you get that, right? Well, the food's great and you meet fun people. That's the main thing. Our guest today on Green Crush Conspiracy Queries with Alan Park he's an author. You know, and I could just leave it at that. I could leave it at that because I'd like to be an author, and I'm not an author, and I should be an author, and one day hopefully I'll be an author. But this guy's more than an author. He's a results-oriented operational leader. What does that mean? Well, he's had 50 years of experience in the entertainment industry. So his writings are about the entertainment industry, specifically the music industry. We have John Hartman in today. John is the brother of Paul Hartman, who is the gun on the show here. We get him on once in a while. Sometimes he comes to the city. He's a good friend. And his brother is John Hartman. Of course, John is the older of the two and the eldest of the three. Of course, Phil Hartman, who's no longer with us, being the middle brother. So John, this whole family has been deeply involved in all things Hollywood and California, from Paul's growing stuff and moving it around. And by that, I mean, you know, cannabis. And then we have here, John is, he was recently, it was a couple of years ago, 3 years ago, he got the Heller Award. That's a lifetime achievement in management in Hollywood. It's a crystal trophy, and it was presented by his very first client, Jenny Clyde. And you might remember her. She was in the rock duo Chad and Jenny. Well, you'd have to be old to remember her because, you know, that was a long time ago. But that was the British invasion of Chad and Jenny. But and John also teaches. He is at the Musicians Institute in Hollywood. That's when he started anyway. He's the founder of the Holodyme, an internet company engaged in the creation and execution of the new music industry paradigm. The Holodyme is to ensure that the next generation of music belongs to those who make it. And it will raise a series of questions I've wanted to have answered for a long, long time about music and concerts and Holo something else. So John will be on shortly. And of course, he will be speaking to some measure about cannabis, because why else would he be on the show? You can't just be a family member. You know, I don't have Devin is in here right now as our operator while Russell's away. I don't have Devin's mom come down here and have a chat, right? She's not involved in this. Sure, she's a wonderful woman. Maybe she is involved. Who knows? What am I saying? She could be the mother on Weeds. Who knows? But yeah, so that's who's on today. John Hartman. He'll be on shortly. Now remember, as for government-sponsored personal minister profit models, boycott all government weed. That's the message here at the show. Consume it where you choose to. You know, whichever weed you want to have. Choose that and have it where you're going to have it, within reason. Don't blow smoke in people's faces. That's why these other folks had to draw up those laws. But vape and oil yourself to contentment. I had a phone call with a friend the other day, or a text back and forth. He showed me a letter from his condominium board. Apparently the place that he owns is telling him that he won't be able to smoke cannabis inside of his apartment that he's dropped well north of $300,000 to live inside of. And to this I say, don't get too hung up about that. Learn how to vape and edibles. You don't really need to smoke. It's probably not the best way. Considering it burns off somewhere in the neighborhood of 85% of all the goodness that is a cannabis experience, just vape. Which is another fantastic way to say to hell with your condominium board telling you can't partake of a medicine and or a recreational item. Everybody's so precious about this. Remember, we have this government that tells us on the one hand it's dangerous, and on the other hand we don't have enough information to know anything about it. You can't have those two brains in the same body. It doesn't work that way. So vape, vape, vape. Understand what vaping is. Boy, there's some good vaporizers out there. I know one that I use is called the Shatterizer. It's so good that I have two of them. I do. I have two of them. One of them is for shatter, and the other one is for the oil that I sometimes medicate myself with. The black, tarry Rick Simpson goop that pulled my scraggly ass from the edge of a grave, only to deposit me this far on the other side of it. And it's such a different world now than when I was going down in flames. I can't believe it. So it's kind of every day is a bit of a surprise to me, and bonus time of craziness. But anyway, do that. Don't listen to Julian Fantino and Bill Blair and all of these other people that are granting you permission to use something that they've already put dozens, perhaps hundreds, perhaps thousands of people in jail for. And now they're going to profit from it. So to hell with them. Obtain your own quality seeds, not yet infected by the metastases going on with the Bayer-Monsanto merger. Come on, that's an antitrust. Very much need an antitrust suit there. Bayer and Monsanto merging. I don't know exactly what level that is at, but it is unspeakable. So it shouldn't be at any other level other than, boy, thank goodness that's not happening. So make sure it doesn't. Fight it the best way you can. Find out about it. Don't let them influence your shopping needs and abilities, and certainly don't let them lobby their way into being the only available kind of weed some 8, 6, 10, 15 years down the road. Grow your own plant once you've gotten your own seed. Consume the plant as food. Consume it as a tea. Consume it as a regular component of salad. Forget kale and iceberg lettuce. This plant is food. Grow it. Eat it. Vape it, convert it into oil, and take control of your own health, your own way, your own life, and away from these obsessed and obsessive control freak pigs. And by that I don't just mean the police that would arrest you for having it. I mean anybody that would give you a hard time for having it. Because, you know, if you want to consume it in a social setting, as we are encouraged to do with alcohol, which is a depressant, do that with your cannabis. Have a party. Create a floating speakeasy system in your town to help keep the cops running around your town and failing miserably at finding where you're at. Just keep moving it around. We always, these resistance people that don't seem to be able to fully get the message across to these alleged overlords that we're going to be having this on our own time and our own measure. And it's really criminal to do it any other way. There's no real representation to any of this. None. We'll get into that in a future show. We got some of those shows coming up. They're constitutionally themed shows. Doesn't that sound exciting? Oh my. But it goes to show you that it works to expose the fact that the entire structure that we give our ascension to, that we allow to rise and rule over us, is not really rooted in anything beyond you just going along with it. So you don't necessarily need to do that. Let's get into some news. There's been some big news, and I always love when there's news in Hamilton, because Hamilton is the best. So we're moving on to Hamilton. Okay, so what's going on in Hamilton? And this comes to us from the CBC. right, from July 9th, the Hamilton police shut down dozens of pot dispensaries. And all but 2 reopened again. That's right, folks. That's the way it's always going to go. It's always going to go that way. You're going to try to repress us, and we're going to go, yeah, boom, take it on the chin and open it up somewhere else. You're never going to win. The reason we're at this juncture now is because that maxim was always true, and now you're just dilly-dallying and being dicks about it. It says that it's a clear sign the city of Hamilton is losing its battle against the illegal. Now remember, when we say this, that it's only the words of the people who want to take control of cannabis across the board that are calling it illegal. Okay, these are all cast spells, all right? So just be careful when you're reading or listening to anything, really. It's a battle that they are losing against illegal marijuana dispensaries. Now, again, they should be calling it cannabis. Every time police or the city try to shut one down, the new numbers show, they just open it back up again. Lloyd Ferguson, Ancaster councillor and chair of the Police Services Board, says police have shut down 42 dispensaries. Now, remember, this is a little another window to how nuts this is. Hamilton is a nice little town in Ontario, and Ontario is planning to open 40 stores between October 18th and October 18th, 2019. They're going to get 40 stores open across a very large geographical mass, and right now there are 42 stores in Hamilton that were shut down, and 40 of them have reopened. And I think the odds are good that the other 2 will also reopen. City efforts aren't much better. It's because it's unsustainable, you fucking idiots. You can't do this. We're just going to keep rolling out our freedoms. Bylaw staff. Oh, God, how do you even drag yourself out of bed in the morning when you realize you're part of a collective known as a bylaw staff? Ugh. They've identified 80 dispensaries in total. So there's 80 now. There's twice as many dispensaries in this small town of Hamilton than there are going to be across the entire province. I keep saying this because it's not my idea. It's stupid AF. And I just don't understand why more people don't realize how far down the garden path we're all being led. 33 that the authorities managed to close. Most of them just moved to a different location and reopened. That shows the system isn't working. Leandertz says. Leandertz. I'm sorry about that name. Ken Leandertz. Leandertz? Probably Dutch. You got 2 E's there. Leandertz. The city tries to use existing rules to crack down, including whether a building is zoned properly or whether edibles are stored, but that's all it can do until the province either makes dispensaries legal or gives them better tools. Like more money for cops and a police state. That'd be a good idea. I wonder if they've even considered that. The city needs the ability to issue heavy enough fines to act as a deterrent. Until then, the process of trying to close a dispensary is long and labor-intensive and morally reprehensible. They left that part out. I added that part in there. Okay, so what else is in the news? This has to be covered. We have to get to this. Thank you very much, Forbes magazine. This is the magazine for people with far more monetary means than I have. I can tell you that for sure. Here it is. Here's a great article. It's in Forbes. It's called "Why Synthetic Marijuana is More Dangerous Than Ever." Okay, so you read this. It says, last week, New York City television footage showed young men slumped over chairs while others were dazed and wandering the sidewalks and streets. One was inexplicably prancing around with a bowling ball. Another was hunched over and holding onto his bicycle. A man who broadcast the street view on Facebook Live said it looked like a scene out of a zombie movie. In the Bronx and Brooklyn's Bedford-Stuyvesant neighborhood, more than 130 people were hospitalized with what's being described as overdoses of K2 or spice, an intoxicant widely described as synthetic marijuana. We talked about this spice before. It makes your eyes bleed and stuff, right? So it's a really dangerous thing. And the other reason is not just spice, but synthesizing cannabis. It cannot, it will not, it doesn't provide any of the positive benefits and the relief of actually taking in the plant. And when I say it doesn't bring any benefit at all from the synthetic version, the only place I'm not correct about that is, of course, the bank accounts and the ledgers of the companies that provide those synthetic drugs. These people have also been fighting cannabis, but just remember, synthetic marijuana, that's not what we're talking about. Never take that stuff. It's garbage. And besides, when things really shake out the way they're supposed to be, weed is only $2-3 a gram, not even, in some places, right, Oregon? So you have to understand that this whole thing is a ruse. This is just a way for people to make money, and it doesn't work. And we've had all these spice attacks, and so public message of the show: don't take synthetic marijuana. Okay, so why is synthetic marijuana so addictive and dangerous? Well, in herb.co, yes, Herb, it contains none of the natural cannabinoids found in the real thing. The dirty little secret is that one reason synth marijuana probably shouldn't be referred to as marijuana at all. Make no mistake about it, the high is different from actual cannabis, as are the potential dangers. Synthetic cannabinoid analogs, often known as full agonists for the CB1 and CB2 receptors in the brain and other places in your body. THC and the rest of the natural cannabinoids found in marijuana, on the other hand, are only partial agonists. This means that when it comes to effects, that synthetic cannabinoids have greatly exaggerated effects compared to cannabis. It also means that synthetic marijuana lends itself more easily to abuse than real weed, and unfortunately means that unlike the real stuff, it can actually kill you. Now, this is where the science is. You want to get on the science. You want to understand the science about this. This is a recent article from May 9th of this year, 2018. Well, what has the government got to say about all this? What are we going to find out about them? What's their position on we know where they're at with real weed, and Terrence McKenna talked about it at the beginning of the show. They don't want us all lapping and happily munching out on the fruits of the tree of good and evil, knowledge of good and evil. Okay, so let's find out from last year in Vice News. Says here that the DEA, that's the Drug Enforcement Agency, this is just late last year, 7 months ago or so. The DEA has officially decided that a notorious fentanyl manufacturer's synthetic marijuana product is safer and more medicinally valuable than actual weed. So, I mean, here we go with the lies again. Are you with me? So we just understood how this shit's poison. And now we have the most recent position of the government of the United States, the Drug Enforcement Agency, is telling you this stuff that can bleed out of your eyes is, it's not as bad as you think. In an announcement posted in the Federal Register, the DEA announced that the drug Syndros, a liquid form of synthetic THC, will be classified as a Schedule II controlled substance, meaning it can be legally prescribed by doctors. We live in a society of demons, okay? That is just about what it is. I'm sure there's a 10% psychopath count on the population in general, and they're spread out there, and it's always a problem for the 90 rest of us. But when it comes to finding the halls of power, these folks are driven to it. And so just because we have 5 or 3 or 10% psychopaths wandering around just outside this window, no offense. Come here, sir, you're a psychopath. We don't know exactly how many are out there, but there are far more aggregated into the halls of power. Okay, so like, for example, listen to this guy.
New cannabis fines have been released, and unlike alcohol, cannabis retailers face penalties that are fixed, and in some cases, higher.
Yeah, it's higher than a lot of these cases are higher than alcohol. Now, that's not just a pun on cannabis getting you high. Here we have a politician now. I know it's only in one half. That's okay. He's going to explain some of this.
Cannabis is new.
Pardon? I'm sorry. What was that, fucko? Cannabis is new. Don Morgan. This guy's a fella. He's a politician in Saskatchewan. Look him up. Cannabis is new. I think what he means is it's new as a legalized substance. So that doesn't really mean that you've got a purview over it that's just. But go on.
We're worried about what the effect might be, so we're starting with a higher penalty structure. Alcohol is something that's been around for as long as the province has been in existence, and it's something where people have got a greater understanding and acceptance, and marijuana is something new, so we want to have a greater disincentive, at least at the beginning.
Okay, so just at the beginning. So if we can hold any of these wannabe, arbiters of justice to their point, after a little bit of time, we should be able to shake them down into opening things up to a little bit more than this parochial nonsense they've got it set to right now. But we know why they're trying to keep it away from us. I mean, we talked about that. They want to keep it away from us. They want to tax it. They want to tell us how dangerous it is. And every once in a while, some information comes to the fore that belittles that notion. Here's one. Going to get to our guest in a minute, but hang on. This is in the Toronto Star. The chief medical officer calls for decriminalization of all drugs for personal use. What? The chief medical officer of what? Toronto, pretty big city in North America, calling for decriminalization of all drugs for personal use. Now we're getting somewhere. Bill Blair, Toronto's medical officer of health, is pushing for the decriminalization of all drugs for personal use as part of a shift to a public health approach to overdose prevention. In the midst of a deadly and worsening crisis, Dr. Eileen Davila, or could be Davia, is urging the city's Board of Health to call on the federal government to decriminalize possession of drugs for personal use while scaling up prevention, harm, and reduction in treatment services, as opposed to arresting and busting services where they hurt people and take their money and ruin their families like the police like to do. She's also recommending Ottawa convene a task force made up of people who use drugs. Holy shit! What a great idea! Not just go to the cops right away? Medical officer, not just go to the police and ask them how they're going to reschedule their income if cannabis isn't a bust-worthy substance anymore? Oh, wow. Yeah, you should have tried that in Ottawa before, folks. The first people they're going to ask are the people who use them. Great. Alongside experts in policy and healthcare and human rights and mental health and criminal justice experts. See, that's how the list needs to run. You don't go to a cop first and ask a cop to redesign the structure of how the cannabis system's going to run when all of a sudden him and his boys are going to have dozens, uncountable hours on the ledger where they're not arresting people. Ergo, it's time to shave off that many cops on the roster. I mean, you don't even need a budget as high as you've got it anymore. Let's stop kidding ourselves. You don't need as many cops. You don't have as many hours if you really go to legal. That's what these punks are all upset about. And they don't want us to have the fruit from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Whether you like that metaphorically or literally. So she wants to put money into scaling prevention and harm and harm reduction and treatment services. That makes sense, huh? She's also recommending that task force be made of people who use drugs. Might even ask them why they were using it, right? They might even ask me, like if I was to be asked by this doctor, she would say, well, why are you using it? Why did you use it? Did you find it cut into your existence? Did you find that you weren't very productive with it? And I would say, well, no, I was going to find out I was fucking dead without it. So thanks for asking me first, and then experts in policy. We'll get to you later. And then healthcare, because you've been denying things and buttressing the pharmaceutical industry. And then human rights. Well, we should move that a little closer up, but thanks for considering it at all. and then mental health and criminal justice experts. Mental health experts, because we need to definitely take care of people in that situation. But again, we also don't need to be told that their particular pharmacy is the only way out of these particular situations. I'm going to talk about ibogaine later on. Look that up. Ibogaine. To explore options for the legal regulation of all drugs in Canada. God love her. Those are the positions detailed in a new report entitled A Public Health Approach to Drug Policy that will be presented to the city's health board, and I'm sure it's already in the garbage can. I'm sure it is already in the garbage can, but we'll see. I'll try to I'm going to keep that on my little pegboard of things I'm supposed to do, and we'll take a look at that in a little bit, because I want to make sure that gets followed up. This is the continuing conversation, Kathleen Wynne, that you bailed out of. Zero spine in that woman, none. Okay, so that's our previous getting off on a rant here. I just don't miss her, that's all. Even though the guy that's in there now, we'll talk about him later, I'm sure. Anyway, that's the news, and then we're going to bring on our guest now. What do you think? On the phone, we're going to pass on that right now. He's on the phone. Did I say my lawyer is on the phone? Oh my goodness. He is on the phone. You know, you're going to get in trouble, and it's going to happen at some point with this whole cannabis mess. You know, I don't think I'm out of the woods on that at all. Let me just mention this to you right now, that you may find yourself in some kind of cannabis trouble, and that will suck, because here at Green Crush and Green Crush Conspiracy Queries, we've been telling you the new system's been screwed for over a year now. And some of you, well, you're only now learning of the draconian rollout of this particular cannabis act. You're only now finding out about it. You're only finding out that it's nothing more than boiling hot pig gravy being poured over the castle walls onto the just citizens, the rightful citizens. And these guys have gamed the system. So if you find yourself on the short end of the stick and you need a lawyer, a real one who deals with cannabis, not the one who untangles you from a lying black widow, but I mean, you know, the one where you got busted for some kind of weed thing, it's possible that this will be the only guy you need at that point. I hope it never happens to you, but it's possible you may wind up getting yourself involved with Harrison Jordan. He's an attorney at law in Ontario. He studied the weed laws, and he knows them better than you.
Hurt in the car? Do not call me. Get caught smoking a bong while driving on the 401? I may be able to help. Hi, I'm Harrison Jordan, and whether you find yourself on the wrong side of the pot law, or you'd like to start a business in the legal marijuana industry, you need someone who understands Canada's cannabis laws. So call me today at
1-855-420-LAW. 1-855-420-LAW.
All right, Harrison Jordan making his own commercials. He just got called to the bar. Now he's making his own commercials. I believe he's singing in there as well. That's amazing. So that's our buddy Harrison. He's now a lawyer. He was articling. That's cool. I'm glad to get him going on there. So here we go. We're gonna call Mr. John Hartman. He is somewhere in California, and let's find out exactly where. Probably Los Angeles, right? If he's still working, I guess he would be. It's earlier in the day for him.
Hello, John Hartman here.
Hey, John. How are you?
I'm great.
Okay, I'm pretty good. We're going to play with some sound levels here. Is that all right? Okay. Now, I'm very excited. I don't know if you heard the beginning of the show, but the folks know who you are. You're a music manager and everything. At the beginning of the show, I played some Sonny and Cher. What do you think about that?
One of my favorites.
Yeah. When did you, let's just jump right in and say, when did you meet Sonny and Cher? What was that all about?
Know who you are. You're a music manager and everything. At the beginning of the show, I played some Sonny.
Wow, there's a big delay there.
Yes, it is.
Shoot, that's...
Are we on air?
Yeah, we're on the air. That was a huge delay. Go ahead and say hi there.
Hi there. I'm back.
Okay. I don't know why I heard me 30 seconds later. You heard that too, huh? Okay, let me just ask you again. We're just going to dive in out of nowhere because I wound up using Sonny and Cher. How did you... I mean, you're a music manager. How did you meet Sonny and Cher? And tell us about that. They were like an international superstar team.
Well, I was an agent at the William Morris Agency. I was 23 years old. My assignments were scale television shows and game shows. And the first time that rock and roll music was put on prime time network television was on ABC called Shindig. That was a show that I worked on regularly and submitted William Morris clients to. And I happened to be pretty intensely into it. And I represented the director, Dean Whitmore, the house chanteuse, Donna Lauren, the house duet, Dick and Dee Dee. I signed the house quintet, the Shindogs, to William Morris. And I spent a lot of time at their rehearsals and
God, we got some crazy noise here.
So I was at one of the tapings, and the Rolling Stones were on the stage playing one of their hits, and there was an audience of about 300 kids. And they were all ignoring the Rolling Stones, which I found quite shocking. And so they were calling to someone standing in the wings behind a drape. And I went around the corner and looked to see what had their attention, and it was Sonny Bono. Sonny was the first guy in LA to have long hair. The Beatles had hair to their cheekbones, and the Stones had them to their neck, but no one had them below the neck. And somehow, Sonny and Cher were an unknown act at the time, but the kids knew who they were, so there was an underground movement for them. And this I found very shocking, that they would ignore the Rolling Stones and pay attention to this unknown artist. So later in that show, Sonny and Cher did a song, and a week later, and I thought it was pretty cool, and she was lovely. And about a week later, the ABC network had allowed the cast and crew of Shindig to be on a benefit concert at the Shrine Auditorium in LA. The benefit was for UNICEF. So I had all these clients on the show. It's a live show. It wasn't on television. It was just the audience that had paid to admission. And I was sitting up in the balcony, and Sonny and Cher were on the bill. And when without introduction, actually, the song comes on the speakers, and she walks out of the wings alone with a handheld mic, and she hold on a second, she's singing a song called Just You. And so she comes out, and actually it's Sonny who comes out first.
Okay.
And he's singing this song, Just You, and he sits at the edge of the stage, and in the Shrine Auditorium, the first row of seats is just like 3 feet from the stage, downstage edge. And so he's singing right into the faces of the kids. And then when he finishes his verse, she starts the answer verse, and she comes out of the wings. She sits down beside him, and she strokes his long hair. And I got goosebumps over my entire body. And I jumped out of my seat, and I ran down the back stairs and backstage, and by the time I got there, they had finished their song. And I went up to Sonny Bono, and I said, I want to be your agent. And he said, you do? As he knew I represented everybody else on the show. And I said, yes, I do. And so, long story short, I got a picture of them, and I went around the Morris office. I was in the television department, and I had to get someone in the live concert department to co-sign the act with me. because someone had to book gigs on that. And so I went around with this photo of them, and I showed it to all the agents. I said, we got to sign this act. And he says, and everybody said, no, don't do it. It's your career. You're going to blow your career. You got lucky on the last signing. I signed an English act called Chad and Jeremy that broke wide open. And, this guy's got long hair. Are you crazy? And he's wearing a fur vest. And I said, no, we got to sign him. And I went to the head of the rock department, and he said, no, don't do it. We don't need this act. We got lots of acts. Book the ones we have. And I said, and I'm only a kid. And I said, I'm going to sign this act with or without you guys. And so they said, okay. The guy says, his name was Ira Oken. And he said, it's your career. If you got to sign him, sign him. So I got a young agent from the gig department who had just come out from the New York office, and I said, you got to come with me. And so we got in the car, and we drove down to Melrose Avenue in Hollywood, and we went into a studio called Gold Star, and we got there just as they were doing the final mix to I Got You, Babe.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And if you didn't know that was a hit, you weren't paying attention. And so he agreed to co-sign him with me. And we went back to the Morris office. We called the manager. They had a manager, Charlie Green.
What's his name? Sorry, Charlie what?
Charlie Green and Brian Stone. They were the managers of Sonny and Cher.
Okay.
And so there were a couple of New York hustlers who had come to L.A. and was signing everything that moved. And as unknown acts.
Yeah.
And so their story is pretty interesting. They started their company by sneaking into the Universal lot and going into an empty house that was used as an office and going into business. Eventually they got caught and got kicked out, but they already had a roster in the public relations business by then, and they became managers instead. Anyway, so I go get the Morris House agrees to sign him, or Harvey and I do, and they had to go. The record came out, I Got You, Babe, and it was hitting in America out of LA first.
Yeah.
And Sonny and Cher went over to England to promote your release of the single.
Yeah.
How's your throat?
Sure.
And so anyway, when the long hair was a real anomaly in those days, and Sonny and Cher tried to check into the Hilton Hotel in London, and they refused them.
Because of the guy's hair, because of his hair, which isn't even that long. It's not even, it's like a page boy cut. It's like,
Yeah, it wasn't that long yet. Hair hadn't gotten below the shoulders on guys yet.
Yeah.
At least they had in LA. In San Francisco they had, as I learned later. But anyway, so there was such a furor over it, and the song was hitting in America so big that when they came home, there was already a big hit, and Warner Brothers had 2 singles on them under an old act by the name of Caesar and Cleo.
Caesar and what? Sorry, what was that one? Caesar
Cleo.
and Cleo,
like
oh.
Patrick.
Yeah. Okay, you dropped out there.
Yeah, so Cleo, Caesar and Cleo, Reprise Records puts out their Caesar and Cleo record, only they changed the name to Sonny and Cher because they're hot. Mm-hmm. And I Got You, Babe goes to #1. As it's coming down, Atlantic puts out the follow-up, so now there's 2 hit the charts. Reprise's record hits the charts. It goes way up. As it's coming down, they released the B-side. They only had 2 sides. And then, so now there's 4 singles in the Billboard Top 100. And they're so hot that when they come back from England, there's thousands of kids in the airport. Literally thousands.
Wow.
And they couldn't get off the plane. So we had to take a limo down to the tarmac, and they had to leave in a limousine, and we went straight to the Morris office because we had a meeting scheduled with the head of Universal Pictures to discuss a movie deal for Sonny and Cher.
Wow.
This is within just a few weeks of the signing.
Yeah.
And so we walked into the office of the head of the company, and we had this meeting, and Cher was bored, and she signaled me she wanted to leave, and so she and I got in the limo. We drove around Beverly Hills and went to all the fancy lady stores, and she was already in Vogue magazine, so they were all excited to see her. And then the restaurant for the music business in Hollywood in those days was called Martoni's, and it was on Cahuenga Boulevard, and all the executives from the music business went there every night. So one night, someone picks a fight with Sonny over his hair. And instead of kicking somebody out, they kicked Sonny out. And he went home, and on a brown paper bag at the piano in his garage, he wrote a song called Laugh at Me. The next morning, he came to a meeting at the Morris office and played the song in the conference room off the brown paper bag for the whole, all the agents. And they recorded it at Gold Star that afternoon, and that night it went on the air.
Are you serious? You're going to record it, master it, whatever, mix it, and throw it on the air one day?
When you're hot, you're hot. So then it immediately hits the charts the next week, and now Sonny and Cher had 5 singles in the Billboard Top 100 barely a month after we signed the act.
Why did it take until 2015 for you to win the Heller Award? You should have won it in the 60s.
Well, I don't know why. But I was not a manager then. I was an agent.
Okay.
I was a William Morris agent, and I worked on a salary. I didn't get a commission on the act or anything. The company got the commission.
God, we're having a bit of trouble. Just hang on a second, John. Just going to see if we can buffer something. You're kind of.
It might be the extra person on the thing.
It could be, but if just in case, let's have a little listen. Hey, Paul, are you on the line with your brother, or did you disappear? How's it going? Oh.
Okay.
Looks like he's not even there.
Maybe he got off. Anyway, whatever it is.
Okay.
So anyway, suddenly now I'm a 23-year-old kid who looks like a genius.
Yeah.
And then, shortly thereafter, the agent that I brought in, my colleague named Harvey Kresge, long story short, stole the act from Charlie Green and Brian Stone and became Sonny and Cher's manager. Quit the Morris office and went on and was the manager through the TV show and all the enormous success. And I get a call from Charlie Green. And he says, I know it wasn't your fault, and I got this other band. And I said, okay, let's go see him. And we went to a nightclub in San Diego. It was during a fog storm, and it took about 5 hours to drive from LA to San Diego, which is usually a 2.5-hour drive. And
the fog was on the inside of the car or the outside of the car?
Outside of the car, and inside, because we had just gotten into smoking dope.
Ah, there we go. Okay.
And, we smoked about 5 J's on the way to San Diego because it took so long.
Yeah.
And when we got there, the band was on stage, and it was so great that as soon as the song ended, I heard half a song, and I said, I'll sign the act.
And who was this?
Wait a second.
Okay.
And so I've told this story before, and it's all about timing. The punchline.
Okay.
Anyway, so in the middle of the next song, the lead guitar throws down his guitar and runs off the stage. The rest of the band throws down their instruments, and they run after him. I turned to Charlie Green, and I said, what is this? Is this part of the show? And Charlie's as white as a sheet, and he says, no, man, this is bad. And we made our way through the crowd and out into the back door where the band had gone, and laid out over the back of a Corvette being tended to by a nurse who had her hand in his mouth trying to keep him from swallowing his tongue, was Neil Young.
Oh, my God.
And the band was Buffalo Springfield.
Sure.
And I committed to sign them on half a song. And it wasn't because I was stoned. It was because it was that great.
That good, yeah. No, I believe that. I believe that. So wow, that's incredible. So you found your path. You knew you were on the right thing at that young age.
Yes. And I finally moved out of my parents' house and got a house rented a house in Laurel Canyon, and it was actually before Buffalo Springfield that I moved out of the house, and I was offered pot the first time when I was going to Santa Monica College in 1961, and I turned it down, and I didn't smoke pot until after Chad and Jeremy's big success when I moved into Laurel Canyon. And I remember one night, one of my colleagues from the Morris office and a groupie girl who was actually a barber. She specialized in cutting long hair. All the hair was getting longer. And they held me down. She sat on my chest while he made me smoke pot. And I took a few hits, and I was instantly hooked. And I remember listening to the Rolling Stones real loud on these JBL speakers, and I could literally, this is of course a hallucination, but I could see the notes coming out of the speakers.
Yeah, wow. I know that one. I know that one. I know. The same thing happened to me. Oh my God.
Then I went up on this burned out house up above the hill behind my house, and I stood there at night, and I imagined that I was flying out over the valley and back, and it was pretty much ready to try it again.
Man, that's amazing. That's
and
amazing.
Then I went on to secretly smoke for quite a long time. I was married to a shindig dancer, and her father was a cop, and her brother was a cop. And smoking was not acceptable, especially even at the Morris office. So it was very much a secret in those days. This is 1963.
Wow.
The Beatles hadn't even broken yet, and so I had to do it very secretly. So I would not smoke all day. I would smoke on my way home. I lived in the valley, so it was a drive, and then I would cover it up with cologne and somehow fooled my wife for quite some time.
How much would you say that as a you've had this great career, you're still doing it, and you still know all these people and you're connected to it. So without, necessarily putting anybody on the spot, over all these decades you've been involved with this, how deeply woven into the fabric of what it is that you personally do professionally, the folks that you work with musically, what do you figure the percentage or describe the fabric of cannabis within that whole system? Because as little kids, we hear these records, and I heard a lot of these records when I was a little kid in the 60s. So I heard a lot of that stuff. My sister was 14 years older than me. So when, all the regular kids, the other kids were listening to Wheels on the Bus and all those Simon Says kind of things, I was listening to the Beatles and the Stones and the Joplins and everything. So, I got a bit of an early jump on it, but I didn't know and didn't realize the depth of it at that time. And then I remember later on, Paul McCartney got arrested for it in Japan. And my mom was like, oh, that's really bad, And I was like, oh, boy, he got in trouble for doing this. But meanwhile, it's part of the whole industry, isn't it?
Well, it was very much part of the fabric of the industry. And it really was part of a bigger thing, which was the schism that occurred in America between everyone under 30 and everyone over 30.
Right.
It was a complete divide. It was even more divisive than it is today, although this one is still growing and it's going to get just as bad.
Yeah.
But in those days, there was an expression that everyone under 30 used, and the thing was, never trust anyone over 30. And then the adjunct phrase was, turn on, tune in, and drop out.
Right. That's Leary, right? Tim Leary.
Yeah. Tim Leary was the professor of that idea. And he and I later on had an encounter that is interesting, which I'll get to in a minute.
Okay.
But the idea was that if you were against the war, you turned on. And pot was the expression was turning on was originally applicable to smoking marijuana, and then as everyone said, it was a gateway drug, and it ultimately led to LSD. And if it wasn't for LSD, the Vietnam War would still be going on. And but it kept the movement pacifistic. LSD was peace and love, not fascist, anti-fascist violence.
Right.
That has happened already in America this round, and it will continue to grow, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But in those days, everybody was pacified, and it became about flower children and a Mahatma Gandhi, Dr. Martin Luther King, Mandela kind of mindset, where you know the potential for violence did not exist in the hippie community. But the idea of if you didn't smoke pot, you weren't on the right side of the line.
Right.
So every musician and everybody who worked with musicians and everybody at every record company smoked pot. And the police were the enemy of pot smokers, and they were universally referred to as pigs. They were not good people in the minds of them. And they didn't like the hippies either, so it was a two-way street. And so, you know, if you didn't smoke pot, the idea of managing a rock and roll band was just out of the question. And it just, you know, didn't happen. And those who did it inside the Morris office, it was done secretly. We never, you know, we hid it from the executive core and the people who owned and ran the company. But once I got really committed to it, I didn't. I went to San Francisco because there was a manager here in LA who. When I signed Buffalo Springfield, I went way out on a limb, and I parlayed my success with Chad and Jeremy and my success with Sonny and Cher, and I said that this band is going to be bigger than them, and it's going to be America's answer to the Beatles.
Wow.
And I was pushing that idea all over the Morris office, and this manager comes up to me and says, "You're wrong." I said, "What are you talking about? These guys are great." And he says, "Yeah, but they're not what's going to happen next." I said, "What are you talking about? They're going to be the next big thing." And he says, "No, the next big thing is coming out of San Francisco." And so I said, "Oh yeah, what do you mean?" And he says, "You don't know what's happening." And I thought, now I'm 23 years old. I got 2 hit acts, and I think a bigger act coming. And I think I know everything because that's how young kids think.
Yeah.
Right? And so. I went up to San Francisco with another colleague named Skip Taylor, and we went to Winterland. It was, I think it was October 18, 1966, and Winterland was a skating rink that they turned into a rock and roll venue. Bill Graham was the promoter, and the bill was Jefferson Airplane, Grateful Dead, and Paul Butterfield Blues Band.
How'd you get out alive?
Well, first of all, I'd never heard of any of those acts.
Oh, okay.
You know, like they drew 5,000 people to Winterland.
Yeah.
And I went, "This is crazy. Unknown acts don't draw.
Yeah.
You can't fill 5,000 seats with with unknown acts." And it kind of blew my mind. And there were 2 other things that blew my mind that night. One was what they call liquid light shows, where they put different colored oils in a dish, a clear dish, and they put it on a magnifying screen, and they pulsate the dish to the beat of the music, and it throws colored lights all over the walls.
Oh wow, that's I think I've seen that kind of thing.
Yeah, you see it in any Jefferson Airplane video.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that blew my mind, and then the next thing I saw was even more mind-boggling, and that was every guy in the room had hair below his shoulder.
Yeah.
And the longest I'd seen was Sonny. So that, really upset my apple cart. And Skip Taylor and I went out to Lookout Point in Sausalito and looked back at the city and said, "We got to bring this to L.A." So we went back to the Morris office and said, "We got to open a San Francisco office. There's going to be the next big explosion. All these bands are going to come out of Frisco, and if we have an office there, we can capture this and make it bigger than these hippie commie managers will ever do, and we got to do it. And they went, you guys sit down, shut up, and stay out of San Francisco. Well, if you have seen, the golden ring, and they tell you don't grab it, you gotta say, something's wrong. So then Skip and I schemed on how to bring it to San Francisco. We were in the process of signing a band to the Morris office named Canned Heat.
Sure.
And instead of, we decided to leave the Morris office and start a nightclub. When we decided to do it for Buffalo Springfield, we called it the Stampede. Except the Morris office didn't want to do it, so we left and we changed the name to the Kaleidoscope. And we had realized that our bands in those days happened out of venues. The Beatles came out of the Cave in Liverpool. The Jefferson Airplane was coming out of the Phil. The Grateful Dead was coming out of the Avalon. Johnny Rivers came out of the Whiskey A Go-Go. The Byrds came out of the Troubadour. And we said we gotta have an act to break in our nightclub. So we signed Canned Heat for management instead of agency. And we went about raising the money to open a nightclub. And while that's going on, we had to get ourselves fired from the Morris office because otherwise we didn't get unemployment.
Oh, I see.
So we started smoking in the office at night and just being totally obnoxious to everyone. And by the time we got fired, we had the money, and we had the whole Kaleidoscope set up, and we released a venue, and we structured the venue. It was an old sound stage where the Steve Allen television show had come from, and we configured it for a capacity of 700 people, and it was opening night, and we booked the Airplane, the Dead, and our band Canned Heat.
Wow. And
we showed up that afternoon. We painted the place. We created the best sound system rock had ever been on up to that point. And we went there to get ready for sound check, and there was a notification on the door that said, you can't go in here. If you do, you're going to be under arrest. It was a restraining order from the owners of the building who had gotten complaints from all the little old ladies in the neighborhood. They didn't want hippies in their neighborhood.
Right.
So I'm standing there, and all the kids who worked for us, like 20 kids who had done all the work on the building and painted it and everything. And this guy named Bill Kirby says, don't tell me we did all this for nothing. And I'm standing there, and I got $60,000 left in the bank. And I didn't want to, and Airplane and the Dead were already in town. And I made a decision to move the concert that day for that night to some other venue. And luckily, I knew the assistant manager at the Ambassador Hotel, where the Coconut Grove was.
Oh, yeah.
And I called him up and I said, is the Coconut Grove booked tonight? He says, yeah. What's wrong? I said, I need a venue. I need a venue tonight for 2,000, or at least, for 700 people. And I got these bands booked. And he said, well, I got the ballroom. It holds 2,000. I said, okay, I'll take it. And he says, well, the manager's out of town. I guess I'm in charge. You got it. Because I'd done him a favor. I had booked his wife as the sidekick on the first Regis Philbin television show.
Oh, my God.
A woman named Susan Baird. She was a Marilyn Monroe-esque dancer, really smart, really did great with Regis.
Susan Baird?
Barrett, B-A-R-R-E-T-T.
Okay.
Anyway, so Uno owed me, and he paid off, and in one day we moved the entire sound system, went on the radio, got the light show set up in the Ambassador, and told everybody that it was now at the Ambassador Hotel. When that was all accomplished, I went home for a shower, and I came back, and I'm walking in the building, and I passed two hippies. You could always tell who was under 30 because they always had longer hair, they had love beads, and they had flowery clothes, right? And I went, oh, okay, that's two. And then I got up to the second floor where the ballroom was, and these kids who worked for us are selling tickets at the door. And I walk up, and they're grinning from ear to ear. And I said, "What?" And they said, "Take a look." And I opened the door, and the airplane was on stage, and there were 2,000 people in the room.
Wow.
Almost 3 times what we could have gotten in our own venue. And it was a huge success. We got amazing reviews. And for the next week, I had the Doors booked, and the Doors had broken wide open. And I went to Uno. I said, "Can we have it for next week?" And he says, "No, it's booked." So we went out, and we got a nightclub on the Sunset Strip that was called Ciros, C-I-R-O-S. And it was a famous nightclub for basically jazz music and comics. And today, that venue is the Comedy Store, which is a huge thing in the comedy world. And the series I'm Dying Up Here is based on that Comedy Store venue and the lady who ran it.
Yeah.
But anyway, so we moved the Doors in there and changed the advertising and put out a poster, and there was a mile-long line trying to get in. So that was a huge success. The next week, we thought we had Paul Butterfield Blues Band booked. It fell apart. We snagged an act that was being heavily promoted at the time from MCA Records and said they better be good, because if they're not, they'll never work this town again. And they weren't good, and so...
Who was that? Do you know?
It was called Fever Tree, that band.
Fever Tree?
Fever Tree. And it was a brand new act that MCA had put a huge billboard on Sunset that had 3D. It was like a woman in a swamp pulling a band on the raft, and the band was on the raft, and it was 3D, so it looked like she was actually pulling them. Anyway, it was a big hype, and the band got to play, and they weren't good, and their career ended pretty much that day. Anyway, so now we shut down, and we went out and looked for another venue, and we ended up leasing an amazing, legendary venue on Sunset Boulevard, not on the Strip, but in Hollywood, called the Earl Carroll Theater, which was built in the 30s as a nightclub for stage shows and dancing, and it has an amazing history. And we went in there, we built a dance floor out of an old bowling alley. We bought an old bowling alley, the lanes, and installed it in this place because the whole concept of that era was dance concerts. You had to be able to dance, and the Earl Carroll Theater, which had been the Moulin Rouge in the 50s, it was actually built in the 30s, didn't have a dance floor. So we built a dance floor, and and our opening night was Jefferson Airplane, Grateful Dead, Canned Heat, once again. And in both situations, the one at the Ambassador and the one in our own venue, all 3 acts played for free.
Oh, wow. Nice.
They didn't charge us anything because they wanted us to bring their San Francisco to play, and we ended up bringing all the San Francisco acts down here first. Big Brother and the Holding Company, Moby Grape, the Charlatans, all the great bands in San Francisco. We were their debut performance in Los Angeles, including the Dead, and we went on and had another amazing adventure that is too long and too fabulous to tell now.
Oh gosh!
But it was all through that we smoked all day, every day.
Wow, gee whiz!
And it was the time of my life.
How would you say your health has been over the course of your life? Have you had a pretty good time?
My health has been extremely good for this reason. After the Kaleidoscope closed, I ended up managing a little band called Rockin' Foo, and my brother Phil had just graduated from high school, and he came over to my house one day with a book called Yoga, Youth, and Reincarnation.
Okay.
And I read the book, and I got into yoga big time, and I became a health nut, and I've been practicing yoga and vegetarianism ever since. And that, along with meditation, has kept me young, vital, and healthy. And I've never had a major disease. I've broken a bunch of bones driving stoned.
Oh, yeah.
I had, I think, 5 or 6 auto accidents. Matter of fact, I once calculated that I wrecked every car I had except the fastest one.
Really?
At the height of success, I drove an Aston Martin DBS, and I drove it one time 155 miles an hour, but I never wrecked it. Anyway, so my health is very good and still is to this day. And I'm 77 years old. I get guessed in my early 60s by people all the time. So I'm not as old looking as I am.
Sure.
Apparently.
You still work professionally in the music business too, right?
No, I actually retired from the music business last year. I had been teaching music business at Musicians Institute in Hollywood, and that got me into Loyola Marymount University, where I taught for 10 years. I was Professor of the Year 3 times in the School of Film and Television. And then I taught at UCLA for 7 years. And all along, I was dabbling, kind of looking for an act. I found one at LMU, a girl named Simone Battle. I thought she was going to be a superstar, but she wouldn't follow my advice.
Yeah.
And so I let her go. And when all my advice turned out to be absolutely correct, instead of coming back to me, and I invited her to do so, and I even wrote my book, Rock Building Bands in the Digital Age, as a guidebook for her, she killed herself instead.
Oh, gosh. That's too
broke
bad.
my heart. She was in a band called Girl, GRL. I think it was on RCA.
Yeah.
And produced by Dr. Luke. And I told her that kind of band wasn't going to make it today, and she should not do it. And she insisted on doing it. And they tried real hard, but they couldn't break the act, and it broke her.
That's too bad. What do you mean that it wouldn't work today? What exactly about it wouldn't work?
It was the 5 hottest chicks you ever saw in one place in your life.
Oh, okay. And that's not going to work?
It was no. I knew it wasn't going to work because it was the lady who put it together was the manager of the Pussycat Dolls.
Right.
And she was trying to duplicate her success, and that was not going to happen in the current market.
Right.
Part of being a great manager is having vision and knowing what's real and what's not real, because I never met an artist in 60 years of management that didn't think it was going all the way to the big time. Not one, ever, right? And 90% of them were absolutely wrong. They weren't even going to make a living.
Right.
So a manager has to know what to go on and what to not go on. And I told her, okay, this is going to be a learning experience for you. When it's over, come back to me. I was leading her down the direction that Adele later had huge success with.
Wow.
And she got into this cute all-girl band that, danced and sang, didn't play instruments.
Oh, God.
And didn't write their songs and wasn't going to make it. And when she realized that it wasn't going to happen, she hung herself in her apartment.
So it was really like a poorly conceived, never going to work sort of a Monkees, right? Where they're not really doing much of they're just sort of puppeting along with something like a little.
Well, yeah, I mean, but see, the Monkees was actually a brilliant idea at the time.
Yeah, but I mean, that's what they're doing a thing where they're not really gonna play the instruments and just jump around and just be cute, and that's supposed to work. That's not gonna work, is it? I mean, the best people to do that were the Spice Girls, maybe.
Yeah, well, the Spice Girls and the Pussycat Dolls were similar things. I mean, that was in the 80s when that kind of thing had MTV to hype it.
Yeah.
And it worked because they were hot. But to do it in the market, that Simone Battle was entering, it wasn't good. I knew 100% that even with Sony distributed record label, Dr. Luke, the hottest producer of the day, the best choreographers and a lot of money, that band was going to fail. And when it did, she couldn't take it, and she didn't come back to me. She broke my heart instead.
That's too bad. Well, let's put a happier note on it. I mean, this fella also didn't go the distance, but if I don't ask you about Elvis Presley, I'll be kicking myself.
That's even better story. When you start, the William Morris Agency trains their agents from the mailroom up. They don't hire, at least in those days, they didn't hire agents from the outside or other agencies. What they did was they put you in the mailroom at $50 a week, and when I started in 1961, and they tested you in every possible way to see what kind of character you had, what kind of intelligence you had, what kind of humility you had, and if you were a persevering type. And so getting the job was hard in the first place because someone had to recommend you. I was luckily recommended by an agent there. And I was actually an actor looking for work, but I didn't know how to get an effective agent. So I lied about being an actor, said I wanted to be an agent, and got the job because I was trying to find out how to get an agent. Right. And 2 days into it, I said I can do this better than any of these guys, and I started running. And 6 months later, I was the fastest guy in the mailroom. Well, every year. William Morris had a guy from the mailroom who worked directly for Colonel Tom Parker at the height of Elvis's movie career. He was a liaison between the Elvis camp and the Morris office, and it was just the Colonel hustling a free staff member, and I was a flunky gopher type. But they sent me, the kid who worked for them, for Colonel full time, was named Irv Schechter, and he went in the Air Force Reserves every summer for 2 weeks. And the Colonel, tough old buzzard that he was, insisted that somebody replace him for those 2 weeks as the gopher.
Okay.
So they always sent the guy who was least likely to screw up because they didn't want the Colonel complaining. So I got the gig. When I went over there for what was supposed to be 2 weeks, and it was amazing to see, the King of Rock and Roll's operation at the highest possible level. And 2 weeks in, I went to the Colonel on the Friday. And I said, "Colonel, thanks for the opportunity. Irving will be back on Monday," and it was really amazing. He says, "Oh, no, Johnny, you come back on Monday too." I said, "Well, sir, they're expecting me back at the office." He says, "No, I'll handle that." End of discussion. So the Colonel ended up keeping me on his staff for the better part of a year, and it was just amazing. And I was we were at Paramount Pictures. The Colonel always got something for free in every deal he did, and what he got in a multiple picture deal with the great producer Hal Wallace was half the second floor of the main building at Paramount Pictures for free. 7-room suite. And
nice.
Every square inch was covered with a picture of Elvis.
You just have to manage Elvis to get that perk.
Well, he was, his deal with Elvis was, "I'll only manage you."
Right.
But you have to do whatever I say and I get half.
Right.
And so Elvis went along and that was their relationship. But the Colonel was a tough old nut.
Yeah.
And he didn't, he like when he signed Elvis to RCA Records, he got a full-time RCA employee on his staff named Graylin Landon, who was a press agent. So all of Elvis's press didn't emanate from the record company, it emanated from the Colonel's office by this guy Graylin. So that was just the Colonel's MO. He always got something for free in the deal. And in the Morris office, he wanted three free things. He wanted an office in the building, he wanted a full-time employee on his staff, and he wanted a free station wagon, gassed, insured, and serviced by William Morris.
Station wagon.
Yeah, they gave him the station wagon. That was easy. They had a whole fleet.
Yeah.
They gave him a guy from the mailroom. That's only $50 a week. No big deal.
Yeah.
But an office in the William Morris building was hugely expensive. So Mr. Lashvogel, the head of William Morris, said to him, "Listen, Colonel, there's no office in this building good enough for you, except mine. So whenever you're in the building, you come and use my office, and I will move into my other office." And so Laswell kind of outsharped him in that move, but he got the staff member and eventually me and the car.
Wow.
And so anyway, I met Elvis on the set of a movie called Girls, Girls, Girls one day in a group of people, just to say hello and shake hands. And then one day they moved over to MGM Studios to make a movie called It Happened at the World's Fair. And I was left alone in this 7-room suite with all these pictures of Elvis on the walls, and my Virgo brain couldn't take it, and I had nothing to do except I went to all the studios where Elvis ever made a movie and collected his fan mail, went back to the office, read it, and if anything was interesting, I sent it to this warehouse in Madison, Tennessee. And my other job was to buy every newspaper and every magazine and go through it, and anything about Elvis I would send to this warehouse. But I never, I only got like a few phone calls a day. One in the morning at 9 o'clock to make sure I was there. One at 5 to 1 to let me go to lunch. One at 5 after 2 to make sure I was back. And one at 5 to 5 to tell me to go home.
Wow, pretty punctual.
Yeah. So the rest of the time, I took down all the pictures and I put them all back up. They were all laid out in the 7-room suites asymmetrically. And I took them all down and put them all back up symmetrically, where the wallet-size calendars were the ring around the top of the walls, and then the certain size went in the middle, and it turned it into this rather pretty work of art. And after they finished the movie at MGM, they came back. No one ever mentioned, I don't even know if they noticed it, but no one ever mentioned that all the pictures were changed. That was funny.
That's amazing. That's a great start. That's an amazing story.
While they were over at MGM one day, I got a call to bring these papers over to the Colonel. And in those days, I was only making $50 a week, and I had this 59 Ford Galaxy convertible where the top was split from stem to stern on both sides, and the thing was so funky it looked like it could grow moss on it.
Oh, wow.
And the Colonel loved to be driven around in this old car, right?
Yeah.
He thought it was. He'd sit in the back like it was a limo, and I would drive him. So I drive on. I have a pass to drive onto the lot, and I go to his office, and I walk in, and I go into his private office, and I hand him the papers. Oh, Johnny, come on! Yes, and I give him the papers. He says, "Oh," and he says, "You know Elvis." And I look over, and Elvis is standing, leaning against the wall. And I got to tell you, it was like being in a room with a fire. I mean, it was so intense to be in a room with this absolutely gorgeous human being who is the king of rock and roll and a major movie star and a guy I was a fan of since high school in Canada.
Wow. What year was that? How old were you about?
I was, at this time, I was maybe 22.
22, and there he is standing right in front of you, and you're telling me you had certain way. There was an indescribable air of greatness. Is that how we can?
It was an aura like as hot as a fire.
Wow.
It was like looking at a fireplace. Only it was him standing there, and he says, "You know Elvis." And I look over, and Elvis walks toward me, and he sticks out his hand, and I stick out mine. We shake hands. He says, "How you?" He says, "How do you do, sir?"
Oh, wow.
Now, he calls me sir because I'm wearing a suit and a tie.
Sure.
Which was compulsory at William Morris.
Yeah.
Not because I'm older. I'm actually much younger than him. By at least, I think, maybe a few years at least.
Yeah.
We probably calculate that. But anyway, so I just shook hands with the king of rock and roll, and I'm like walking on air. And the Colonel says, "Well, wait outside for me, and you can drive me home." And so I turn and I start to leave the room, and Elvis walks over and he opens the door for me, and he says, "See ya, man."
Oh, wow.
As only he could.
God.
And so the Colonel gets in the car. We drive out, and we're driving through the main. How's your throat?
I'm good. I'm okay. I just had to clear it up. Yeah.
So we're driving through the main gate, and the president of MGM Pictures is walking toward the gate, and the gate is from the 30s, and it's very narrow, and the car almost fills the gate. And so the colonel says, "Stop the car, Johnny." And I stop right in the middle of the arch of the gate, and he waits for Robert Whiteman, the president of MGM, to get right up next to the car, and then he sticks his hand through the hole in the roof, and he says, "Mr. Whiteman!" And Whiteman steps over, and he looks down into the hole, and he takes Colonel's hand and shakes it. He says, "Are you in there, Colonel?" And the Colonel says, "Yes, sir. Make sure you go by the set and say hello to Elvis." And he said, "Yes, sir, I will." And he says, "Okay, Johnny, drive on." And I drive away, and the Colonel laughed all the way home.
Oh, that's amazing. Hey, listen, when you were with Elvis, I mean, this is my brief, I don't have any kind of story like that, but I did go to Graceland. And when you were with Elvis and he was alive and everything, obviously it wasn't when he was at his larger size yet, when you met him, right? I mean, he was right at the perfect physical height. So when you met him, like, how tall of a man? Because the thing that really struck me when I was in Graceland, you can go on a tour there. They have a lot of the clothing that he wore on stage. So there's that famous, the iconic white suit with all of the sparkles, and I couldn't believe how small it was. I mean,
yeah, I would say that he was no taller than me. I think he was probably about 5'9".
5'9".
And speaking of his clothing, the Colonel was also a very cheap guy. That's why he wanted everything free. And one day, Irving he was moving from an apartment in Hollywood, the Colonel was, to a house in Beverly Hills, and he made Irving and I take all his stuff, everything but the furniture, in the station wagon over to the new house. And while we were doing that, I found that gold lame jacket in the Colonel's closet, and I wore it all afternoon.
Oh, that's amazing! You're wearing Elvis. You would have had a selfie back then. No, you wouldn't have been able to do that.
We didn't have a selfie. We should have gone to one of those photo booths.
Yeah, lost selfie moment. Look at this. I got Elvis's jacket on. That's amazing. Oh my God! So you would say that you use overall throughout your life. You would say you've been using cannabis on a what would we call a regular basis, whatever that might be for you. That's part of your daily makeup or your weekly. You make sure you're close to it from time to time.
Let me put it this way. I smoked my first J on my way to the office. I sat at my desk all day. This is as a manager,
right?
Not as. And I smoked all day, every day. Chain smoked it, and intermittently took acid, mescaline, psilocybin. There was a thing that happened among the hippie community where the idea was they lied about pot. What else did they lie about?
Yeah.
And the assumption was they lied about everything.
Yeah, we're on that now, and we're really balls deep in that kind of mindset these days, I guess.
Yeah. So whenever a new drug came along, it was kind of incumbent upon you to at least try it once, just so you knew what it was.
Yeah.
And things came along, DMT. There was even one summer that was really classic during the Kaleidoscope era, where the great chemist Owsley Stanley, who made all the great LSD, made synthetic cannabis, a powder that you could drop or snort.
Wow.
And it was so hard to make and so deadly if you didn't make it right that he only made 1 pound in his entire life. And I actually ended up with an ounce of that. And that was not the greatest cannabis high I've ever had. You know, that was absolutely the full impact of everything cannabis can be, locked for the duration of a couple of hours. And it was pretty amazing. Otherwise, I smoked pretty much all the time for years and years. And all of our clients smoke. One of our clients, a great comedy act on Columbia Records called the Firesign Theater.
Oh, sure, yeah.
They wouldn't even sign with us until we confirmed that we smoke.
That's the best.
Yeah, and so anyway, I smoked constantly, chain smoked virtually until I ended up teaching. And when I started teaching, I quit for the semester, and I would smoke on the last day of school. I'd be smoking before I left the campus, and then I'd smoke all through the break, and then so I was just dealing with a text, and so I smoked again, regularly, and then last year I got some clones from a company in San Jose, California called King Clone Brand.
Sure.
And I grew the most fantastic pot I'd ever seen. I had I think 8 plants out here in my yard, and I had so much pot, and it was so good, and it was free, that I probably oversmoked, and I ended up getting a sinus problem.
Oh wow!
And so I haven't smoked since New Year's Eve.
Oh wow!
And for the first time in my life, I, other than short periods of semester length, which at the longest was 16 weeks, I haven't smoked now in 6 months.
Gee whiz!
And it's interesting. I still feel real good. Like I use pot pretty much as what Chad Stewart from Chad and Jeremy called a calmative, to reduce stress and kind of as a reward for doing the insane work of being a manager.
Right.
A lot of crazy people.
But
right?
you feel good not being on it for 6 months, 7 months.
Yeah, even when I quit for school, it was hard for me to kick. I would have so much in my system that the withdrawal would actually be quite intense, and I would get uptight and ornery and stressed out and uncomfortable until I went through a week or two, and then it would start to mellow out, and I ended up feeling, just as good straight as I did high. And so now I'm 6 months into being straight.
It still feels good. Just don't change it.
I feel fabulous.
Yeah.
It's whichever camp I'm in at the time is the one I prefer.
Right. Okay, well, listen, this is great. Before we go, I do want to spend a little bit of time on your current efforts. So these all would have come from your smoke-filled mind, your cannabis-fueled mind, because in 2008, and it's still going on. I mean, of course, you've had this great musical career, and we should also mention, I need to mention some of the other acts. I mean, we could do a story about each one, but we don't really have time. But Peter, Paul, and Mary, of course, Poco, and then your brother Phil designed their very iconic Horse album cover. America, another one he also did. Crosby, Stills Nash and Young, Dwight Tilley, all kinds of people. Let me just quickly ask you this. What was the circle of connection between you and, say, Poco and America and your brother? Like, did you bring him in? Were they looking for album artists, or how did that work out?
Phil was I had a company called Hartman and Goodman. Basically, I got involved in that circle with Buffalo Springfield, which is where Poco came from. That was Richie Furay. Crosby, Stills and Nash. That was Stephen Stills. Neil Young. They were all in Poco or in Buffalo Springfield.
Yeah.
So once I was their agent, and I really delivered for them. I mean, they got a #1 record on their first record, right? It was actually I think it was their 4th single, but it went to #1 for what it's worth. It's in every movie about the 60s. It was about a riot on Sunset Strip when they tore down a nightclub called Pandora's Box. So that started it, and then eventually what happened was I had, after the Kaleidoscope closed, I kind of retired because I wanted to be an actor, writer, film producer, director guy in my early career. That's really what I was studying for and training for. And so I started screenwriting, and I was in LA one time, and there was a place where all the pot dealers hung out called the Troubadour Bar. It was a nightclub. And I was in there one night, and David Geffen, the legendary guy who managed and built DreamWorks and he made more money in the music industry than anybody else ever. And he was managing Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young and Joni Mitchell and Laura Nyro and a bunch of other acts, and he was starting Asylum Records. And I run into him, and he tells me that Neil's here. And Neil, he said, I'll go get him. And he brings Neil out to see me. And Neil Young gives me this big, huge hug, and he stands there. He's holding me in his arms like he would a chick. And we're exchanging small stuff, and then he lets go of me, and he takes it 2 or 3 steps away, and he turns back, and now this is the height of Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young, right?
Yeah.
Deja period, and everybody in the room at a packed bar is staring at him, and he says to me, "Thank you, man." And I kind of broke into a giggle and said, "Sure, Neil," And Geffen saw that Neil loved me. And Neil was his toughest case, Neil was the most critical artist. He was the most powerful. He was the most intelligent and most creative. And he was always giving Geffen a hard time. And so Geffen, invited me to lunch, and he kept taking me to lunch. And finally, he was trying to get me to come to work for him. And I said, "No, I want to be a screenwriter. I don't want to have a job. I don't do jobs anymore." And he says, "Listen, come and do this. You got to help me out. If you're still here in a year, I'll give you a piece." Well, a year later, I had broken Neil Young's record. The album was Harvest, and the single was Heart of Gold, and both went to #1. I booked his biggest tour up to that time, and made him a ton of money. And I had all these other acts. We'd taken on the Eagles. I'm one of the Cowboys. We actually put the Eagles together with John Boylan, the great record producer who manages Linda Ronstadt,
right,
even to this day. And we ended up, I worked for Geffen. I became a partner. As happens a lot of times with moguls, we had a fight, and I quit Geffen to go manage with my own company with my assistant, whose name was Harlan Goodman. We became Hartman and Goodman. And we signed Poco because they had just fired us because it became obvious to them that we only signed them, Geffen signed them to steal Richie Furay to be in a band called Souther Hillman and Furay, which is going to be his next Crosby, Stills and Nash. So I was in the middle of that. I didn't like it. Geffen and I had other problems getting along. And so Harlan and I left, signed Poco, and then we got them rolling without Richie Furay, and actually took them to greater heights than they'd ever been. Our success with them attracted America, who I had managed as part of Geffen's company, what Geffen Roberts Company was called. Elliot Roberts was his partner. And so Crosby and Nash were being neglected after we left, and they came over, and as soon as I had them, I called Stills as manager, and we put Crosby, Stills, and Nash back together.
Wow.
And then we had a huge success with them, which attracted Peter, Paul, and Mary, who had been broken up for years. And our attorney, Bruce Gray Cal, he's Ringo's attorney for his entire career. And he represented Mary Travers. He delivered Peter, Paul, and Mary to us. We did their reunion tour and album. And, at the height of Hartman and Goodman, we were simultaneously the managers of Peter, Paul, and Mary, Crosby, Stills and Nash, America, Poco, the Firesign Theater, Michael Murphy, Dwight Twilley, and Happy Baby Band. So we were the biggest management company in music at that time. And then at the height of that, I got a chance to produce a movie called Hard Country based on a Michael Murphy song. And that was Kim Basinger's first starring role in a feature film. And I got the old fever back to to write movies, which is what I'd always wanted to do. And leading us up to the rest of your question, I kind of had once Simone Battle wasn't ready to take management advice from me, I pretty much I put together, I think, one other band, and it broke up before its debut. And I decided to give up the music business altogether. And that was aided by, a year ago, last May, I was in an auto accident where I broke my back. And I had to take a year off to recover, which I've done, and I'm back to normal. And but in the interim, I stopped teaching at UCLA. I was teaching music business. And got back into my screenwriting, and I just turned in the 29th draft of a script I started writing in 1979.
Wow.
And it's in play. And as you called, I'm in the middle of a rewrite on a screenplay called Hourglass. The log line on the first, my teachers, my screenwriting teachers always said, write about what you know best. And what I knew best was the music business. So Dream Street is the name of the script, and it's about the music business that we've been discussing, the 70s era.
Okay, real quick, we got a couple of questions. I've got a couple more questions, and we have to get going. Real quick, your call. Why did the show Vinyl not work?
I don't know. I never saw it. I didn't want to see it because I didn't want it to interfere with my writing of Dream Street, which is what was happening in California at that very time.
I see.
I think I'll probably go watch it now, just out of curiosity that I finished my script. The log line on my script is, an unscrupulous manager, desperate to save his crumbling empire, gathers the drug-shattered iconic rock band that made him famous and puts them on the comeback trail.
Oh, that's amazing. I love the sound of that. Hey, and then slightly away from that, I mean, talking about music, of course, your whole career has been centered around that. Tell me a little bit about, and then we have to get going soon, but I want you to close out. First of all, if there's anywhere that people can get a hold of you, if you have a Twitter handle, etc. But I really want to hear about the Holodyne Foundation. You've been doing that for 10 years. Tell people what that is, because as I understand it, you know, you're trying to foster a new generation of music. And so what exactly are you bringing to people? And with the coda on that question being, I don't know, man, I just hear a lot of stuff these days. I don't really like it. So am I old, or are you trying to help people bring new good stuff? You know, we can go more with Adele and these other, the quality of acts that you've been wrestling with over the past decades. Do we have any ways to pull characteristics and find things like that about musicians? Do we have another bevy of talent ahead of us, or is it all just manufactured pap, or somewhere in between?
New talent will come along. Paul Simon said it in a song. Every generation puts a hero up the pop charts. The hero for this generation has not arrived yet. The Holodyne, the mission statement for the Holodyne is to ensure that the next generation of music belongs to those who create it. Now, here's how it works. The website, Holodyne, HLOLODIGM, like paradigm. It's hologram meets paradigm, music.com or the Holodyne or 20 different misspellings. You'll get there. And what you have there is more than 30 hours of classroom lectures. The exact course that I taught at LMU that those students paid $4,000 to take is online, available, absolutely free.
Can you just say that again one more time for people, because this is like a massive gift and I want folks to understand that. Just tell us that one more time.
Okay. The Holodyne, whose mission statement is to ensure that the next generation of music belongs to those who create it, not transnational corporations,
right,
contains more than 30 hours of actual classroom lectures. The entire course that I taught at Musicians Institute in Hollywood, Loyola Marymount University for 10 years. They paid $4,000 to take that course. I taught it at UCLA for 7 years. I was Professor of the Year in those institutions 4 different times. And the course is the absolute truth. And the textbook that goes with it that I wrote, called Rock Building Bands in the Digital Age, is available on that website absolutely free. I have given away totally thousands of copies online for free. You can download it. And between the lectures in that book, it tells you exactly what's happening in the music business today, exactly how to direct your own career, and how to end up owning your own masters, your own publishing, and your own merchandising, and how to generate a career that, if you're talented, and trust me, like I said earlier, I never met a band that didn't think it was going all the way, and 90% of them won't even make a living. 1% will make 90% of the money. But if you think you're great, and trust me, good isn't enough anymore, it has to be great, then you go there, you read that book, and you watch those lectures. There are also guest lectures from artists, managers, producers, other people on that website that will tell you how this game is played, how it works, and how to operate it. The whole course was designed to train personal managers in the music industry. And there's the holodyne itself is a visualization that I created so that I can show you how to play the game of showbiz in a 1.5-hour lecture with a visual that shows you what it looks like. The holodyne is what showbiz would look like if it was a board game.
Amazing. That is absolutely amazing. That's fantastic. So look that up, HOLODIGM, holodyne, like hologram and paradigm. Look it up. Yeah. It's been going on for 10 years now. Thank you so much for that gift. And
it's holodynemusic.com or theholodyne.com. Okay?
Amazing.
If any questions, people can address me directly at John Hartmann, JOHN, 22 @gmail.com. I welcome anybody who wants to have a career in music to contact me with their questions, and I will give you free advice, because music is the most powerful tool on the planet. And it used to be in service to humanity. Today, it is in service to the greedy people who are doing it for the gold chains, the Bentleys, and the babes, not to change the world.
Right.
And I've trained and worked with the best musicians who devoted their careers to fixing what's broken on this planet and changing the war and turning away from war to peace.
Well, that says it all right there. Thank you so much for everything you've done through the decades, working with those bands, putting it together, being instrumental in helping us listen to some of the finest music ever, and this ethos that you've put together for the last 10 years to continue that. Folks, I hope you understand how generous a gift that is. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thank you, Alan.
Just for the heck of it, we're going to throw on a little Fever Tree. This is San Francisco Girls. And these guys aren't very good, according to you. So this is
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it blew their career because they had an opportunity that they didn't fulfill. They weren't ready. They were a young baby band.
Right.
They were putting up on this place with Airplane and The Doors, who were seasoned veterans.
It's pretty trippy.
Yeah, but I'd like to hear it myself.
That's great stuff. Well, listen, thank you so much for coming on the show, Mr. John Hartmann. I hope it was okay for you. We had a great time. We learned a lot of cool stuff. So thanks very much.
I'm glad to speak to everybody in the homeland. I miss you guys.
You too. Yes, don't forget, folks, John was born here as a Canadian before he was absconded with down to the States and gave us some of the finest music of the last 50 years. This track here may not be in that canon, but it's still kind of fun to listen to. Thanks very much, John.
Thank you.
Cheers. Fever Tree, folks. Wow. Yeah, it's kind of trippy, actually. I've never heard of these guys. That's the part that really interested me. I was like, who are they? I mean, you know who all the crummy ones are. It just it's hard to deal that song came out 50 years ago. All right, so now where are we? We have to close this show out. We've only got a couple of seconds left to go. Not really much at all, but I do have another quick couple of things I got to read here for you. Remember, just before we had John come on, that the chief medical officer here in Toronto, which is a pretty large city, is proposing in a report called A Public Health Approach to Drug Policy that will be presented has already been presented to the city's health board. This is a great idea. Have a look at Portugal and what they do about all of this. And in Australia, we will go out on this final bit of news. In Australia, unfortunately, they're so uptight there. We have our friend Jenny Hallam, who is in kind of a lot of trouble. And we don't know how that's going to go. But this is not a good piece of news to understand gee whiz, listen to this nonsense. While other parts of the world are decriminalizing cannabis, South Australia plans to quadruple fines and introduce prison terms. The South Australian Liberal Party ran a War on Drugs slogan in April, and today it delivered on that promise. What are you doing over there, folks? Announcing new laws to be debated in Parliament this week, including the proposals of a maximum fine for cannabis possession of $2,000 plus a 2-year jail term, a cap on a number of times a person can enter a drug diversion program, allowing drug-sniffing dogs into schools. Attorney General Vicky Chapman says the changes would make the penalty for possession of marijuana the same as it is for heroin. Hey, if that makes any sense to you, you're mentally unwell. So write your congressman or your whoever it is in Australia that you need to speak with. I mean, that is just, it's just not on, you know? I don't understand why they don't understand. Wow. Anyway, this has been Green Crush. Conspiracy Queries with Alan Park. Thanks again to our guest, John Hartman, brother of Paul and Phil. If there are any more Hartman brothers, please send your resume to the show. We have a soft spot for all of you. If there's any other hidden siblings out there, any other Hartmans, you've all done well so far. So thanks for listening to the show, and do join us again next week, won't you? And let's end it right there.